isolated plans and all that. We had a video we were going to show, which worked, I promise you, in rehearsal, but we'll have to skip that tech event where the video failed straight away. So thank you for attending the second day of our Innovation Showcase. It's been one hell of a roller coaster ride since Saturday, that's for sure. We have one more day left tomorrow, which we'll talk about as we go on through the morning. I got a great honour of inviting the Minister for Health to come and open the second day of the showcase. Mr. Phelps.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and Richard, thank you so much for having me. It's really a great pleasure to be here with you this morning to open the next day of this eHealth Showcase event. Already I've had a much more fun morning than the Minister for Health usually has, because I've met Lucy the robot to see how we're going to have our doctors be able to do ward rounds from a different location within our hospitals. I've already sent a digital postcard to myself about what we'd like the health service to look like in 2030, and I've seen the health portal that will enable Irish patients from probably as early as some point next year to actually see all of their own health information, their prescriptions, their appointments, through using technology, maybe even book an appointment, order a repeat prescription. So what's happening here today in the Science Gallery is so innovative, but most importantly, it's innovation that is going to make a huge difference to the way we deliver healthcare and to the way that we importantly empower our patients. I'd really particularly like to welcome all of our speakers and all of our participants, and I've been following this week on social media, and I've seen the variety of really interesting events that have already taken place. And it's so important to say this is our country's first ever Health Innovation Week, and it has been, I think it's fair to say, an overwhelming success. It is quite something to see the level of enthusiasm for innovation throughout the health system, and indeed amongst patients and the broader public alike. And I want to say how proud I am of our eHealth team. I mean, this is a team of dedicated, committed, enthusiastic people who've been led by Richard for a relatively short period of time, and to see the tangible impact that their work is making on patients' lives and clinicians' lives, and the further room to do even more in this space is something quite incredibly. Somebody ringing. Innovation will change the way we work together. It must change the way we work together, and eHealth Ireland's team is ahead of the curve in this regard, and that's why I'm so pleased to be here with them this morning. They have put together a series of programs over this year that have opened our health system to innovation more clearly, and this includes a new concept for digital health, which I'm pleased to be able to announce here this morning. A permanent location for much of what you see here in the Science Gallery has now been agreed with Temple Street Children's Hospital, an innovation centre, a floor that will be a physical location to enable innovation in the digital space to happen, that will be a location for all of the health system's technology to be made available for organisations that have a new solution that they wish to test against our own digital fabric. This centre will foster creativity, and it will support the principle that no idea will ever be left behind. And this will all be in place by the first quarter of next year. The Innovation Centre will also act as a permanent location for the Office of the Chief Clinical Information Officers Council, as well as a digital training facility available to the wider system to begin to add the digital skills across health staff. Ireland can, and I believe Ireland will, become a hub for the development of eHealth solutions to underpin service delivery. As early as 2013, our eHealth strategy, my department identified eHealth and its associated activities as a potential source of employment, and to see further growth in line with considerable foreign direct investment in pharma, in life sciences, ICT, and in medtech. Investment in eHealth is a key driver for that potential. So we've been following learning from other jurisdictions, and Ireland clearly needs to be at the forefront of joining both healthcare professionals and IT specialists in the process of developing digital solutions to underpin service delivery. Despite its scale and its complexity, what we need to do is to provide that digital fabric for health service delivery. I really believe that if we continue to try and provide health services without doing this, the service will fast become absolutely unsustainable. We need to use new technologies and new innovations if we're serious about addressing the challenges, the demographic pressures, and the range of complexities that face not just our health service, but nearly every single health service right throughout this globe. We need to think about what innovation can deliver through better diagnosis, through treatment recommendations. What could happen if we had a full set of data about our patients, including their histories, their physicals, family histories, risk factors, genomics, environmental data, and not only if this was available to the patient, but if with the patient's consent, this could also be available to clinical staff. Just pause and realise that this year is the first year that Ireland has been able to utilise innovations in our public health service, like genomic sequencing. And now, these are words, these are phrases, they sound like something abstract. But as a result of this sequencing, this year in this country, children with epilepsy will now get a more immediate diagnosis. And this will go on to actually save lives. So it's already making a really tangible difference in the lives of our people. My department also recently embarked on an exercise with our health service to ask eHealth and ask the team here to identify quick and practical solutions to solve some of the challenges that face our health service on a very daily basis. eHealth solutions and innovation have a critical role to play in solving some of the most pressing and practical issues facing patients. Issues like waiting lists, issues like telemedicine, teleconsultations, and linking our acute and primary care to enable patients get the treatments and necessary care closer to their communities and even in their homes. I think a criticism of the Irish Health Service over decades has been that it tends to operate in various silos. The beautiful thing about technology is it refuses to recognise silos. eHealth will make a more integrated approach to healthcare become absolutely inevitable, and we're already seeing that. But to realise the benefits promised by eHealth innovations, ownership of these issues must be held by healthcare professionals and information technology specialists. There are so many applications of technology in the health service that the list of potential digital and technological touchpoints is practically endless. From electronic access to patient records for emergency services, to GP e-consultations, to e-referrals and e-prescriptions. As a recent convert to the Fitbit myself, the potential for wearable technology and consumer-entered mobile data is particularly fascinating. We can empower ourselves as citizens to monitor our own health, to monitor our own well-being, to do more to look after our own physical and mental health. And there are some amazing visions of the future based on the impact of innovation. For example, it is predicted that by 2019, wearable devices plus Internet of Things platforms will be used to monitor at least 30% of hip and knee replacements in patients. That's less than 3 years away. One immediate advantage, though, of technological innovation is to enable the health service to deliver more efficient services for our patients. By allowing more efficient work practices, by allowing our health service professionals to free up more time to actually spend with their patient and involved in patient care. New technologies can provide clinicians with the technology needed to solve complex medical problems. It can also provide the tools for better decision-making. And better decision-making improves patient care, but most of all, improves patient safety. A critical element for supporting patient safety is access to good information and good information systems. And in this regard, we must provide the best possible access to dependable clinical information. And one of the core principles supporting patient safety is the rollout of a system of health identifiers underpinned by the legislative provisions in the Health Identifiers Act. This is a massive piece of work. The idea that the Irish Health Service will be able to individually and uniquely identify each and every one of us and all of our interactions with the health service. In some ways, it sounds astonishing that we haven't been able to do it to date. But in another way, and looking forward, it does enable policy makers like me to target resources and to find solutions in a more specific and forensic way than, quite frankly, we can do to date. So I hope in the coming weeks to commence further parts of the Health Identifiers Act, which will allow the register of individual health identifiers become operational. I really see this development as a key building block in developing critical e-health information systems, allowing the health services manage patient data safely and securely into the future. To all of the young people and indeed the schools participating in this event and designing their future vision for the health service, it is an exciting prospect to think that young children born in the next few years will grow up with a digital health record from birth and will carry that record with them through their whole lives with all of the associated benefits for their health and their well-being. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, we will see the first hospital in Ireland go from a paper-based solution to a digital solution over 1 weekend. Quite a prospect. Cork University Maternity Hospital is one of the busiest in the European Union. Today, the hospital delivers care through the use of paper records. A baby born today does not have their own record. They are an appendix to their mother's record. The maternity and newborn information system go live will see this change. And on that Saturday morning, the first baby will be born with a fully digital record in Ireland, a huge achievement for staff in Cork, for staff in Ireland, and for our eHealth Ireland team, and indeed for all our partners who have worked tirelessly over the last 6 months to enable this huge achievement to take place in just the next 2 weeks. Last week, I addressed the eHealth Ireland ecosystem event at the Health Informatics Society Ireland conference. That collaborative group of technology experts, of healthcare professionals, academics, and industry is a great example of how we can and all must work together towards a common digital future. This event is another sign of the bright future we can build together. In and of itself, it has been innovation in action, bringing together 12 different events in different parts of the city, over 2,000 people involved, 40 speakers, 15 schools, and all for free for people to attend. Not bad for the first year ever doing it. On that note, I would like to wish all of our guests, those of you from this country and indeed those of you from abroad, a very enjoyable stay in Dublin. I'd also like to thank Microsoft and Samsung and all of the sponsors and people involved in making this event possible, along with the staff here at the Science Gallery. But I would especially like to thank Richard Corbridge and the eHealth Ireland team, who have worked so hard to make the events of this week a reality. I mean it when I say I am so proud of the work of this team, and I'm so proud of the work because I know the difference it's making, and now we're beginning to see the very tangible impact it is having on patient care. I can only begin to dream of where we're going to be this time next year, when we hopefully meet here again for an even bigger event, and we can update each other on the progress that has been made. So enjoy the rest of the events. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to using technology and innovation to the benefit of our patients. Gur míle mágah.
Okay, so that's an exciting start to our event today. I'm really pleased to announce Ben English is going to come up next now and talk about the Dublin Tech Summit, which is a new event we're going to be doing next year as well to try and keep going with the innovation that we're doing here in eHealth Ireland and the HSE. We're working with the Tech Summit to talk about medtech and what's actually happening in Ireland and what we can do globally as well. And Ben's going to tell you a little bit more about the Dublin Tech Summit.
Thanks a million, Maria. So good morning, everyone. And first of all, congratulations to Richard, Minister Harris, and the whole eHealth team on the work they've done to, I suppose, really bring Ireland forward. I think it's the next stage of how we're thinking about eHealth. And I'm really happy to talk to you today about the Dublin Tech Summit. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ben English. I'm co-founder of the Dublin Tech Summit. And what is the Dublin Tech Summit? It is essentially a global technology conference that we set up almost a year ago. And we've had so many conversations about what's happening with Dublin as a tech epicenter within the world. Minister Harris touched on it in terms of what are we going to be in terms of the best country to talk about innovation, the best country to talk about enterprise. And we thought that what a shame it would be to not be having these conversations in Dublin. If you look at Ireland as a destination, we're still the top shared services location in Europe. We're home to some of the top FDIs. And I feel, and my team feel, this is something that we really, really need to celebrate. So the Dublin Tech Summit is, trouble with the clicker here, is taking place over 2 days in the Convention Centre in Dublin. And we're discussing some of the key themes that are really shaping, I suppose, technology across, I suppose, medtech, for example, fintech, big data analytics. I know IoT took place yesterday. But doing it in such a way where we can talk about, and as Minister Harris referred to as well, what's being shaped in terms of building it forward. Can everyone hear me at the back? Yeah, much better, thank you. So, and in building that forward, like welcoming some of the world's top international media to kind of bring about a case where people talk about Ireland as this global epicenter of technology, as I said. So, moving forward, the irony of this. Oh, right, okay. Irony there. So some of our speakers include Gary Vaynerchuk in terms of Vayner social media, changing the way people think about social media around the world. Cindy Gallop is someone who, at a global level, has changed the way people think about women in the boardroom. And something that we're incredibly proud of at Dublin Tech Summit is we launched a Women in Tech initiative, making 250,000 tickets available for women in tech. And our female participant ratio is currently 50-50. And that's important to us, again, in terms of not being a technology conference in the past, but looking to the future and realising the important role that everybody has to play here. We look at the work that Twitter are doing, and I'm sure anyone who's familiar with the most recent presidential election is more than au fait with the role that Twitter played in that. And then Matthew Loon, who's responsible for things like Toy Story, Pixar, and Monsters Inc., and I suppose living that part of our childhood. So, I mean, in terms of, I suppose, the companies that are attending, this is where we get into the idea of Ireland being this hub for some of the world's top companies. We've got some of our top indigenous companies like Air, but also the likes of Google, Intel, Comtrade, who are also doing great things in the eHealth space. And I suppose a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about in terms of our eHealth aspect is all around partnership. And that's one of the great things that we're talking about when we talk about working with Maria and Richard and their team, is that the Dublin Tech Summit is not about myself or any one individual. It's about bringing all the key actors in Dublin's ecosystem together to say, let's create something for Ireland. So you see some of our pillars there in terms of business and marketing, fintech, and of course, medtech is one of the big ones too. And that's why I'm here today. The guys on my team have been working with Maria and Richard and the eHealth team for the last, for the last few months to really look at what is medtech in Ireland and what are we doing at an international level. And one of the big things that we looked at is why not bring the people who are the forward-thinking actors within health in Ireland and have them shape the conversation, and then take the outputs from what we're talking about Dublin Tech Summit and allow them to shape the conversation, shape the work and the fantastic work that Minister Harris and his team are doing when we think about stuff like digital patient records and even Lucy the robot, which I still think is even a stretch for me and my tech abilities. That's not going forward. So we're going with DTS and eHealth Ireland. Probably. Great. So if you look at some of the things that we're discussing, and Minister Harris touched on a lot of this kind of stuff as well. And we talked about the patient experience, and there's a lot of kind of I suppose discussions to be had around things like robotic and mechanic patient care, but then also improving the patient experience. The idea that half the people in this room, or at least half, are wearing something on their wrist that can tell them what their calorie burn is, what their exercise is, and really moving forward to how our wearables affect how we look after ourselves. But also looking at, I suppose, what we call medtech of the future, or eHealth of the future, and looking at the role of things like artificial intelligence, and I'll touch on some of our speakers that are talking about that at the moment, wearables, as I said, and their potential, and also 3D printing in medicine, and particularly in the areas of transplants and patient care and hip replacements. We're really seeing the work that can do. But obviously with that comes a responsibility to have, I suppose, responsible conversations. But for us at the Dublin Tech Summit, the big thing is talking about the outputs and how they shape. So today I wanted to talk about, as part of what Richard and the team have been doing, we're bringing not only leaders of medtech in Ireland, but global leaders in medtech. Bill Evans is the CMO of IBM Watson Health. Some of the work that they're doing is absolutely incredible. So they're working with the likes of Under Armour and Fitbit and Apple to essentially create that by 2 years' time, any wearable device that you have on your wrist will essentially become your own personal trainer. And Minister Harris referred to data an awful lot, and certainly what we're seeing in the eHealth space is data is absolutely key. And the more we can assess the way people behave, the way they look after themselves, and what their needs and desires are, the better we can create an eHealth ecosystem that more properly looks after them. Another aspect that's quite big in America for IBM Watson Health is that 20% of cases in the US around cancer are misdiagnosed. So what they started to do was analyse about 200 million patient records to look at what different cancers act in what different ways. And what they've been able to do with that is to crunch that data and be able to come up with more targeted cures towards some of the most serious cancers that exist. I think that's something that we'll certainly try and see at a global level, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Bill talk about that. Navin Naran is from Berg Healthcare in Boston, Massachusetts. One of the really interesting things that Berg Healthcare are doing is are using artificial intelligence to try and find a drug that will cure the way we treat cancer. And it's aimed at two things: a long-term cure, but in the interim, increasing the survival rates. So they are essentially using artificial intelligence to analyse over 40 different types of cancer, a serious project. and then interacting that with a drug that essentially takes the tumour tissue of the cancer and changes its metabolism that affects its ability to grow in the body. And what that does is it's increased in their clinical trial stage survival rate by 50%. So again, we're seeing things that affects every single person in this room and affects people within the global ecosystem. And certainly the feedback we get from our attendees around Dublin Tech Summit is that eHealth and medtech are things that in any way intrinsically affect every single person that attends this conference. And that's why we're really happy to be dealing with some of these leaders. John Moore is a more homegrown success, and it's not a story of eHealth and innovation, it's also a story of enterprise. And John had a 3D printing business of hearts and parts of the human anatomy, and that market started to go out of date. And then they started to take different angles, taking a picture of a heart from a 3D version of 3 different ways, and then packaging them so that someone could view it rotation. That has fundamentally changed the way people are learning about medicine all around the world today. They're in the top 100 medical schools in the country, and it's changed. They've been on the front of Time magazine, the most recent Apple launch, and they're changing the way not only we learn about the human body, but the way people can communicate about the human body. A key example of this is if my elderly grandmother goes in for a hip replacement, one of the fundamental things about this is that when they go and see their doctor, they'll come back and they won't be able to properly articulate what happened in their meeting with the doctor. With using things like 3D for Medical, they can do an anatomy scroll of what that hip replacement looks like, insert it, take it out, and make it bespoke for that person, and then email it to their family members. So again, what we're seeing with people who are participating in DTS through our eHealth and our medtech sphere, people who are changing the way we think about medicine. And the last one is Fabian Bollin, probably to the younger folk in the audience familiar from the show Made in Chelsea. But again, realise that over half the global population will in some way be affected by cancer in their lifetime. And he realised that so many people, having obviously gone through a cancer journey himself, that so many people, although so affected, go into the cancer journey totally unaware of what's about to happen. And through his website has created a global public forum that people can speak about their cancer journey, speak about coping mechanisms, and it's really interesting that ties in with the work that Navin Naran and his team are doing in solving a cure or creating better ways of treating about it, and then also creating forums using technology to have better discussions about it. We look at a great Irish company in terms of Medtronic. They're also working with Bill Evans and his team at IBM Watson Health. So Medtronic have created, I suppose, a very useful tool for people with diabetes. 325 million people around the world suffer from diabetes. And what IBM Watson Health have done with Medtronic is they have taken 125 million days of patient records from people who wear this diabetes pump that produces insulin when your body needs it. And they're using those records to create, again, bespoke solutions to treat people with diabetes in a more effective, a more efficient, and also a more bespoke way. And there's 2 threads across all of these speakers. One, and Minister Harris said it as well, is that we're moving towards an eHealth system where one size no longer fits all. And personally, I'm really, really excited with the work that we're doing with Richard and his team that we can start to have this conversation about what the future looks like. And that ties in quite nice because, I mean, what we're really seeing today and throughout this whole week is a really proactive approach in Ireland to take control of the destiny of our health system and actually grab it and turn it towards a very innovative and definitely a more patient-centric way, and that's positive. As the only sibling of 3 not to be a doctor, it's somewhat strange that I stand here giving a presentation, but these are the way things happen. So, I mean, so there's some of the speakers that we're having, and again, it's talking about the output-based discussions. I really hope that the people will get involved. One of the key things we're proud of in terms of Dublin Tech Summit is that this is not a talk shop, and I think it's one of the great things about what I've watched this week as well. It's all well and good having conversations, but the question is, what do you do with the outputs? And I think in terms of our eHealth aspect, you know, we're going to be hearing from some of the leaders from all around the world who are really doing incredible things to change the way we think about health. But what's great in terms of Dublin Tech Summit is that once that happens, Richard and his team can take that forward to a policy making level and begin to see what happens. So I suppose and the other big thread is that all those companies and what they're doing is about partnership. No one's acting independently, and it's all in a sense of collaboration. And essentially, that is what Dublin Tech Summit also is. This is not a success for me or for any company. Dublin Tech Summit is about Dublin taking its place on the global technology stage, and really putting our hands up and saying we're still a place to do business, and we're still a place where you need to come to have conversations about what's shaping the future of technology. And on that note, the last aspect is to get involved. So you can follow us on Twitter. You can also visit our website and look at some of the 200 speakers that we have from all over the world across some of the most interesting sectors that are changing the way we think about technology. And also, it would be remiss to say that our next round of ticket sales are on the 1st of December. So shameless plug. But this is a really, really important initiative for Dublin, and certainly what we're doing with Richard and his team at eHealth is really, really, really important in taking what I feel is genuinely one of the most important pillars that we discuss at DTS, because health is something that affects us all, and it's something that I think sometimes when we talk about wearables or we talk about the more obvious aspects of technology, we forget to think how we can apply this to health to really make it look better for us. So thanks a million for your time. Congratulations to Richard and his team on a really great week, and I look forward to seeing you at Dublin Tech Summit. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. So just feel a little bit sorry for my team, because having put this event on Thursday evening, the first meeting happens to start to prepare for that in February. They'll be pleased to hear. Okay, for me, the next presentation is one of the ones I was most excited about. We saw our next presenter at Wired, and he blew our mind with both how he presents, because he's an extremely entertaining presenter, but also the content of what he proposes we can do. So without further ado, I'd love to invite Dr. Shafi Ahmed up to the stage. We've got a number of clickers now, so one of them will work.
One of them will work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. Let's try to click it. No? Next one. Not even next one. Oh, is it the wrong clicker? Shall I wait? No problems at all. I've been here before many times, don't worry. Technology conferences. That's better. That looks like me. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Richard, and thanks to Hannah Maria for emailing me left, right, and centre, and me not responding for months on end. Thank you very much for the invitation to Dublin. Dublin itself, I have a really soft spot for, actually. The last time I was here was about, 15, 20 years ago. In different circumstances, I sat on St Stephen's Green waiting for the results of my FRCS. I'd just been mauled by two of your professors in anatomy and surgery for about half an hour. But thankfully, I managed to pull the wool over their eyes, and I passed, and I moved on into a surgical career. It was actually make or break for me, actually. So I think Dublin itself has inspired me a lot in my career. I want to talk about innovation. I want to talk about the future. It's EH2030. And what I want to do with you guys is really take you out of your mindsets and think about the future that will exist in time, but it's really out of your comfort zone. It's really thinking way out there, I think outside the box. Klaus Schwab, who's the World Economic Forum chairman, about a year ago mentioned the words, the fourth industrial revolution. I'm sure you've heard that already. And what he described was essentially a fusion of technologies that blur the lines between the biological, the digital, and the physical spheres. And actually that's true. This is the most exciting time to be in medicine, no question, the last 200-300 years, because you've got all these technologies working together, like, for example, artificial intelligence, robotics, nanobiotechnology, this big data, big pharma that's coming out, and the worlds of augmented and virtual reality, which we'll go on about in a moment. So how exciting. We've come from a period of production to transportation to the computerization, which is the third industrial revolution, to this nebulous area that we can all define going forward and how we manage it going forward. The other thing that we've got to think about is how we create globalization. It's the bigger picture. Part of my story today was about how you can transfer your thoughts and ideas to help people on a larger scale, not just about one-to-one, one-to-two, it's about one-to-many, as we'll discuss going forward. Hope this will work. Try this one. One of the clickers. No. Try this one. Let's go for the third one. Oh, no, the third one. Can you move the slides forward up there? Is that possible? Hope I've got... Yeah, go back a bit. So is it working? Can I move it myself, or... Yeah, I can do it. Great, thank you. That's working perfect. Thank you very much. So I come from a hospital called Barts, and we're a little bit old-fashioned. We've been around almost 1,000 years almost. And it's interesting because Barts itself has always been innovative in many ways, when lots of things are designed by various surgeons and doctors over the course of time. Jane Parkinson's come across to mind, who discovered Parkinson's disease, or described it at least. And I think William Harvey is the key to all this. We talk about sensors, your app, watch, whatever you have. And actually he discovered the circulation of blood. Without him, I think he was a digital man because he thought about the future, how about the Apple Watch was going to perform in the future because he discovered the circulation of blood and all about that. So actually, without him, we may not be here today. The other hospital I work at, sister hospital, is the Royal London Hospital. We've had a 1.5 billion makeover, or the biggest trust in the UK, looking after a population of 2 million. So that hospital itself is interesting because how do you create innovation in a hospital that's so vast and so big, but needs to move with modern times? And we're home to the world's, one of the biggest trauma centres in the UK, if not the world, with our helicopter service that lands on our doorstep every few minutes. One of the things I say about, I am a faculty member at Singularity University in California, and one of the things I mention often is the fact that we're stuck with tradition. We stuck with dogma and tradition, we don't challenge enough. My view is that if you don't challenge dogma and tradition, you accept mediocrity. And that's true, because whatever we think about today, it becomes obsolete tomorrow. So what I want to talk about is the future. So what I want you to think about is not linear steps. What you all have to think about in health is exponential steps. Ray Kurzweil, who's the Director of Engineering at Google, describes singularity, the point at which robots will overtake human behavior, and the law of accelerating returns. And actually, what he's talking about is thinking in a different way about how computers, how about systems design are changing the world. If you take 30 linear steps, our brains only cope with linear steps. We think about tomorrow and the day after. If I took 30 linear steps in our own minds, walked up the stairs, I'd get to the top of that door at the top, right? That's how far I can get. You understand that, it's linear. Think about exponential change. And actually, 30 steps won't take me to those doors, it will take me 30 times around the planet. That's the pace of change. That's what we have to adapt to. So don't think about today, think about the future. 2030, what's the world going to look like? It's going to be so much different than what it is today. When we talk about innovation in a big healthcare setting, there are all these areas you have to think about. The buy-in of the healthcare system, and the Minister of Health mentioned about the ministry itself and the government supporting it, and it's about hospitals working together, innovating. The IT infrastructure obviously needs to improve. You have to challenge all the things around ethics, around confidentiality, the legal framework, consent issues, data protection, all these things that become difficult and barriers to adopting change. But actually what you need to do is work alongside those. What I've experienced with my technology innovation is that you don't wait for that to happen, you change it as you go along. You become the changer, you become the driver for change. Everything else lags behind you, but as long as the system works, you move forward seamlessly. There's always going to be early adopters and innovators, but actually, and that hasn't changed since 1943. How do you change innovators and early adopters to the mass market? How do you penetrate the ecosystem from top-down approach rather than bottom-up approach, which is at the moment what's happening? You get individual innovators who do great work, who great idea, but it doesn't go very far. The whole system is a change to make sure that actually everyone benefits from technological change, and that is top-bottom approach. Let's give an example of what I'm talking about, how you change tradition and dogma. So this is a chap called Al-Zarawi, who was actually a surgeon about the time that Barts was being built in 1000 AD. And actually, he wrote a book called Kitab al-Tasrif. He was a surgeon in Andalusia, southern Spain. And he wrote the first textbook of surgery. It was translated to Latin called the Liber Theorici. This became the embodiment of surgical teaching and innovation for not 1 year, not for 2 years, but for 600 years, to the 17th century. This was written text. That's all it was. So imagine where we've come from, written text to books, to iPads, iPads, to mobile phones, and now whole world of AR and VR. It's just a continuum. So we all laugh. Our students for hundreds of years have been taught the same way in the medical school. They sit in the back of the room, sort of immersed with osmosis and diffusion of knowledge. And as surgeons, we think it's acceptable. We love it because they're part of it in our theatre. But actually, we don't teach them at all. We accept they're there for 8 or 9 hours a day. They pay £8,000 the privilege in the UK, right, to do that. And you would think that's how we teach. And it's been challenged. The Global Commission, about 18 months ago, on the Lancet Commission, produced this report about global surgery. For the first time, we quantified a problem. And it seems 5 billion people, 2/3 of the population, do not have access to safe and affordable surgery. To overcome that, to make healthcare more equitable and fair around the world, we have to essentially provide 2 million extra surgeons, trained surgeons. And we have to perform about 150 million extra operations per year. So that's what, as a community, and we want to help globalization of healthcare, we have to provide. So how do we do that? And the areas that are poorly served, of course, are obvious. It's going to be the lower and middle-income countries in Africa and Asia. So these are the disparities that we will have. So don't just be thinking about Ireland, think about the world as a whole when you're translating technology that will benefit mankind. And the reasons why are obvious. This was the picture before, in 1870, Birroth, a surgeon who used to train people. I used to think I'll be like Birroth, maybe in size, but certainly in character. But if you look at him, he's training people on a huge auditorium. We thought this is great. But actually, if you think about the person at the top of that theatre, he's learning very little. It's traditional ways of teaching. We've got to change it and disrupt him. This is my own hospital 50 years later. I mean, honestly, how does anybody get trained in that situation? We accept it as part of what we do and in that environment. Can we have the audio, please? Sound, please. Thank you. So the world we live in is different, of course, and we've got to think about teaching and training and healthcare in the light of connectivity, about the World Wide Web and the penetration of the mobile phone, which has become ubiquitous, and it's the key cornerstone of our managing the life going forward. The big companies get it. So Google, at the moment, I don't think you realize this, they're putting up balloons into the cloud called Project Loon, which will literally go into the cloud at a certain distance, providing high-speed Wi-Fi access to the world, that parts of the world that need it, okay? Connecting that world for us. Facebook, not to be outdone, are putting up their Project Aquila. It's a drone the size of a 737 plane that will sort of fly around at 70,000 feet based on solar energy. It will, again, give Wi-Fi access to parts of the world that need it. Mark Zuckerberg was only in Africa a few weeks ago because looking at how we connect people, make the world much fairer, and how do we penetrate that market. Facebook and Microsoft working together to launch the Project Maria, a cable that will go from North America to Europe, okay, to Spain essentially. Another one from North America to Australia. They are connecting that world with high-speed access because they want VR, AR, and all these technologies to take hold and be ubiquitous around the world. So they're thinking about connecting people and connecting minds. So take that sort of whole equation. About 2 years ago, some of you may have seen this already, I was one of the Google Glass Explorers. So we thought we'd do something different with wearable technology, not just the fact that it's there, how do we use it in a different way? It's a simple device with connectivity. How do we translate that to clinical practice and teaching? Hopefully this audio will work.
And finally, medical students wanting a surgeon's eye view of an operation are to be helped by some cutting-edge technology. They'll be able to look and learn wherever they are in the world, thanks to new Google glasses.
Seeing through a surgeon's eyes to teach the next generation of doctors. This operation today, a world first. Students watching could type questions, which were projected into the corner of the surgeon's field of vision, so he could answer them while he worked.
Those are the three structures that are commonly at risk during these procedures that one would worry about. So hopefully that answers the question.
The difference here is that any medical student anywhere in the world can log in and learn.
It's the only way that they can learn is by seeing somebody actually doing it rather than reading a book.
So you don't mind that you're going to be broadcast around the world?
No, I've got no qualms at all.
It was a demonstration, okay? And actually, think about what it achieved. It made the world a smaller place. On that day, I didn't train one student or trainee, not two. I trained 14,000 people across the globe. And it was the biggest demonstration of a lecture that's been ever performed. But it's because we connect people very quickly. And you might think, actually, it's people in the lower and middle-income countries, like Africa and Asia. But look at the right-hand corner. 5,000 Australians and New Zealanders tuned into every operation I performed. They suddenly felt part of the bigger world. They suddenly felt connected. They'd be isolated, disparate in the South Pacific. They suddenly felt part of this world. So you are connecting people with minds who want to change things and be taught in a different way. If you think about the picture I showed you earlier, the areas of poor surgical services, there we are. Suddenly, using a simple device, connecting people, you're challenging that and providing solutions to the world to make healthcare more equitable. And that's the key thing about you have to think about the globalization of what we do. We've created a whole arm on on augmented reality using wearables, different wearables, so we can teach people. Look at the view that you get here around the world. This is our online platform at the moment, where you get a surgeon's view, the assistant's view of an operation, beautiful views, a chat box with peer-to-peer learning around the world, so people can teach one another about what's going on, about their homeland, about current health practices. Suddenly connect that world in a better way, and peer-to-peer learning is a key value, and we are going to launch that going forward. So we've just launched a free point of access, the world's first global surgical curriculum, which we're designing at the moment. It's gone live 2 months ago. We want to make sure everyone has access to free education. It's a human right and it shouldn't be restricted by location. So we're going to be working in the next 6 months, providing the platform so everyone can access that information. We're part of Dubai 2020. It's part of Connecting Minds because they like the idea about globalization. Some of you may not know who this is. This is John Scully. John Scully is the CEO of Apple. He's the guy who sacked Steve Jobs, all right? And I trained John Scully, a 70-year-old man, how to perform a simple operation transatlantically. He'd never been in an operating theatre before, but he wanted to see what we could do with this whole wearable technology. In fact, he did very well, despite his age, despite his slight shape, he was pretty good. And he's much better than some of my students, for example. But he understands this. But he understands because he is creating a mobile phone company, a cheap smartphone for India and Africa so they can penetrate the market because the smartphone is the key for a lot of this education and training. So that's the type of, and they will understand what we're trying to achieve. And if you want to hear the whole talk about Google Glass, there's a TEDx talk online if you want to look at that. So going back, for that first project, what did I learn? Buy-in, hospitals. You need to move the innovation, you need to move it forward. You need to provide the infrastructure, of course, and you test it out. But you've got to move it on. You've got to challenge it, you've got to move it, and change the framework as you go along. Don't wait for it to change, because you will be left behind. Things will become obsolete fairly quickly. And as an adopter and an innovator, you will have to make that change. Let's move on a bit further to the world of virtual reality. So imagine you're a surgeon in Tanzania, okay, in a rural setting, but you want to be trained by the very best people, because you deserve that. You're a surgeon, you want to be trained by the very best, but you're restricted by location in a rural setting. But you've got Wi-Fi access, or you've got 3G, you've got 4G access. You can be in Bangladesh, a population of 150 million people, okay, with poor surgical services and poor training. Again, you expect the very best. You want to improve your standards. We all want to be the best that we possibly can, but again, you're limited by the poverty and the infrastructure. I did a lot of work in Gaza. I'm setting a whole framework for the country to sustain it going forward for surgical training. I've been there a few times and go back there in February. And actually, Gaza is a great place because I'll tell you why. It's our problem. It's encapsulated by walls all around. People can't get in and get out. But we can connect people with their minds. We can free them. And I've spent a lot of time training remotely to people that need it. Forget the politics of the situation. Our question is, how do we provide those solutions for refugees, for people in Palestine? It's a real challenge. We can't ignore it. It's not going away. We have to challenge these ideas. What about if you're a school teacher in the remote area of England who feels that his students want to do better, but location is a problem? Again, even in England, not in the third world. It's about location and providing those services. So about earlier this year, some of you may have seen already, you may have been involved in the project. I decided to invite the world into Operating Theatre again on April the 14th to do the world's first 360 video virtual reality operation, thinking how do we change and disrupt the whole idea of training. I persuaded my trust. We're bankrupt. We're in special measures on CQC. We're useless, all right? I persuaded them to part some hard-earned cash to buy every member of that hospital a Google Cardboard headset. I said, let's do something strange. So every person in the hospital, porters, nurses, doctors, whoever, got a free headset from me and smartphone app, all right? So they could take part in something that was going to be changing the world. We created an app called VRNOR. Two clicks, and suddenly on the headset, you're immersed in my operating theatre next to me. Now imagine if you're around the world, suddenly you're transporting yourself to another part of the world, you can be trained by the various people around the world without restriction. So we created this.
And a British surgeon turned an operating room into a global virtual reality experience. The idea is to allow medical students and others to stand in the shoes of an experienced surgeon. It's just the start of more technology making its way into the OR to educate others.
This camera hovers high above the operating table at the Royal London Hospital, bringing the images of surgery to places far beyond the OR. It's the world's first operation to be streamed live in 360-degree video via a company called Medical Realities. Dr. Shafi Ahmed hopes it'll transform medical training worldwide.
Well, I think in the past we've done 2D videos, which are readily available. This is going to be 360 immersive. So people around the world using low-cost technology with a Google Cardboard or headset and a smartphone and app can access live operations and training.
With students all over the whole world watching, the operation begins.
Okay, we're live.
The surgery to remove a tumor in the colon may be routine, but for those watching, it's anything but. Students using VR headsets and smartphones can view in any direction and zoom in on the operating theater as Dr. Ahmed narrates live. They can even ask questions.
I found it really great because I've been in theatres before and it's often really difficult to have a good view of what's going on, so often you're pushed to the background and you can't see anything.
Dr. Ahmed believes this technology, giving others the experience of what it's really like to be in the OR, is just the beginning.
In time there'll be haptic feedback, you'll be wearing gloves, for example, or bodysuits. You can touch, feel things in the virtual world. And ultimately, imagine a time where you have a virtual surgeon, where you pop into a virtual theatre, have a virtual patient, virtual instruments, and you do a virtual operation before ever going to operating theatre fully. And that learning experience will be vital. It's the most immersive simulation that we can think of.
The surgery was a success, and now the plan is to create a library of other surgeries shot with a 360-degree view. The patient, a 62-year-old British man, says while it took some time for him to agree to it, he finally did, knowing the experience would benefit medical students around the world.
So again, it's a question of using high technology but low cost solution. That's going to be the key answer for the world that we live in. And in fact, that operation was watched by 55,000 people in 140 countries and 4,000 cities. And 5 million people on Twitter were touched and reached and were thinking about the project that we were designing. It seemed to capture the imagination. It was in every newspaper front headlines around the world, and every news station covered it in newspapers. So it was a big story because I think people understood the narrative behind what we're trying to achieve. And in fact, in China, over 200,000 people watch the operation live, taking the feed, because China's a big country, and actually they need to work out how to influence healthcare in a big ecosystem with vast expanses of distance. So actually they get it in terms of telemedicine, telehealth, and this sort of technology. And again, it's about penetrating that market. It's about how do you globalize education, training, and healthcare, making it more equitable. And these are some of the solutions that we're coming up with. Interestingly, of course, we move forward. I think you have Microsoft HoloLens here, and we just announced, I'm a member of council at the College of Surgeons of England, and actually we've just announced a huge collaboration about how we're going to disrupt things even further. So we're bashing down our college at the moment, okay, in July of next year for 3 years. We're rebuilding it, which is a shame. It's a nice old building if you've been to Lincoln Fields. But in the new building, there'll be no space for cadavers. It'll all be holograms, it'll be HoloLens, it'll be VR and AR as a new way of teaching people. Our students in the future won't have anatomy cadavers. It'll all be based on these new technologies. When I talk about singularity by Ray Kurzweil, who's the director of engineering at Google, it's the point at which robots can overtake human beings. We talk about artificial intelligence and robotics. Actually, AI is going to be the big driver. In the background, next 5-10 years, that you're realizing AI will change all of our lives. Because the first point of contact for you and I won't be a doctor, it will be AI. AI systems have become more clever. IBM Watson, there's Google DeepMind, and all the others, Project Alpha coming out, which be able to take lots of information. So when you first enter a consultation on an app or an iPhone or on the phone itself, it'll be AI. They'll ask the questions and make a diagnosis based on algorithms. That's what will happen by 2030. You won't see doctors do that front-face work. We'll be doing something else, co-designing the work, and perhaps doing things that we're trained for. So AI will take over our lives, that you're realizing. And I asked the question back in Wired when I met Rich and the others about, would you ever trust a surgeon who was a robot? Just to put it out there, to ask the question in the right way, to understand the ethics behind it all. Because it sounds a bit strange. Would you ever trust a surgeon who is literally a design on a computer? Actually, it's not too far from the truth. We're algorithms. We're based on algorithms. Our learning is based on algorithms. But actually, two things. We're actually biased. When I have an operation, I have a complication, I'm a cancer surgeon, I will change my mind and do something differently because I'm biased by one episode in my life, right? Actually, if you look at algorithms, they won't have the bias. They'll look at the whole data, work out what's best, and carry on endlessly, knowing that's the right thing to do. So actually, in some ways, it might be better. Could you trust a surgeon who's just automated? Well, actually, fairly soon, you'll be trusting robots because Uber and all the cars out there, autonomous vehicles, is the next big driver. In Pittsburgh already, you can get on Uber a driverless car, it'll pick you up, it'll drop you off, all based on an app and no driver required. And that's going to happen fairly quickly around the world. And we trust cars with our lives. We get in a car every day, we press the accelerator, we go at 50 miles an hour, we don't question that. But actually that car was built by a robot every tiny bit. So can we replace some of the technical parts of an operation? I was so relieved a few weeks later, this came out, all right? This was the first world's autonomous surgeon doing an anastomosis bow together perfectly. Better than the surgeon, better anastomosis, less leak rate. So you can create a complex process to be done by a system of computerized technology. We're working with MeadowPad, who are a company developing a smart technology. This is the MeadowPad app on their watch. They're linked with Apple, and actually we're looking at our patients post-operatively just by giving them a watch, monitor their outcomes, so they don't need to come. Those that flag up will come and see us, for example. So wearables in the clinical space are being worked on. MeadowPad's a big company that Apple are using to push out wearable technology. What about sensors? This is really changing the way we work. I'm working with Profusa, a company in the US who produces something called Lumi. It's a tiny device, a biological implant that you actually inject under the skin, and that stays there. It's inert. It's an amazing platform they created. On that scaffold, they can add in urea, electrolytes. At the moment, they're doing oxidation. So you can measure someone's oxygen levels on an app, okay, for 2 or 3 years, constantly, by one device. What tiny thing, okay? Now imagine we do that glucose, which is next. Suddenly, you would change the parameters of sensing information. It'd be all on the app for 2 or 3 years without injections, without taking bloodletting. And so Profusa are really leading the way on sensors, but injectable sensors, and we're working with them at the London. I just want to introduce you about something really exciting. One of the things I've always found, I guess, a little bit irritating and frustrating is that our students now at medical school, and I happen to be an associate dean at Bart's Medical School, and we're really pleased we allow we're second best in the UK, second behind Cambridge, just above Oxford. So we're really lucky we've come up so far in our curriculum design and our satisfaction scores. I'm launching for the first time, this is really interesting, in January, the BARTS-X programme. Our medical students, for the first time around the world, will be taught on entrepreneurship, business development, tech, futurism, how to design things by a whole load of group of people from the UK with innovators, accelerators, and in the afternoon from Silicon Valley, the big industry players who are going to beam in, talk about their experience and help us run that program for every student. They'll then go away, do some design hackathons. At the end, the students that win will be asked to come to the companies in the summer, spend time with us, develop their ideas. Because that's what they want to do. Our students are great because what they do, they come with degrees beforehand, graduate entry program. We don't use their skills. We bring them into medical school, so here's anatomy, here's physiology. Actually, what do you bring in? Yeah, actually, you've got business skills, you've got coding skills. They're great. And actually, we will harness some of that energy to create something different. And this is going to be so disruptive for the world that we live in. So January, we have a new program that I think will change the world. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about the technology, it's about the patients. And this is the most important thing of my lecture. It's about taking patients on that journey with you. My patients who have supported me in AR and VR and technology and wearables are the most amazing people on earth. If you talk to them about what you're trying to achieve, they'll listen to you and they'll go on that journey with you. The lady in the middle, she's watching her own operation in virtual reality. How weird is that? Why not? That's the ultimate patient empowerment, right? Okay, and actually, why not? Why not challenge tradition? What's wrong with it? It's there. We often give them CDs, right, after the operation. Why not watch it in VR? Really good, interesting question. The guy on the right, Mr. Watson, he was the guy who was in the first VR operation that I performed back in April. I'll tell you an interesting story, a little anecdote about that whole story. After the operation, I came out quite late, and there's a whole host of TV cameras and everything else. Pushing behind that, I came across the family, the wife and the kids. I said, how was it? Are you okay? They said, thank you very much for that. They said, look, we watched the operation live, our husband, our father, in virtual reality. That threw me a little bit. I thought, really? I wasn't expecting that answer. How did you find it? They said, actually, it helped us, because normally we go away for 4 or 5 hours during an operation, we're having coffee, we're worried about what's going on. We could watch what was going on, and we knew he was in good hands, it was going well. We were reassured by what we saw. And I was really surprised by that. I really didn't think that was going to be the answer they were going to come up with. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, it's about the patient empowerment. It's about taking the patient on a journey with you and challenging the dogma and tradition and challenging healthcare in a way that would benefit mankind. Thank you very much for listening.
Very, very interesting. I think most people enjoy that. We have a patients panel with us at the moment, so I'd like you to put your hands together for some of our service users and patients who've come along today. Please come take a seat and I'll introduce you. So this has been an opportunity, and I'd like to thank Richard for the opportunity for us to get a patient and service user's perspective in relation to how technology has made a difference in terms of people's lives, in terms of people's treatments, and in terms of people's outlook. So I'd like to introduce, I think I'll start at the, well sure, I'll let them introduce themselves now in 1 second, but we have Catherine from eHealth, who is a representative of our carers and users, and she's going to talk about how the difference that telehealth has made from a user perspective. We have Anne Clark, Deirdre Devil, and Leona Tully, who are going to talk to us about finger prick to fingertip, and this is a text initiative for patients with PKU. We have Darren Kerwick, who has come to talk to us today about a glucose monitoring device that he has implanted. So the format that this is going to take is that I'm going to ask each of the patients to give us a little synopsis of how the technology that they're using and the difference that it's making in their lives. And then this is an interactive session, so there's an opportunity then for, I'm going to ask a couple of questions that I have here myself, but there's an opportunity for anybody in the audience then to ask any question to anyone here on the panel. So I think I'll start with Darren on the very end there.
Oh, great.
Darren, would you like to tell us a little bit about your diabetes and maybe the device that you're using?
So, I don't know. I think this is phone.
So you can hold it if you like.
Can you hear me? Yeah. It's a continuous monitor that recently got launched over in the UK, and it's not available in Ireland just yet, but I think they're working on it. Basically, you tag it onto your arm, and it gives a reading every minute of your blood sugar levels. So instead of me having to prick my finger, my tester, test it, read it, track it, it's all stored there for 8 hours. So all I have to do is scan it every 8 hours. So that's great for me because generally in my job I'm running around and I don't have time to stop to test my sugars. And because it's a very stressful job, I don't know if I'm going low or high for the most part because my sensors for figuring out if I'm going low or high are the same sensors I have for a very stressful job. So now when I'm going in and out of a door, it's just automatic. I take out my sensor, I scan it, I check it. It shows troughs, pits, everything like that. So, that enough? Do you want any more?
Sure. And tell me, do you have type 1 or type 2 diabetes?
Type 1. So I inject regularly.
And before that, you were checking your finger with a glucose
Yeah, so before that, I was meant to be checking it very, very regularly. But when I first got it, I checked it very regularly. I was super paranoid about it. I nearly went through a pack a day of sensors. But then as life goes on and you get used to it, you tend to go, I'll do it later. And I was finding that my sugars were always all over the place. At mornings, they were way high and I didn't know why. At nights, they were high and I didn't know why. So as I tested, so you take an 8-hour period, you test here and you test here, you can see that it's fine here and fine here, but you miss all the in-between. With the sensor, it tracks all that. So I could see, for some strange reason, around 3 o'clock every day, my sugars went through the roof. It wasn't because I was eating anything or anything like that. It was just because I was actually running around more at work, or I was more stationary at work at those periods of time, and I could tell. And once I had that information, I took less insulin or more insulin in the 45 minutes before that, and it evens it out. So it's very good for me to even out my sugars. Testing at night, you can't wake up in the middle of the night and test your sugars and then go back to sleep. So the doctor said, cool, can you test us overnight? And I'm like, no, because I'm asleep. Well, this gives it a track record of the 8 hours overnight. So I just check it beforehand, check it in the morning, and I can see that I used to dip 4 in the morning without fail every morning. And then my sugars would kick in and it would go through the roof, and that's why I was high in the morning. So I knew I was taking too much overnight insulin. So I think it's very, very good.
Excellent. And Darren, have you been able to tailor your medication then, or tailor your diet based on this technology?
So I tailor my medication. I'm of the opinion that I shouldn't be tailoring my diet. Like, I don't go out and eat ice cream or sugar, bars of chocolate or anything like that. But if I want to eat a sandwich, I know most of what I eat. So around me, there's Chinese or Subway and stuff like that. I always generally order the same thing. So I know what insulin I need for each one of those. But if I want to try something new, now I can see how much of an impact it has. Certain foods have a slower impact, certain foods have a higher impact. But if I order something I've never heard of before in a foreign country, I have no idea what's in it. Now I can see the impact it has and go, okay, cool, so this type of food generally has this impact. So I can tailor what insulin I take on any given day for that. So,
tell us a little bit about the cost. You have to pay for yourself, and how much it costs to keep it going?
So I had to pay for myself and have to order it through Parcel Motel, through a proxy from the UK because it's not available here, but it's coming in. So the initial starter set, I think, is €100, and it comes with a sensor and it comes with the monitor and 2 sensors. The sensors themselves are about 50 quid then for 14 days. They only last 14 days, but they generally last between 12 and 14 because they fall off if someone's constantly rubbing you, because they can only be currently tested on the arms. They don't trust anywhere else. So there is a recurring cost that I pay for myself, but I have way more energy in the day than I used to, so it's worth the cost to me. So when they're over here, it'll be a lot easier because I won't have to pay for Parcel Motel or anything like that. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I'm going to get people presenters to introduce themselves and the technology, and then we can open it up then to lots of questions. So, Catherine, you represent the Family Carers Ireland Association. And you're here to tell us about the difference that telehealth and telemedicine has made to some of your colleagues and supporters.
Yes, I am. As you said, I work with Family Carers Ireland. So we work with family carers who are caring for loved ones in the home. That might be an older person, could be a young person with special needs or disabilities. The telecare that I'm just going to talk about is a thing called a care clip. And basically it's a small device about the size of a matchbox, and it's a device that a cared for person can wear. Now it's similar to some of the older technology. We would have had social alarms or pendants which could be worn around the neck, and then if somebody was in the house on their own, and if they had a panic or if they had a fall, they would press the button and alert their family or alert medical services. But this is newer, better technology in that this device can be worn in the home, can be carried in the home, but can also be brought outside, so into the community. So for us, for family carers, this is excellent because it gives the carer a great sense of, I suppose, peace of mind that if they're away from the home for a few hours, that if their loved one is there, and if perhaps the loved one wants to go into town, wants to go shopping, wants to go for a walk, that they will know at all times where they are. The device has something on it called a safe zone and unsafe zones. So particularly if maybe somebody is caring for somebody with dementia or Alzheimer's, if they go out for a walk, they can key in what is a safe zone or what is an unsafe zone. So perhaps if somewhere is near a river, near a railway track, and if the person wanders towards that, then the family carer will be alerted. It's a two-way communication, so the carer can talk to the person and the person can talk to the carer at any time. It's done through web portal and then an app as well. For other, I suppose, other qualities of it is there is a fall detection. So if the person perhaps has a fall, that is also detected. It also is able to look at what activity the person did throughout the day. So it does an analysis of their activity. So they will know maybe how many steps they took, like that as well. It also has a medication reminder, so that if somebody has to take medication at a certain time, maybe they're out and about, they know, and it'll remind them to do that. So for family carers, particularly maybe carers who are working outside the home, it gives them a huge sense of, or peace of mind, that their loved one, if they get into difficulty, if there is an issue, that they will be able to communicate with them. They'll also be able to know exactly where they are because it has GPS tracking system, so they'll be able to alert services, get somebody to their loved one very, very quickly. So it is definitely a huge advancement in the technology that we did have, and we're piloting it with about 40 families at the moment and 40 care for persons, and they are finding it extremely useful. Now, we don't manufacture the item. It is done by a company called Motec. The price of it, there's a once-off cost €250 for the device, and then there's a monitoring fee of €15 per month. At the moment, it's been piloted free of charge to families, and again, we are finding that it's a huge comfort. And it also allows the person being cared for, it reduces isolation because they're able to get back out into the community, able to socialise as well. So.
Thank you, Catherine. And do any of the patients themselves or elderly relatives mind being tracked, or do they have an opinion about wearing a device?
No, I mean, we're piloting, as I said, with 40. These are families who obviously wanted this, so they have come to us, they have said that they would like to do this. It is a very discreet piece as well, so technology, so that it's not very obvious. It looks a little bit like it clips on, it can go in your pocket, it can go, so it can be hidden, it can be very public, but of the families that are using it, we haven't come across that it gives the person, I suppose, a peace of mind as well, to know that they're safe, and if anything does happen to them, they can contact somebody and they're contacted immediately.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over now to Deirdre Devil and then Anne Clark. And Deirdre is a principal clinical biochemist in Temple Street, and you're going to talk to us about a service that you use with PKU. So I'll talk to Deirdre first, if you give us a little bit of background, then Anne, and then we'll talk to Leona, who uses the service.
Okay, well, I'm in the metabolic laboratory in Temple Street, And the reason that we call this from finger prick to fingertip is because that we noticed that the patients who are sending us in their blood samples by post, and Leona can talk a bit more about that, it is kind of like a circular process. But I'm on the receiving end of the post. So we would get 6,000 samples in every year from patients at home. And I'll just take you to yesterday. A typical Tuesday, we would got about maybe 100 of these in the post. And all of these get opened up. We assign them a unique identifier as they come in. And through a process of punching out the tiniest amount of a bit of blood from a card, we then put it onto the instrumentation. And I don't know whether there's any techies here, but it's a tandem mass spectrometer, and you can ask me about it later if you want. But on this machine, we measure the phenylalanine level, which is a key factor in managing patients with PKU. So from the instrument, we then have this chain of data, and this is where my interest in IT and my interest in science came together. And in collaboration with our ICT department, we managed to get that chain of data from the instrument to the laboratory information system, from there onto the patient management system in the hospital, and from there onto a web page that the dietitians look at, and Anne will tell you more about that, and from there onto a mobile phone texting system. The main problem for us in the laboratory was that when we measure any analyte in blood, we always refer it to what we call the normal population reference range. So if you take phenylalanine levels, anybody here in the audience who doesn't have PKU, your level will be in around maybe 50 to 100. So anything above that would get flagged as abnormal. The problem with patients with PKU, they have a range that they need their phenylalanine to lie within, and that's from 120 to 400. So before this project started, every single result for a patient with PKU was being flagged as abnormal. So if that was going out through the texting system, they would have all been flagged as abnormal, and that wasn't going to work. So we had to come up with a system in the laboratory where we could identify patients with PKU as needing this target range. So of the 800 or so patients we have in Ireland, we had to flag them all on our computer system to show that when their phenylalanine level comes through, we want them to lie somewhere between this range. And so when the web page is generated, they will be flagged as either being within that range or outside that range. And from there, I say this is a chain of events. It moves from the laboratory to the dietitians. So maybe Anne would like to say what happens next.
Well, I suppose one of the reasons we come up with this technology was, I suppose I myself would be a great believer in looking at how we can be more efficient and patient care. And the results that Deirdre's talking about that we get twice a week, I did an audit looking at those levels a couple of years ago, and we found that between 40 and 50% of the levels were actually fine. As in they were normal, they fell within the reference range that Deirdre is talking about. So I suppose what it meant is that someone like Leona, who has triplets with PKU, and for people here, if you're having to ring in, you're busy, you've got a job, we've all got busy lives, you're having to ring in, and then someone like me is the person that's on the end of the phone saying, actually, you don't need to change anything. So I suppose what this technology then means is that for the parents who are the adults whose levels fall within the reference range, you get a text message to your phone, so it's a reassurance to you. It means you're not having to ring within the working hours that we are, and it also means that parents actually have the record on their phones as well, which before obviously you'd have to keep a written record.
Okay, thank you. Leona, do you want to tell us a little bit about your triplets and a little bit about PKU and then the difference that this may have made to you?
Yeah, I have 3 boys. They'll be 15 now on Saturday. They were diagnosed on day 8 with having PKU, which is quite a rare, I suppose, metabolic disorder. It's an inherited disorder, which means, similar to cystic fibrosis, it's a 1 in 4 chance both parents have to carry the gene, and a 1 in 4 chance of each pregnancy. So I suppose in our case it is quite unusual. My boys are non-identical. So the 3 boys have it, and they've been...
Do you want to borrow this one?
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Try it on.
It's quite unusual for them all, I suppose, to have it because they're non-identical. So from immediately in touch with Temple Street, and they've been put on a diet for life, which is low in protein. And like that, immediately they were tested for blood at that point twice a week. The blood tests were done, and the results would come back just to keep them within the range, and that's where it takes off from. It takes off immediately. So I suppose when we left the hospital, it was majority, I suppose, again, for somebody like me that was very busy, 3 babies, it's all done by phone, which is fantastic. It's amazing. In the last couple of years, this tech system has come in, which again, I would absolutely, it's brilliant, because yes, we still have to take the bloods and send them off. At this point, I suppose it's every 2 or 3 weeks, just to keep on top of the boys' levels. They're changing, they're growing, and to keep everything right. So for that, the text message will come in, because what we'd find is that we ring back within the allotted days or times to talk to the girls. They're incredibly busy, and inevitably they would always ring back within an hour or 2. The text system, however, means I can sort of send them and forget about it nearly, because that text will come in. The code for each of the boys will be on the phone, so there's no confidentiality broken or anything like that. It will say, yes, you're within the range, and if not, it'll say, just give us a call. So the human contact is still there. And it's there anyway, because that would have been started from day one. But for somebody like me, I have 5 children, I work full time. It's brilliant, and it's there, and it's convenient. Yeah.
Can I just ask, where did they get their bloods taken? Did they get them taken at home, or did they go to care? Or?
Yeah, it's the pinprick. It's like with diabetes. It's a very, very small amount. Again, the technology, I suppose, in the lab has become so much more fine-tuned. So we send it on a card, and each with our codes, and we send that off in the post.
Thank you, Leona. I don't know about you, but I can see a synergy here coming between Darren's technology of a monitoring device and a PKU monitoring device. But I want to open it up. We wanted an opportunity to open it up to the audience here to ask a couple of questions, if you have any. And if not, I've got a lot in my mind here I'd like to ask. So would anybody like to ask any questions here? You might have to just speak up a little bit. Yeah.
So where did you find out about the sensors, and is your GP supportive of you using it?
So I found out because I was looking into continuous glucose monitors before, but the actual proper ones that integrate with a pump are quite expensive, weren't covered by anything. And so one of my friends was actually over in a science expose or something, and she was talking to all the people, and one was looking into this specific thing and said there was a new one coming online, but it won't be released for a couple of months, and sent me on all the details. So I contacted the company and I said, oh yeah, it's true here. So that's how I found out about it. Doctors vary on whether they like it or not, because it's not condoned here. Most of them back away and won't give a comment on it. But the local GP I'm going to now was like, that's great, that's awesome. So long as it keeps you in control, I don't care where you get it from. He was only concerned that the sensor was very accurate. So when I first got it, I tested with the blood and the sensor at the same time for about a day, and it was always nearly 100% accurate. Like, there was very little difference between it. Now, the higher it goes up, the more it gets out of whack, but you shouldn't be that high anyway, so that's okay.
Okay, back there. Yeah.
Can I just tell you that I talked to the carers project. I know you said the project's been piloted, it's free at the moment. Do you have any sense that people would be willing to pay for that monitoring services there?
Certainly the families that are using it, because it's free to them at the moment. So of the families using it, and we've been, I suppose, piloting different types, like the social alarms over a number of years. Yes, I believe there will be some families who will be in a position to be able to pay, but what we would like to see is something similar to the social alarm senior alert scheme, whereby government would perhaps part fund something like this, and then perhaps families could make a contribution towards it. The biggest cost is obviously the upfront cost of the unit. So with the senior alert scheme, there is grant funding for that, and then the families would pay the ongoing rental costs. So hopefully we would be able to do something like that, because I think long term it would allow more people to stay at home and remain independent for longer, which would obviously be a saving to the state. So yes.
Okay, up at the very back. Yeah.
General question just about research. In terms of information that's collected by these devices, how would you feel, or would you have a problem with that being utilised in a general registry to inform research decisions and inform treatment decisions by clinicians? And and obviously the data will be anonymised, but just a general picture
We would be planning to do something like that ourselves, most definitely. And we have done that with other pilot projects, because we'll carry out a full evaluation, and hopefully the results will show that it has allowed people to remain living at home. It has empowered and supported family carers as well as the cared for persons. So certainly anonymously that information would be available, absolutely.
Just to follow on from that, at the moment that data that's collected, is that held by the monitoring company, Tunstall, or?
Yes, yeah.
And do they utilise that data or share that data with GPs or geriatricians?
Yeah, and I would imagine that will be exactly what they would propose to do with it, yeah. Again, anonymously, but yes.
Yeah, you could just imagine the advantage that a physician would have being able to track people's movement, monitoring fall patterns, sleep patterns, because you'd be able to monitor people getting up and out of bed. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
That's really a point to make. We had a similar discussion on this last week, and there are big information governance issues here as to who owns the data, whose data is it. Private companies collecting data that they won't make available to National Health Services should be part of your medical records. There's a big discussion we have in this space, because people are empowering themselves. It's very it's great to see the patients are doing that, but there still is a gap between what national systems can digest and deal with, and what patients do to improve their circumstances.
Yeah, I think that's a space that needs to be ironed out, especially I think some famous footballers have an action at the moment in relation to their own personal data from a couple of years of training that they've been handing physiological data into a third-party sports company, and he's taken action in relation to this as his data, and he wants to be able to use it in the future, and they're saying it's their data. So I think that's a space that's worth watching. Any other questions? I have a question, if people don't mind, to ask Leonie about what do you do when you get the bad text message? Occasionally I'm sure you'll get one from Anne and Deirdre saying that your 15-year-old lads have either eaten too much protein or have not eaten enough, and you get that text then, and then what interventions are available to you, Leonie?
Well, I'll give the girls a call. I give Temple Street a call, and that's the personal touch still there, and you know that they're there to, because that's exactly what it says. If it's within range, that's fine. If it's not, it's just pick up the phone really and talk to the girls and have a chat, and that's a two-way thing then, because is there something brewing? Is there something wrong? What have they been doing? Can we pinpoint why they've gone out of this? Maybe it's their age, maybe it's whatever, and for whatever reason it's chatted out between myself and the dietitian.
Okay.
So yeah.
And is that data then forward to your general practitioner as well, or only on request?
No, it's, I suppose, the we are the National Centre for Inherited Metabolic Disorders. I suppose probably the GPs wouldn't really know what PKU is, so no, the information is retained within the hospital. And I suppose just picking up on what Leona said as well, is the only text message that we send to the patients is the actual level, if the level's within the normal range. If it's not within the normal range, we want them to ring us, because that's what we want, to have the conversation and go through all the things that Leona said.
Okay. And do your boys, do they have? I was over yesterday at the Minecraft, which is over in the Berkeley Library, and we had lots of primary school kids coming in, getting to think about future health. And they've got great minds. The younger minds, the kind of broader the horizons. Do your lads have any idea about where technology might bring this whole testing, PKU testing thing, or are they just in the compliance stage?
I think they're in the compliance stage. They're young teenagers. Compliance, broad at 15. Yeah, no, they are. But like that, I mean, I think they're the age group to target as well, because they know more about it than we do. If you're talking just about technology and all of that, they can teach us. So I think that's the age to start talking to them and teaching them, and if what's out there, they'd be open to anything, but they're sort of in the moment right now.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? On the front, yeah.
Really tricky question. You say your boys are 15, so will they have to transition from Temple Street eventually? And if they do, is there a method for Temple Street to share this innovation with wherever the boys go next?
Yeah, well, I suppose that there would be. There is actually an adult service at the moment in the Master Hospital, just a couple hundred yards across the road. So at the moment, the Mater don't have the Texas system that we have. So I suppose they don't have the technology currently, but certainly, you know, the lab or the ICT department in Temple Street would obviously be willing to share how they went through the process, and I'm sure, you know, the lab would as well. So, I mean, it is definitely possible.
We actually do the blood measurements for the adult clinic in the Mater as well. We're the only metabolic laboratory in the country, so we in fact do all the monitoring. So from our point of view, it wouldn't be much different at our end. It would be more their ICT department in the Mater that would have to come on board. But I think it's something we definitely need to look at, because, for instance, if the boys move in a year or two, they're used to having it by text, and then suddenly to have to stop would be a bit of a disappointment, I'd say, if they go back to.
Just ask a further question, Leona. When your boys get to 16 adults in the health system, who will be getting the text? You or them?
Honestly, I'd like to think they would, because they've lived with this and they've grown with this, and it's not always perfect, and it's hard work, and it's what it is, but they've grown with it. And like that, they're into technology more than any of us. And I've seen it already anyway with sports and stuff. Even though I would get the information, they're getting it too, and maybe I have a good enough relationship so far. I'd like to think it would be them, because they have to own it as well, and they have to take responsibility. There'll always be hiccups, but that's what it's about. But yeah, I'd like to think they would, yeah.
I suppose to sign up to the texting system, parents currently have to sign a consent form. And that, you know, was something that was obviously agreed at a hospital level. When patients turn 18, we obviously have the conversation with the parents beforehand, and whenever a patient turns 18, at the moment, we still have adults with metabolic disorders in Temple Street. They haven't all transferred to the Mater, so we would, you know, we would say, well, you know, they're 18 now, the parents don't get the text messages, so that, you know, that transition does happen at the moment.
Okay, I think we've time for one or two more questions, and then we'll draw to a close. Yeah.
I have two questions to the first two speakers. I missed the beginning of the first speaker. I wanted to find out whether the data from the device is collecting data electronically, and how that, are you sending that to your GP, or how you're producing it, and then, or maybe you can answer that next one.
Yeah, we're going to do the next one then. So there's two ways to store the data. If you just use the monitor, it stores it as a graph for extended periods of time, but it's just very basic information. You can use an Android app or an iPhone app. It takes longer to scan the device, but it pulls more information and actually graphs it better. And then you can, I've shown it to my GP, but he doesn't have any way of collecting it per se. But it's interesting to show the history, and then he can go, well, what happened on these days? And you just go back and go, oh, I did this. You can put notes in saying, oh, I did this on this day, I ate this, we went this high for this reason. So that kind of information gets stored for a very long period of time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. And my other question is to the next speaker. The device, the clip, I'm just intrigued for a person with Alzheimer's. How do the carers make sure that the person wearing it can leave the house? That's the fundamental problem.
Yes, yeah. I know with the families that we're working with at the moment, it would be families maybe early stage dementia. So it would be somebody who, very early stage dementia, so I presume as it progresses, it wouldn't be an option unless somebody was there when they were leaving the house to give it to them. So, but it is also used for other conditions, particularly if somebody has mobility issues. So if they're prone to falls, it has been found to be extremely useful for that.
Okay. I have a final question then for Darren. I'm the type of guy who likes to buy local, never trust Amazon. Always buy a car where there's a dealer nearby for breakdown purposes. Were you anxious at all about getting something that was maybe not as well supported here in Ireland as, or did that come into it at all?
Not at all. So I researched it before I bought it and made sure it was okay. But because it's a 14-day sensor and it just goes in, there's no needles really involved. It's very painless. It just clips on. So I read up on it and read reviews on it, and some people are saying that it gets itchy after 14 days and you take it off and you have to change arms. But I was never concerned about it going wrong or having a downside to it, and I've never had an issue with it really since then.
Okay. Okay, that's great. I'd like you to put your hands together and thank On behalf of Richard and the Programme for Health Service Improvement, I'd like to thank you for your time and your energy and your insight. There is another patient panel speaking at 11:45, so there's one talk in between. So we have another group of people come to speak to us about their experiences. But thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
A big thanks to Mark there, because I'll embarrass him now. He only knew he was going to actually chair that session about 3 minutes before we sent him down to chair it, and he's done a remarkable job of doing it. So thank you very, very much for doing that. Now, our next speaker is somebody who has become a very good friend for Ireland. He came over to help some of the Chief Clinical Information Officers Council set up. He's provided an awful lot of advice to us. He is the only person to be a CCIO in both the NHS and Ireland. He's from Ireland. I try really hard to be the snappiest dresser and fail when I stand next to Safe, unfortunately. So my competitor for snappiest dresser in eHealth, I'd like to invite to the stage, Safe.
Right, can everyone hear me? Yeah, everything's okay? Right. I think the first challenge I was told is figuring out which of the clickers is the one that's going to work. So we'll give that a shot in a second. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Okay. So, yeah, my name's Saif. I'm the Medical Director of Triangle Health in Ireland. And I want to start with one clear, singular message to begin with. I've been a doctor, I've been a patient, and I'm telling you now that the future of eHealth, not just in Ireland, but in the world, isn't actually about technology. It's about people. And that's what I want to talk about today. Not just because empowering people and empowering patients and even clinicians, not just because it's a nice thing, it's because the future of healthcare is dependent on it. But before I go into that, I want to take a pause, and I want to go on a mini rant on what I don't think the digital citizen should actually mean, what patient empowerment I don't think should mean. So, those of you who know me know that I believe in doing things at scale. If we can create benefits for one person, for the individual, and we can magnify that, then we can improve the health of the nation, and we can make our health system more efficient. And when it comes to technology, what does that mean? Well, increasingly it's the age of data. We want to take that data, we want to make it actionable information. We want to take decisions based on that good data, because ultimately we can then improve the health of the individual and of the nation. But we're in a different age now. We're in the age of Google, Uber, Facebook, Amazon. And over the last few years, I've seen a movement where the movement's been about discussing, okay, the patient as a consumer. And I constantly see articles saying, oh, Uber for healthcare, Google for healthcare. How can we take these models and apply them to healthcare? But no one's quite figured it out. And I want to tell you why it's so challenging, just for a second. And it's because it takes the clinical-patient relationship and it boils it down to a transaction. It's about using the healthcare system when I need to use the healthcare system. You know, I'm someone who, unfortunately, because of sports, has dislocated his shoulders. So I go into A&E, get someone to nicely pop my shoulder back in. That's the end of my transaction, and I'm off until I need to use the healthcare system again. That is no longer good enough. It shouldn't be about a transaction. It should be about a long-term, two-way communication, partnership between us all. Ultimately, forget your background here today. We're all patients. But even the definition of a patient, it's not just when you're unwell, it's when you're well. And that's a really important point. So I'm going to park that rant to one side. But I just want to put that there in terms of my view of the world. So, why is it so challenging to empower people? Well, typically when you think about eHealth, there tend to be two groups. One of the great things we've done in Ireland is, Richard said and many others already, we've got a great groundswell of clinical engagement evolving. And I find that being the easier part to talk about. You know, when someone asks me as a doctor or a nurse, what do you want from eHealth? If I wanted to be cynical, I'd say I wanted to get out of my way so that my life could be easier. But when I actually give a more serious answer, I say it's about making my life more efficient, more effective, easier, so I can focus on my patients, getting them the best outcomes and doing it in the most efficient amount of time. But when you think about patients, it's not homogeneous at all, or should we say even less homogeneous, because let's take two groups. You've got the young, digitally literate patient population. They're into tracking their data. I'm interested in my fitness. I want to gather information about my fitness. I use it for myself, but at some point, I want to be able to share that. I want to tell my GP what my life is like. I want my GP to get to know me and to take the right decisions about me. So you've got that one group to one side. But then you've got another group. You've got the aging population that we always hear about. It's almost, you hear a collective sigh every time someone uses that phrase, the aging population. But remember, these may be us. These may be our relatives. They have multiple conditions. They're not just interested in looking after themselves, but they have relatives, they have carers. It's not just healthcare, it's social care as well. And these patients, we want to educate them as well so they can take the best decisions for themselves, and their relatives and carers can too. So immediately, you get a sense of the complexity of what we're in when we say, we're going to empower patients. Well, what does that actually mean? It requires a level of understanding if we're going to do it at scale. But also, it's not just a nice to have. I often hear people use the phrase, patient empowerment, clinician empowerment, the digital citizen. And let me tell you, it's not just because it's a nice to have, it's essential to the future of our healthcare system. Ignore technology for a second. We're in systems now where we have to increasingly do more with less. And so what we want our clinicians to be streamlined, educated, able to work, share information. We have integrated care models. We have multiple clinicians looking after patients in multiple sites. They need to have a streamlined way of managing all of that. But at the same time, we want our patients to be educated. We want them to feel empowered through that education to take the best decisions for themselves while they are well, but also when they are unwell, when we are unwell. And ultimately, when you combine the two together, it's going to hopefully over time relieve some of the strain off the healthcare system. And at the end of the day, there's always a business case attached to every major project, and that's something we have to be mindful of. It's just one of those things. So let's take it a step further now. Just think of the practical things, your day-to-day life. Everyone here has probably had to schedule an appointment with a GP or a hospital or had to do it on someone's behalf. Some of you may have had to organize routine blood tests or even more sophisticated tests. You've had to collect the results of those tests. That spinning wheel of time in the head there, that's of clinicians trying to organize it, as well as of patients. I mean, very routine things can become a complete nightmare. And so how do you want a patient population to be empowered and engaged when the practical steps of day-to-day healthcare can be so challenging? And that's why I was so inspired by what's been happening in Ireland with e-referrals, with the plans for a national EHR and things like that, because we're taking proactive steps that aren't just about doing technology for the sake of doing it. It's about doing it to get over these day-to-day challenges. If you can get over these day-to-day challenges, you start feeling empowered. Actually, it's a great thing, it's a positive thing when I engage with the healthcare system, when I engage with my clinicians, and I'll do it more. And when it starts with when you're unwell, it'll gradually translate into when you are well. And that becomes a groundswell in its own right for eHealth. But let's take a pause there. One of the things that we all know, I think, is that we're in the age of the smartphone, we're in the age of the tablet. There's a story I heard last week when I was in a taxi, and excuse my Irish geography. Even though I grew up here, it's been a long time since I've lived here, so my train timetable in my mind for distances isn't what it used to be, but I think it'll translate well. I was in a taxi, and the driver was saying to me, I had a couple who had got up at 5, 6 a.m. in the morning from Kerry, taken a train to Dublin. They had to see a specialist in one of the major teaching hospitals because they needed a test result to be told to them that only the specialist could tell them the result of. They took the train, however many hours, got to Dublin, got in a cab, took the cab, got to the hospital, half-an-hour consultation, got good news, back in the cab, to the train station, on the train, end of the day, back in Kerry. Just think about that for a second. Think about not just the time and money spent by them to achieve that. Think about the mental exhaustion involved in going through that journey. Now, if you're a chronic patient who has to, for whatever reason, repeat that a few times a year, it's not something you really look forward to. You're not feeling empowered there by that process. Those are the kind of things that could be done through a consultation through a phone or a tablet, pretty reliably. The technology is there. It's not that I'm discussing something revolutionary. It's practical and it's there. If you knew you could access your healthcare system at the touch of a button, you would. And also, you'd be better educated. Sometimes I hear people are a bit concerned about technology saying, oh, will the system get abused? It won't, because you'll develop a better relationship with your healthcare system. And that's a great thing. Here we're just talking about communication. Let's look at it from a different perspective. Let's talk about the sharing of data proactively in real time. Now, in this image, it's just nice and flashy. Yeah, we can do cardiac monitoring and things of that nature. But let's simplify it even more. We're in an age where people are happy to share information about themselves if we feel that it's secure and reliable. Think about mood diaries. Think about peak flow if you're an asthmatic, this kind of stuff. If there's a reliable way of doing it, hey, can you share that information over time? That's a great asset. You're empowered. You're engaged. What's important about that, though? Too much about the clinical-patient relationship is I come in twice a year, I go into clinic, the clinician gets a 15-minute snapshot where I'm supposed to very accurately summarize what the last 3-4 months have been like, and all the decision-making is based on that and historical notes. That's not good enough. It's not a two-way relationship. The communication isn't there. This is a way to move forward from that. So, here we are. So, things like prescriptions, appointment reminders, patient registration. These are just a few more examples. They're really straightforward, but it's those little things that can become a headache when you go into hospital, when you go to your GP, when you go to A&E. Registration shouldn't be a headache because that's not the reason you're there. You're not there to register. You're there because you need clinical care. And you move forward from that, and you think further that ultimately, if patients are educated, if clinicians are educated, if they're communicating, they'll take better decisions, and ultimately, everyone's better off for it. And if an individual is better off for it, and you scale it up, and you also get a population that's engaged from a young age to, let's say, that aging population group, you end up with a healthier nation. And I think one of the things I want to emphasize is the burden of the user experience. I've spent so much time as a junior doctor, I remember, running around all over the shop, trying to gather administrative things, trying to organize things. But I did all of that, not realizing that I'm doing this all for a patient who's waiting for me to share that information for them, whose life is on hold, is on pause, waiting for me to be able to do all of this. So we have to just remember that unfortunately, if you don't get the user experience right, you only get a couple of chances to get it right. So if we want patients, if we want us to be engaged with our healthcare system, we need to be thinking about this now. And also, there are a few interesting examples as well. If you have an engaged system, an eHealth system where patients and clinicians are involved at scale, you can do great things: clinical decision support, patient education, patient prompting. You can alert each other about what's happening to one another so you know how to take the best possible decisions. And those are really important because we need to have the safeguards in place. I'd like to finish by giving an example, a case study. Imagine you're a chronic patient. You have epilepsy or you have a mental health condition, and it's not being managed quite ideally. You come in, you see your doctor or your nurse specialist, and you have a chat, and they say, look, I want to change your medication. I say, okay, that's a pretty big deal, especially if you're someone who's been on a medication for a long time. The clinician, he gives you some basic information, and you say, okay, you know what, I need to think about this. This is going to have quite an impact. And you go away, and the doctor says, I will share some further information for you. I'll point you to some sites and resources, and then we can schedule what happens from there. You might get it in the post. You might even have to rely on faxes to your GP. If you're lucky, you might get an email in a lot of places. And that's a real struggle. That's delaying things. You're waiting for a long time to get information. But if you're digitally savvy, you're just going to go on Google. And obviously, the clinician has no control of that. But at the same time, you're prolonging a process. You take a decision. You say, actually, let's go on the new meds. I'm happy. Well, it's not quite that straightforward. You need to organize some blood tests. You need to get weaned off one set of medications, and you need to get put on another. You're organizing multiple visits to do all of this and to eventually get back to the clinician. And this is all a bit of a headache, and this is happening over and over again. This is happening today as we speak with patients. It's happening multiple times. Imagine all the time wasted. Imagine the user experience there. Imagine if we could just improve all of that in one go with the right eHealth system that everyone's buying into, what we could achieve. And if you do imagine that, and you imagine you could do everything digitally, instantly, engaged, empowered, using all the technology we have at our disposal today, you end up with a digital future where everyone's engaged. I suppose I'm going to sign off there, but what I hope I've done, at a minimum, is instigate some debate, some food for thought. And at most, I hope everyone here, regardless of their background, thinks of themselves as a digital citizen and wants to be inspired to be engaged. Thank you very much.
So that was a pretty amazing, inspiring start to where we need to go to next. I think what is great now is to move to another patient panel. So it's great for me to bring Philip Crowley down, who I can't see, which is worrying me. My eyesight's clearly going. Here we go. So Philip is one of my colleagues on the HSE leadership team, and he's now going to chair the second patient panel and introduce the patients as they come down. Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's still morning. Thank you, Richard. It's nice to be involved. I've been here yesterday and today. It's a great event. I think the great thing about the patient panels, and I was here for the earlier one as well, is I suppose it reminds us what's the point of all of this. It seems to me that technology, you can sometimes adopt technologies for technology's own sake. So I think what's good about this is we remind ourselves that the only point in adopting any technology really is to make the patient or service user experience easier, better, more effective. So we have at least 2, if not 3, very good examples. I'm not sure if Trina Sweeney is here, but we can, oh yeah, great, yeah. We're getting mic'd up, yeah, cool. So what we might do is we might start introducing people as they arrive. You're both mic'd up, are you? Yeah. Yeah, great. So why don't we start with, would you like to start just to introduce yourself and to say a little bit about Sound Advice? This is Caroline Caldwell, and you're going to tell us a little bit about your experience of technology.
Yes, my experience of technology is from birth, in fact, near birth, because I was born profoundly deaf, and I had hearing aids from 18 months of age with speech therapy, so I was verbal from the start, and that experience has been used to inform Sound Advice more recently 10 years ago, because nobody was talking about cochlear implants. They were not mentioned. And I was aware that the children today have this amazing technology, and they could have equally as good a life as I do. And just making people aware that cochlear implants were an option. And that's the essence of Sound Advice. And many of you will know that cochlear implants are available to people of all ages. So if any of you were to lose your hearing suddenly overnight, which does happen, though it's very rare, a cochlear implant would bring you back to where you were previously. And for people in my situation, deaf from birth, they work very well if you have had sound since infancy, because the neural pathways are in your brain already. So,
great, thank you very much, Caroline. We'll come back. I think what we do is we let each person kind of introduce themselves, their interaction with technology and how it's helped their lives, and then come back to kind of more of a discussion. Maybe we would then go to, in order of appearance on the platform, therefore, of miking up. Sinead, would you like to tell us just a little bit about your experience of technology in the world of epilepsy?
Okay, so my name is Sinead Murphy. I'm the community epilepsy nurse working for Beaumont Hospital and Epilepsy Ireland. And some time ago, we developed an electronic patient record for patients with epilepsy in Beaumont Hospital through a HRB funding. This device, I suppose, in essence, has allowed us to take epilepsy into the community and certainly off-site of Beaumont Hospital. So my job allowed me to take this electronic patient record out into the community to see people in their own homes, to set up intellectual disability clinics in the community, but probably most importantly to set up maternity epilepsy outreach service to 2 of the Dublin major hospitals. So it's allowed the patient, I suppose, access to epilepsy while they're having their other visits.
So you if you like, bring the clinic with you on your computer to other sites?
Yeah, the clinic is mobile, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we'll come back to that. And now finally, but not least, I'd like to ask Trina Luna, who are going to tell us a little bit about improving access to speech and language therapy and empowering parents, I think, in that regard.
Yeah, I'm Trina Sweeney. I'm a speech and language therapist who can normally speak better than I can today. We have been working with children with cleft lip and palate for many, many years. There has been major problems in Ireland and more recently in the UK, where there's been a severe shortage or lack of speech and language therapy services. So many of our children weren't receiving speech therapy, even though 60% of children born with cleft lip and palate will require regular speech and language therapy. When they were getting access to therapy, they were getting a 6-week block, which meant that they were only getting started with their actual therapy, and the therapy then would finish. Parents expressed concern, anxiety and helplessness regarding the situation, and when we collaborated with them, we felt we needed to develop a programme whereby we could empower parents and find a new way of accessing speech and language therapy services. So the PLAT project is parent-led articulation therapy. We train parents, give them a 2-day training course on how speech sounds are made, how cleft speech sounds are made, and how to develop normal speech. We then give them an individualised programme, an iPad, and some speech apps. The parents then carry out therapy 3 or 4 times a week for 15 minutes a day using apps and using conventional therapy. We also have videos on websites which help parents to learn how speech sounds are made, and also which children can access to see how speech sounds are made. The parents are then contacted every 3 weeks, and we have a FaceTime session so that the parents are getting support through the home-based programme, and this was something the parents specifically wanted. The project is almost complete. It's a collaboration between Temple Street Hospital Children, Our Lady's Hospital in Crumlin, Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital and Trinity. We have seen over 48, almost 50 children, and there's been a randomised controlled trial, so some of those children will have had the conventional therapy, some will have had the parent-led therapy. To date, the results are very, very promising, and our next phase would be to try and have everything web-based so that we'd have the programmes accessible via the web. We will be able to contact parents via the web, and we will explore and expand the video teaching via web as well. And Una is one of our parents.
You're a parent who's participated in this.
Yes.
It sounds challenging. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, I suppose, good morning everybody. My son Callum was in that 60% Trina was talking about. He had 2 repairs on his cleft palate. He was born with cleft palate, soft palate. And the second surgery went very, very well. And we thought this was great. We should have no problem after this. We attended a 6-week block of speech therapy, and we found that the progress was very, very slow. So when we went to our regular checkups with Mr. Theopold in Temple Street, I expressed my frustrations and helplessness with the speech therapy, that it just wasn't moving on, and I was just worried that my son was starting school the following year and that he would have huge problems. So I expressed that, and Mr. Theobald listened and suggested that Callum would be a very good candidate for the PLAT study. But another person in the room said, "Oh, but Una, you live in Sligo, how would you be able to do that?" And he explained to me, and that got me in contact with Trina. And I just jumped at the opportunity. I thought I'd have to give up work for a few months, but no, we did lots of FaceTime, and we got the intensive training, and it was just absolutely super. So yeah, I just felt with the traditional therapy, it was very flat. It's just not appealing to Callum. He didn't enjoy going in, and I just felt I wasn't getting the know-how of how to help him. Whereas with the PLAT study, with the 2 days intensive training and the FaceTime, I always felt assured with that. So yeah, that's me.
So we often talk about people feeling empowered, and it's kind of a bit of bandied about. Maybe loses a bit of meaning when you use it a bit too often. But did you feel like you felt assured, you felt kind of confident that you could do this?
Absolutely. I'll be honest, I did feel a little bit overwhelmed and I went, oh my God, the first few days I was going, God, have I bitten off too much that I can chew here, you know? But my son really led the way. He absolutely loved the apps. He loved all the games. He got a personalised program. I never felt alone if I was like, oh my God, if there was a problem or anything like that, Trina would be there for me, and I felt really assured by that. Yeah.
Great. Okay, well look, we'll have a few questions now, but I thought I might just start things off a little bit while we think about what everybody's talked about. Caroline, you started first, and you were saying you were born without hearing.
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I had very little what to do with hearing, maybe 5%.
5%?
Yes, 5%. Yes, as a baby. And that was amplified with hearing aids, which were quite basic back then. But it was the best thing could have been done for me because the neural pathways in my brain developed to step into with the cochlear implant that I got 5 years ago. That was the first implant because the technology was at a point where I was happy to get it and hopefully it will last me the rest of my days. Yeah, and this year I actually had the second implant because the other ear was missing the sound and I was looking for noises in that ear and not picking up what it needed. So I'm back hearing in stereo. With the best hearing I have ever had, and it is just life-changing. So I can't begin to express what it feels like to sit here and be able to hear without repeating, which is still new to me. So I say in maybe a year or two, we'll be better at that, but it is just such a satisfying process to be able to access speech sounds without having to repeat, which is really exhausting for me to do it on a daily basis in the corporate environment and meeting new people constantly.
I'm interested you waited till 5 years ago, though, to go for the technology.
Yes.
Because I guess we're talking a little bit about how technology has evolved.
Yes.
Could you distill how you think, what crossed the line kind of in the last few years made you think now's the time, this technology is now good enough? What was improved in the technology that really convinced you of that?
It was different reasons. For me, primarily, the technology was at a point where I was happy to get it, and also digital technology, as we know in the last 10 years, has zoomed along. So the sound quality in the devices, all hearing devices, hearing aids, implants, hearables, the sound quality has really improved in those devices. So that was one factor. And also the cochlear surgery was down to 1 hour, down from 4 hours 5 years before and 7 hours before that.
Wow. So the procedure took 1 hour?
Yes. Yes. And
did you go home the same day?
For one surgery, I stayed overnight in the hospital. Right. That was this year with a smaller device. Yeah. And 5 years ago, it was 5 days in the hospital in Beaumont. Right. But I believe it's now an overnight stay there too.
Amazing, this is an amazing change, yeah.
Very much.
And Sinead, just to kind of draw out your experience a little bit, you were obviously a pioneer nurse leader because you've been doing this really since 2002, isn't that right?
That's right, yeah.
That's fantastic. What you were saying how you bring the clinic with you. I see from the hall inside there that in epilepsy particularly there are plans to use technology to kind of hand that technology on to the patient as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, so there's a Lighthouse project coming on board now which will allow the patient access to their portal, which will allow them prepare for their hospital appointment so that they can get the most out of their hospital appointment and we can get the most information out of them that will help them prepare and have everything ready.
And will they see their own record as well? Or?
They will be able to see that. They won't be able to interrogate it. That's not at that stage at this moment in time, but they will be able to see it, yes.
Great, that's fantastic. Okay, and then for, in your world, I'm imagining, you said you didn't have to give up work.
Yes.
Yeah. So when did you do all of this?
I did it, we participated on the programme for 3 months, from March to May last year.
So was that you getting trained up? Or
no, just 2 days. 2 days training in Dublin. That's I had to go to that, and we worked hard in those 2 days, but it gave me a great insight into the role of speech therapist, and also an appreciation of how speech therapy can work.
You didn't feel in any way that there was an imposition on you as a parent that you had to do all why weren't the speech and language therapists doing it, and you were doing all the work?
Well, I suppose the Constitution acknowledges that the parent is the primary educator, and I felt this programme definitely acknowledged that.
Prior to that, had you been travelling a lot for speech and language therapy as well?
No, it was only 10 minutes. Luckily, I was 10 minutes from my house.
And the apps for Callum, is that
yes, Callum, yes.
How are they like just things he could muck around with on an iPad or something?
Yes, well, we had video clips of certain sounds. We were given the personalised programme, and we were given video clips of Trina saying the sounds, and he used to love just looking up the video clips. Also, I used a lot of the apps as a carrot with a 5-year-old, and that he loved that, and he loved the time on my own with him. He's called it fun speaking time, and like we were given games and all of that, little games. It was absolutely brilliant. I cannot say enough about it. And really, it's opened up a whole world to Callum. I mean, he's able to communicate now, and people are able to understand him. I kept him from school until he was 5, and he's just started in junior infants, and I just had his parent-teacher meeting, and I deliberately didn't tell the teacher about his cleft palate. I just wanted to see would she notice anything. So I met her on Monday, and I didn't say anything, and she just said how confident Callum was and how sociable he is. And I quickly kind of told her about his past, and she was absolutely floored. She couldn't see any problem with him. So, and also I was at his speech therapist, the traditional speech therapist yesterday, and she was blown away by his progress. And she said that he doesn't need to go to speech therapy anymore, which is just unbelievable. I cannot get over it myself.
So how long have you done it for?
I did it for 3 months, and he was assessed before in March, and then he was assessed in June, and then he had another assessment a few weeks ago.
But your intervention was really focused on a 3-month period, was it?
It was,
wow.
Yeah. It was 4 to 5 days a week, about 15 to 20 minutes we did every day.
A lot more intensive, obviously, than if you'd gone occasionally to a clinic and, yeah.
Yes, and he was spending time with him, and he absolutely loved it. And I remember the first while he said to me, oh, Mom, he said, I'm never going to do this. And it broke my heart for a 5-year-old to say this to me. So I suppose we persevered on, and I went back to Trina, and we changed a few things, and I'd say about 6 weeks into the programme, a eureka moment happened for Callum, that he was able to pronounce his S's. I mean, that's a basic thing for everybody else, but for a child with a cleft palate to be able to pronounce S's. And it was obviously with under the guidance of Trina, but it was just amazing that the two of us had achieved that ourselves without having to go even up and down to Dublin, or I suppose cleft palate, is quite, the training for speech therapy with cleft palate is quite, what's the word? Specialised. And I wasn't getting that in my local clinic.
Generous service. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I appreciated it, don't get me wrong, I really, really appreciated it. But I felt there was more there had to be more for this. So basically we cracked it. And I'm here today. I got up at 6 o'clock this morning, and I should come up and tell you this because it's just unbelievable. And I'd love if you could see a video clip of before and after of Callum speaking. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I mean, that's because it's powerful to hear it, directly from you.
Thank you.
Anybody, any questions? Any reflections? Striking is that we're describing a specialist service that can't be provided in every street corner. You live in Sligo.
Yes.
So in a way you were able to bypass geography. That's really the key, isn't it? And we have to think there are lots of other applications.
Yeah, because there's so much happening in Dublin, and I know that, and that's why I felt, because I lived in Dublin for 10 years, and I know what's there, and I did feel that, the specialised areas in Dublin, but this opens up to the whole of Ireland, and anybody can do it, whether you're working or not. So.
Yeah, I have a question for Caroline.
Yes.
Caroline, it's just about the fine-tuning of your devices. Have you had to go back in and have the devices tuned or adjusted in any way? And is there much difference in the one that you had 5 years ago and the recent one in terms of quality?
Yes, that's a good point. In the 5 years, both devices are different. So you have the newer device on the left side, and what I've noticed is I hear the consonant in that ear, and I don't hear those on the left side. So I'm effectively reading with that ear the consonant, and with the first ear the lower sound. And that's how I grew up hearing with hearing aids, the high sound in the left and the lower sound in the right. So, to say the first ear is still the stronger one because it's only 6 months with the new device. So, like I said, in the year's time, 2 years' time, they should both be up to equal power.
If I could, for Sinead, what's the most common response for women in the community when you arrive with an EPR? Because I presume they carry their maternity notes with them, but you're carrying specialised notes with them. So what's the most common reaction?
Probably, being genuine, the most common reaction is, do you want the Wi-Fi code? That's what most of them say to me, because they're so engaging that they can actually see their notes and that they can engage with you. And much like the girls have said, I think patients want involvement now in their own care. They want to be educated. They want the most knowledge that they can have, and they want to have influence over their care. I think gone are the days now where most patients come in and just say, yes, doctor, I'll do whatever you're asking me to do. Now, particularly these women, and I think because they're carrying their baby, which is their most precious thing to them, want influence, their own influence on their own care. So they have no problem with me arriving with their notes. Thanks, Mark.
Very good. Any other thoughts or reflections, questions? Because the epilepsy example is interesting because obviously it's a long-term condition, so obviously some people can improve, but it seems to me like we worry a lot about connectivity, and the future seems, I'm not a futurist, I'm not even a great technology, I have to get a lot of help from my kids with technology, but the future has to be patients holding all this information themselves, and we can access their information through them when they allow us to do so.
Yeah, well, certainly one thing I've noticed in the field of epilepsy in particular is out in the general population, if you like, most people recognise seizures as the type that fall down and you shake and you go stiff. But in actual fact, there's many other seizure types. And certainly when I, with Epilepsy Ireland, go out into the general community, and particularly where there's an audience of patients, and I say to them, can you put your hand up and tell me what type of epilepsy you have? Probably about 50% of people still don't know or don't recognise that some of their seizures are actual seizure activity. And I think that's where the EPR has certainly, or the electronic patient record, has helped patients, because now we categorise seizures and we go through step by step with them. what they are, what their understanding of it is, and what their description of it is, how often they occur. And the EPR then can, in subsequent visits, allow us to track whether the seizures are getting better or worse with whatever changes we're making. So I think education for me is probably, and patients' understanding of their own condition is certainly what's most important. And again, as I say, with the advancements of the patient portal, that will help us again, I think.
Yeah, and do you think overall, all of you think overall that the way our health service interacts with our service users is leading gradually to service users being more empowered, knowing more about? I definitely, and certainly influencing their decisions. So that would be my feeling. Well, that's only a small survey, obviously. There's maybe other views on that, but that's good to hear. You know, that's kind of important. Any other questions? Just around sound advice, isn't that? Yeah. Is that like a kind of a user support, so you can use your experience, your own personal experience to, and so do people contact you and say, I'm thinking of having an implant, or what's the best technologies, or?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yes, not just for implants, but other hearing devices and for hearing tests as well. Some people say, Caroline, I'm not hearing as sharply as I used to.
Right.
What do I do next?
Yeah.
So they have the next step, and I make suggestions.
Can you generally deal with all those kind of queries? This sounds like a wide-ranging set of questions you might be asked.
Sometimes people look at the website, sound device, and they can inform themselves.
Sure.
Yes, we have tried to design it to be self-service so that maybe they're not ready to talk about it yet with other people. A bit like talk to Google.
Yeah.
So that's there if they need.
Right.
Yes.
And Una, for you,
yes.
You know, sometimes we like I've sought healthcare support from time to time myself, and you know, we imagine healthcare being very interpersonal. You know, that it's based on relationships, and you feel the benefits of managing it yourself outweigh maybe the fact that it isn't based on. Well, you obviously had relationships that have helped you to do this, but you didn't have the kind of the single relationship with the individual who was, if you like, somebody you could go to with problems all the time. Did you, or did you?
I suppose, yeah, I did. I mean, the speech therapist, no, I mean, it was a 6-week block and that was it. I felt it was very much, it was quite intense at the time, but this is now the traditional, the local clinic. It was 6 weeks and that was it. Outside of that, there was nothing else. I didn't feel there was anything else. Whereas with the study, the Platt study, I felt that there was always somebody there, you know, that I could say, look at a text, and hopefully somebody would be able to give me some information. I suppose we built up a relationship while we did the training as well. So yeah, it opened up a whole different
Because this
rapport.
One of the things we might worry about, I suppose, in terms of, you know, I'm a GP, so I touch my patient, I talk to them, engage them eye to eye, and I delude myself that that's a kind of a human interaction that's of value, or I hope that it is. And you know, I suppose what we want to be careful of is that technology is used in a way that we understand the importance of human relationships as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that, but definitely the FaceTime, I mean, Callum used to look forward to Trina, you know, coming on screen, and it was for him, and like, it was great for him because he was able to communicate also with Trina, and really and truly, I mean, I cannot say enough about it. It was just worked.
Can I just come in to say that we do have face-to-face contact at several stages, so the child and mum also knows us. So we've been monitoring those children since they were born, for starters. Yeah. But then they have a face-to-face session when we plan the programme and agree the programme with the parents, so that they know who I am before we do our FaceTime session.
And you were saying the project is coming to an end.
Yeah, we'll have completed our data collection on the 30th of December.
Worrying. Does it mean the service is coming to an end? Or?
Hopefully not, yes. And the idea will be, this is a collaboration between the UK and Ireland, and we're hoping between both Great Ormond Street and Dublin Cleft Centre that we can now launch this in some form through the health service here. So we're looking at developing a website, training speech and language therapists who are specialists in cleft, but also training general speech and language therapists. So it seems to have developed legs since we started. There's lots of ways of moving forward.
Well, it's funny because I was speaking to some staff from the health services this morning earlier who are doing an MSc, and they're all going to do improvement projects. One of the things I talked to them about was involve service users and patients in your project. Because if you want to get it spread, if you want to get it sustained, you would be a very strong advocate, I imagine, but I can't imagine a stronger advocate than Una for keeping this going, because it's, I think that's an interesting kind of side effect, positive side effect of the approach. Yeah. Any other thoughts from anybody? Okay, yeah.
I know the efficacy is the most important thing, but do you have a sense of the cost differential between the conventional method and the parent-led approach to therapy?
At the moment, in the format it's in, it's probably quite similar. One of the really, I suppose, time-consuming parts for the speech and language therapist is writing up an individualised programme for every child. And we've done so many now, and working with Fran Hector, who's our IT advisor here, we're going to be able to actually get that more streamlined. So I think once we get that moving, having done so many FaceTime sessions now, we've also kind of got it down to a fine art that we know how to engage the child very quickly. So within 5 minutes now of FaceTime, I know which sound I'm going to be working on next with that child. All this, we've learned all this really in 18 months. And so it will eventually be a better, more efficient, and it will be in terms of finance, it'll be similar, if not better, than the traditional approach. But I think the qualitative side stands for itself. I think Una being here stands for itself. Sorry, Fran,
the really interesting thing is it's if you like, it's bringing the specialist into a space where a generalist had to kind of, if you like, I'm a generalist, so I know my limitations. So yeah.
Can I just say, from my point of view, really, that it took a year and a half for Callum to try and get to pronounce S with the traditional therapy. It took 6 weeks, half of the time, 6 weeks, half of the program, the allocated time, for him to get S. And I can tell you that, you know what I mean? So that says enough, doesn't it? A year and a half of going to traditional therapy and 6 weeks. He doesn't need any more therapy after that. I just think that's, says enough, really.
Great.
On that.
So I'm Fran, I do tech support to that project, and just to say, when we started it, we really mapped the whole delivery as a system, and we looked at where the inefficiencies were in terms of people's time and that. And when I was starting to do the tech support, I was worried how much it would cost. But we did everything on this project with consumer technology. All the technology for doing the videos and the delivery was bought in Arnott's.
In Arnott's?
Arnott's.
No plug there, it could be bought in.
It's just commercially available stuff. But what we did was we just flipped it a bit. We hosted all the videos on YouTube. We did an easy website to make it happen. So it was very much like a quality improvement.
Yeah.
Test or change, do it quick, turn the cycle around, very close user engagement. So we kept very close to the user all the way through. So actually the technology isn't the barrier to the change at all.
Any other questions or queries? One at the back. Hi, Mary.
I'm sorry, I came in late to the conversation, so I don't know if this was covered, but the last few topics of discussion have hit on, I think, something that's really key, which is the human side of things. The time taken to travel to hospitals, to sit and to find a place in the car park, to sit and wait, and so, all of those things. I'm just wondering, I'm sure you looked at the costs involved in that, or maybe if you did, maybe you could let us know how you did that and what you used to calculate that, because I think that's a really huge savings for all of us.
Well said, and I guess it isn't something we would always cost, because we think of costs in terms of the inputs. One of the inputs is the customer's time, and it's just as precious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been way more efficient for you.
Absolutely. I suppose the thing is as well, Callum was relaxed in his own home as well when Trinity used FaceTime us. There was no kind of getting to know a new place, or you know, God, this is all new or whatever. It was just in his home, and it was at his kitchen table, which is just, you know,
and
that's...
he wasn't hungry after a drive or whatever.
No, all those things.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And Katrina probably had his full attention as well, because he was in his own
He was the star of the show. Yeah.
And he was on telly as well, obviously.
He could see himself. Yeah.
Any last? Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's just a general comment. My only fear, I think there's kind of a big need for eHealth, and I suppose patient engagement. I think my only fear around the whole thing is that at the moment we're speaking to a room to convert it. So we're all here because we do believe. But I suppose the larger kind of umbrella question is, one, how do we engage people that are not active in technology? And there's so many stakeholders along this value chain. How do we even start to engage them? So we have doctors that are happy enough to use a piece of paper and a pen. We have ladies in the maternity hospital who are walking with their notes anyway every day and are happy enough to be given that information. But there's a lot of stakeholders, and I wonder how we're actually looking at that part of engagement.
It's interesting, you know, and Richard is best qualified to answer that question, but I'll give it a stab in the meantime, as he walks down. I would say, you know, yes, you often find yourself, say you're talking about patient involvement, you have a room of people and they're all, you know, start the revolution now, let's get it going, and everyone's, you get cheered out of the room and you think you've changed the world. You go out and realise nobody outside gives a damn. So yes, I mean, you can't create spaces where you can't drag people to things either, though, of course, and you have to work with the willing initially. It seems to me, in general, in terms of improving the quality of care, and I would include technology as a key driver of that, is what you have to do is work with the willing, prove it, and then others will want to do it anyway. The doubters, their doubts become eroded because you can prove it. I mean, you're studying what you're doing. You've got a compelling story to tell. You're advancing epilepsy care, and there are whole new further advances to come. And when the end user, I think in a way, finally, you know, is the person who actually says, this is the difference it made to my life. Any of us who care for people or come in to do a job of that nature, we listen to that. That's powerful. So both data, stories,
and experience.
You have to prove it. You can't get people to do something you don't prove it.
I suppose in a way, are we missing a stakeholder engagement part here? So we're talking about empowering the patient, the e-patient, electronic, but do we need to look at the actual stakeholder engagement as well? And I just wonder, is that part of the, it's great to hear the stories, and I think it's wonderful what's going on at the moment, but the patients are running way ahead of the medical profession at this stage maybe.
Which is good. But yes, I think we have a long way to go in relation to engaging patients. It's one of the things that I try and lead on for the organisation, and we've got a lot more we can do. And it's great that we have 3 examples. Not all the patients are able to come this morning, but they're at the core of these initiatives. So I think that's maybe one last. Yeah.
I find this, I would say, for participants talk, I find very interesting because I qualified as a speech and language therapist as well, and worked across different settings, like between rehabilitation for brain injury, stroke, and then more acute care. But one of the real challenges I found, and there's also a role for technology there, is in the indirect work that goes behind planning the therapy program. I feel like currently, when you're working within the HSE, it kind of feels like speech therapy is kind of treated very much like other treatments carried out, maybe more physically oriented treatments like physiotherapy or maybe certain medical treatments. But whereas I do feel that speech therapy, a lot of time in order to engage the patient needs to be spent in personalising the therapy materials. And that's why I find really interesting being at these talks, because I can see how technology could make that process so much more efficient. Like I would have spent a good bit of, like any of my indirect time, I would have been trying to like work with a Microsoft Word document and like do a lot of copy and pasting, whereas there's a lot of scope to make that even more efficient. But
do you feel your skills are not understood by the wider healthcare system?
I just feel like it makes a massive difference to spend a lot of time in preparing for sessions, whereas in reality there is no time.
It's not understood.
There's not much time, and then as a consequence, you kind of have to do a few shortcuts, or you have to reuse materials in ways that you might not necessarily have done if you had maybe more efficient technological ways of working. Yeah, that's something that I really felt as a challenge. anyway, and that kind of fees. So it's very hard to compare online therapy to offline therapy when I think there's a lot of pieces. Like I don't think you can have one without the other. But
Well, there's clearly a mix as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a mix, but it's hard.
The technology clearly enabled it at the same time.
Yeah, and I think we were lucky the fact that we were in a research project that we were able to gather, like we have something like 30 programs already done. So that's going to be so well, and with our IT support, we're going to be able to bring that together and actually individualise without having, I mean, I have to sit down at the moment, and yesterday it took me 4 hours to write one programme for a child in this phase, and that's just not feasible to do for a therapist out there in the community. So the idea is that we will make that more efficient. It's just by engaging and doing it. And it was driven very much by the parents, by what they asked for. So we're including all that in it.
Look, I'd just really like to thank you all very much for coming and sharing your experiences, and for you all engaging so effectively. So to Trina, Una, Caroline and Sinead, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereabouts?
Yeah, good job.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I guess one of the other things to say around engaging patients and patients being part of what we're doing, the eHealth Island Committee is currently made up of clinicians, academics, technologists, and now patients as well from across the system. So what we are moving to is a really different way of delivering advice and guidance into our own sort of board and way that we do stuff. So there is some really good stuff in that. So it's a great pleasure to invite Dr. Nora Caldy to the stage. I think one of the most amazing titles that we've got so far from all the presentations we've had. So this is going to be one that should be pretty exciting. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, so my name is Nora Caldy. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at Lighthouse and the founder as well. So today what I'm going to talk to you about is how 3 very different areas go together. It's the first time actually I give a talk in such a small space. It's actually nice and great. So it's the first time that we're bringing together 3 very, very different fields. The first field is the oldest of them all, food and food science. And the second one is the newest of them all, artificial intelligence and technology in general. And then by bridging those two, and the core of our research is really about human health. So by putting all these together, we're creating some amazing things. We're creating novel ingredients, novel therapeutics that target very specific receptors in the human body and modulate disease. So we all walk around with this every day, constantly. We sleep with it, we eat with it, we fly with it, we walk with it. It's basically on us all the time. And the same with wearables. And very, very soon, this device would be our health monitor. It would be constantly telling us how we're doing. Initially simple things like, elevated cholesterol over the past 3 months, you have to do something. Elevated glucose, or things like your inflammatory markers. One of them, TNF-alpha, for example, has risen over the past 3 months. And then later on in time, they would be telling us things like, a biomarker of cancer has been detected in your body. You should go and see your GP. And this will be available very, very soon, these kind of technologies on your mobile wearables. Now, if I had this technology now, and if I had my mobile telling me that my inflammatory markers have risen over the past 3 months significantly, and they're not going down, that I should do something about it. And specifically, they're telling me that it's the TNF-alpha marker of inflammation. Now, as you know, inflammation lies at the core of many diseases, I would say most diseases, cancer, Alzheimer's, and so forth. And the last thing I want is having Alzheimer's or cancer. So what can I do now? So if I had this technology telling me this, the options for me are I go to my GP and ask my GP for to give me something. The GP will tell me, listen, you're not post-disease, you're pre-disease, so I can't really prescribe any drugs for you. The only thing is take aspirin, but you can't take it for too long because it has side effects.
The second option for me is to go to a health store and look at all the supplements and see if there's something there that may target what I have, but very unlikely that I would find something with scientific real rigor. And finally, the last option for me would be to talk to my mother or friends and ask them if they know of any foods that I could eat, and probably they will tell me broccoli. Broccoli is good for you. So eat broccoli, it's good for inflammation, and we read it somewhere in a journal. So literally, if you think about it, there's no solution now. There's no targeted solution to prevent disease from happening. So there's a lot maybe once you get the disease and you're looked after, but before you get that disease, there's absolutely nothing. And that's targeted to my own need or someone else's need. So if this technology existed, which will exist probably over the next 2 years, there's no solution out there that's targeted to preventing a disease from happening. So the major question for me, I'm a scientist myself, pure mathematician, computer scientist, and then did a PhD in bioinformatics and molecular evolution here in Trinity, actually. And the question for me was, can there be molecules that we can make, that humans can make, that could prevent disease from happening? Can that be possible? And what people don't realize is that food is incredible. This apple alone contains more data, more molecular data than all social media put together since its inception. So it's incredible. There's a lot of molecular data in this apple. And as a human race, we know very, very little about it. What's coming out in research is that there are very specific molecules lying in food that can modulate disease. These are very specific. Among the trillions of molecules, it might be a few that can bind to certain receptors in the human body, and by thus modulating the pathway and modulating certain diseases. For example, lowering inflammation, TNF-alpha, for example. So what's interesting in what really drives us at Neuritas is the knowledge that the key to preventing and curing many diseases lies in food. We really believe that. I believe that myself. And the specific ingredients or molecules we're interested in are not any types of molecules. We're interested in a subsection of molecules called peptides. Every single food you eat contains billions and billions of peptides. Peptides are fragments of proteins. They can be very bioactive by binding to certain receptors in the human body and modulating disease. What's interesting, if in a nutshell, it's the way, the majority of how we communicate in our bodies. So cells communicate together via peptides, etc. And food is full of these active peptides. So how come we have never actually developed ingredients in the market that are sustainable, that are cost-effective, and that really target certain diseases and modulate and prevent disease from occurring? Well, the reality is that identifying those molecules in a food or any other organic matter takes usually years, and millions. It takes 5 to 7 years, that's a minimum, 35 million minimum again, up to 100 million to identify one active ingredient. And the chances, even if you spend all that money and spend all that time looking for them, the chances of actually identifying the ingredient is 0.1%, which is nothing. So even after spending all that time, the chances are very, very low. And what is the problem here? The problem is data. So in terms of, imagine this room was 20 or 30 times as big as this, everyone's sitting on their chair, and each of you have a lock, and that lock represents a human receptor that's going to modulate a disease. And imagine if I'm sitting here on billions and billions and billions of different keys. And my goal over my lifetime is to find the key that's going to open the lock. Currently, the system, how it works, our science research in these areas, how it works, is that they get the keys and they throw them randomly on the locks, hoping that a key would open the right lock. So the chances are very low. So what we're bringing here, we're bringing in a new technology. Again, when an old field faces dramatic slowness and expense, etc., there's need for new technology. So we're bringing in artificial intelligence, a way to look at all these keys, or all these molecules, and identify the few that are going to open the right locks in the human body. We do that obviously faster, much cheaper, but the accuracy rate is really, really high. So earlier, you remember the accuracy rate after spending all those years and millions and hundreds of people working on it is about 0.1%. Our accuracy rate is about 50% currently. So that means that every time we test 2 keys, one of them at least will open the right lock, which is huge. And that is machine learning. So every time we make a mistake, we learn better. And the next time we go and find the molecules in food that open certain receptors in the human body, we do better. So the technology itself is called NPFI. It stands for Neurotast Peptide Finder. It's a technology that's based on multiple algorithms, quite a lot of AI in it, machine learning, etc. But what it does is that it goes into any food genome, and it identifies within it molecules, peptides, that have specific activity. So it will tell you this molecule has a cell proliferating activity by doing X, Y, and Z. This other one is going to regulate glucose, for example, by, again, moving glucose into skeletal muscle, for example. Or this one is going to bind to my inflammatory receptor and going to reduce inflammation. So I'll give you a few examples of what we're finding using this technology. So again, just remember, we're going from a complete theory. So we're looking at something on a computer, and we're creating at the end a physical ingredient that is in human, or in a few human clinicals at the moment, which is incredible. So we're going from, complete artificial into a complete theory into real physical world. Again, inflammation is one of the areas we're looking at. Inflammation, like I said, is at the core of many diseases, cancer, there's pulmonary disease, cardiovascular diseases, and so forth. So here, for example, what I'm showing very simply is cells are under inflammation. So they're under stress, they're inflamed, they present yellowness, and that's TNF-alpha. It's a marker of inflammation. So you have on your left-hand side, you have your control, which is basically, this is how cells look like under inflammation. Your middle one is your food. So when you put the food itself on the cells, actually the cells inflame even more. There's no activity in the food itself. However, the specific molecule, once we find the peptide in that food and we unlock it from the food matrix, the inflammation is totally eradicated. I get very often asked, if you're finding these molecules in food, why don't you just eat the food? That's the answer. You can't, it's not that easy. The food itself does not carry the functionality. It's the embedded molecules within the food structure that are only active if cleaved off from the food itself. So we're identifying them, unlocking them from the food. And just to think that as a humankind, we have we've sat on food for over 200,000 years, and it's only now that we're really discovering the power of what's within. So these are very specific ingredients. This is another area we're interested in. The anti-inflammatory, for example, that I showed you earlier is currently in human clinical. We've scaled the ingredient, it's scaled at great yield, and also the effects are very, very high, and now is in human clinical. The second area we're interested in is protection against certain bacteria. And we're looking at many bacteria. We looked at MRSA, for example, for hospitals, but currently we're interested in things like Salmonella, Salmonella E. coli, things that are decreased shelf life of produce and products around the world. There's a huge need for novel preservatives that are natural and safe. So we found some very incredible ingredients. Again, peptides are hidden in different foods around the world that actually kill very specific strains of bacteria. For example, we did a small experiment that I find really fun. It's an experiment where we took minced meat, which gets really affected very quickly. It can get contaminated with bacteria, and usually you leave meat in the fridge 24 hours at 4 degrees, and that's it. You have to consume it within that. So we took meat, we put it at 37 degrees, which is very high temperature, for 3 days. And you can see with and without our ingredient, and you see that the growth of bacteria without the ingredient is huge. There's a huge growth of bacteria, fungus, and viruses. And on the other side, there's literally very, very little growth. This is just a picture to show you how effective these peptides are in. And these, again, we have sat on these peptides for 200,000 years. Another area we're interested in that we're working in is diabetes and pre-diabetes, so preventing diabetes from occurring. Now, a lot of sugar we eat goes into our skeletal muscle, But in prediabetes and diabetes, that movement of glucose doesn't occur that well. So we discovered ingredients in food that mimic insulin. These are, again, peptides found in everyday food that mimic insulin, which is incredible. So what they do is that they pull glucose from the blood into skeletal muscle, regulating thus glucose in the blood. So for this one here, we got an EU grant, a Horizon 2020 grant of 3 million to take that one forward into human clinical and taking it forward into commercialization as well. Again, just to let you know, I guess everyone would know here, but prediabetes is one of these conditions where there's no solution currently available on the market to prevent diabetes from occurring, except for a change of lifestyle, which very few people actually adopt. So when you have prediabetes, your only real thing is either change your lifestyle completely, which the chances are very minimal, or you're going to walk straight into diabetes. So a lot of our ingredients, again, start off as a prediction on a computer. Then they're produced in the lab, in our labs. Then from there, we actually test them on cells, initially all on cells in vitro to test in different conditions. And then we scale them at commercial levels to see if they can be scaled. And then those go into clinical, human clinical. So we have peptides in different areas all around here. So at the prediction level, some in clinical, in scaling, and so forth. So in this slide here, what I'm trying to say is that the same principle, so the complicated principle, all of these pathways, all these different pathways that modulate disease are the same everywhere. So the pathways that modulate disease in human beings are the same, or in animal, obviously with slight changes, the same in plant and the same in bacteria. So if you can't find a peptide that modulates a receptor in human, you can find a peptide that modulates a receptor in chicken or an animal in general, and a plant are killing certain bacteria or making certain bacteria healthier. So this means that the peptides we're developing are actually going into an array of different applications. They're going in not only to food, supplements, and personal care, but they're also going into animal health and plant health, very, very important areas, but also pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals, pharma is hitting a wall because it has a very dry pipeline. What we're supplying it with is new combinations of molecules they have never seen. This is the first time that someone is actually looking into food and given food its real power. So we're supplying pharma with a new pipeline of combinations of their future drugs as well. So again, this is my last slide. Basically what we're doing here is that we're unlocking the true power of food using artificial intelligence. We're creating three things. We're creating ingredients that are cost-effective, that can now modulate certain pathways in the body to prevent disease from occurring. Preventing disease is real. We can prevent disease. The only problem that we have had so far is identifying those molecules that could prevent a disease from occurring. But with this technology now, we are capable of finding those and making them in commercial value and making them cost effectively, because they need to be cost effective. So far in peptide world, pharma was the only one that had ownership of the peptide world because it was so expensive to develop. But because we reduced the price now, it can be applied in many different areas. What we're doing as well is that a lot of these peptides that we're discovering are going to enrich the pharma pipeline in terms of new therapeutics going forward. But one of the areas, the third area that I'd like to talk to you about that I haven't mentioned, is that because we're looking at different foods, we can also look at food byproducts. Now, there's always this thing about in 2050 there'll be 9 billion people on Earth and there's not enough food to feed the population. But when you think of it, if you think of all these major food companies, they're throwing away about 50% of their food co-products. So these are, for example, the husk of the rice or so forth that they don't know what to do with. They're throwing away not because it's toxic, not because it's contaminated. They're throwing it away because they don't know what to do with it. With technologies like ours, we can now look at those food byproducts and add value to them by identifying things within that are very healthy for humankind and extracting them. So we are on the other side sustainable in that we're reusing also things that companies don't know what to do with and currently are throwing away. So 50%, just think 50% of food co-production at the early stage, even before it reaches the shelves, this is well before, is actually thrown away. So the goal as a company, and I'll tell you the goal before, but basically if now this mobile tells me today that my inflammatory markers have gone up significantly the past 3 months and that I need to do something, I won't do any of those options where, you know, I'm just eating broccoli because I was told by someone that it's good for me and it's not targeted, or taking a supplement hoping that it works. Now, ingredients that are cost effective, that are targeted to specific needs, are going to be on the market very soon. You will be able to buy creams, supplements, cereal bars that would regulate glucose for pre-diabetics, for example, prior to them getting the disease. Milkshakes or cereals with our ingredients, with our Neuritas ingredients within. And one final thing, the mission of the company and what drives the scientists in the company currently is really improving the health of billions of people around the world. And the way we're going to reach these billions of people is because we invent these ingredients that go into many, many different products, like I was showing you earlier, from all the way from human health in terms of food, supplements, personal care, to pharma, and to even animal health. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah, so we have probably the largest database of molecular interactions in the world. So we have, and it's basically going out in the literature, identifying all that information. We have a brain, an artificial brain that reads papers and makes sense of it. So we don't have loads of data curators like humans. So we have artificial brains reading and connecting a molecule to a receptor in the human body. We have a lot of that data on the side. We also have our own data that we have developed in the labs by testing different things. So we have a lot of data. And that data then is used to go back into food. So every food has a genome that's available or sequenced, or we sequence it. We get that genome, we get the proteome, and we look in the protein for segments that are of interest. So we look for peptides within each protein that we think has a high likelihood of acting like this general population of peptides that bind to this receptor. And once we identify the interesting peptides, the part of the technology, what it does, it tells us how we can actually make the peptide. So we make it through basically taking the food, cutting around the protein to release the peptide. We can purify that peptide as well. So there's different ways of making them. There's two ways. We make synthetic ones where we make the peptide itself, or the natural ones are going into food and supplements, so forth. Those are natural versions. They actually are basically taking the food and cutting the protein to release that specific peptide with that activity. That makes sense?
Yeah, we could use that to marketing fruits or the peptide itself.
Oh, it's the peptide. So the food itself doesn't have any activity, I showed on the anti-inflammation. So the food itself, very rarely would it have an activity. Obviously, there are foods that are very good, etc. But these are hidden within food. They're not active as the food itself. It's only when released. So what we're selling, or we get to the consumer, is a powder. We don't sell. We just do the research, get it to a point where we scale. Then we partner with companies that add it to their own products and reach the consumer that way. So what we're selling to the product company is a powder that is coming from that food. But it's a cleavage of that food to release the peptides.
Are you working as well on identifying these pre-disease identifiers as well?
Yes. So the areas I spoke about, we're in other areas as well, but initially we started off with 4 areas, so let's say inflammation and glucose uptake and so forth. And every time we identify an area of interest, we identify the molecular pathway that underlines that condition. And then so it can be public knowledge or internal knowledge that we bring in, but it's basically receptors that we're trying to hit with our peptides. And that then is represented in the lab, in the wet lab, where Once we identify on a computer, we take it in the lab and test it to prove its activity. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah, it's an incredible new world that's coming together. There's the prevention world, which at the moment is all about, this herbal remedy is good for you. It's kind of still waffly and no science proof to it. And we're building on adding to create things with real scientific proof there. And then you have your pharma, which is on the other opposite direction, which it's once you get the disease and you really have that disease that they may find something that cures you. There's the gap between both, where both are coming together, and there are companies now from the pharma coming down a little bit towards food, from food going up to pharma, where there's that whole thing of creating ingredients that are very scientifically proven, as good as pharma, but are maybe not pharmaceuticals. It can be given before the disease state. So that's one. And then also when I speak about the dry pipeline in pharma, we're really talking here about pharma. So pharma, so they have some blockbusters on the market, but very few coming out. And they have very little, and their R&D is not finding anything anymore. So we're supplying them with a whole new ocean of information that they haven't seen before. So these are new combinations of molecules that they actually can make a drug with. Yeah, thank you. Good questions. So, so regulation is a hard one. So regulation in pharma is very easy. It's neat, it's clear. You know exactly what to do. Obviously, it's very hard, but it's still very clear. The steps are clear. Food, it's still messy, because this area for them is new. So they created a regulation in 2006, but still it's all over the place. They don't know how to. They're bringing in pharma into food, so they're like, we need a pharmaceutical grade clinical to prove the activity, but yet you need healthy patients. It's complete contradiction. So they're still learning, and there's still a lot of work to be done on the regulation in food. However, because it depends on the origin of the food. So if the origin of the food is called novel food, that means things we haven't consumed before 1997, I think the deadline is that. Then it's considered a novel food, and in that case, you'd need a higher regulation, and you need to show safety, etc. But what we're working with at the moment are foods that we've consumed forever. So we don't need to go through that long regulation of safety, because obviously you need to do some safety. But because we have consumed the food in its entirety, including the peptides, even though part of a bigger structure, it's still fine. In terms of patents, we have filed quite a lot of patents. And the way it's, again, because the peptide is not found swimming in the food, it's actually part of a bigger structure. That's what we can't patent the peptide. Yes. Our combinations, because very often in food you'd have combinations of peptides. So it's not one peptide, it's a few that come together. So you take that composition of peptides. Yeah. Done? Cool. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Fascinating talk by Nora. Thanks a million, Nora. So I now have the pleasure to introduce David Robinson. David Robinson is a consultant physician at St. James's Hospital, and he's going to chat about the LAMP project, which is the Liberties Asset Mapping Project. And he's going to tell you about an amazing project that's working together with communities. It's brilliant.
Thanks very much. Nearly didn't make it down the stairs. Thank you. I have two controls here, do I? Oh, very good. Great. So I'm just going to tell you a story about a project that we're conducting in St. James's, where we're trying to bring together community and the tertiary sector, along with the primary sector, and I'll go into a bit more detail. So the structure of my talk, I'm going to tell you about some context. And basically all you need to know is that poverty is the only thing that matters. I'm going to tell you about social prescribing, which is a new terminology for an old method which is gaining traction in the UK and the US and only beginning to appear here in Ireland. And then LAMP, which is the local asset mapping project. It was the Liberties originally, but it's the local asset mapping project because we've expanded beyond, far beyond the proximate catchment of the hospital. So in terms of context, as I said, poverty is the only thing that matters. This is data from the Marmot review, and those two green lines show, the darker green line shows disability-free life expectancy, and the lighter green line shows absolute life expectancy. And from left to right, you go from very deprived neighbourhoods up to wealthier neighbourhoods. And you can see that in the wealthier neighbourhoods, they have a higher disability-free life expectancy and a higher life expectancy. And the relationship is more pronounced for disability rather than life expectancy. And you can see that in the most deprived neighbourhoods, people become, you may not be able to see, people begin to develop disability around in their early 50s. And a lot of that is due to lifestyle. A lot of these things intersect. I was at Vicar Street. Dylan Moran was delivering one of his shows in Vicar Street, and he said whenever he felt unwell, he went to the doctor and he found somebody who could pass for a fetus sitting on a stool going, smoking and drinking, smoking and drinking. And these things intersect. 80% of our health outcomes relate to behaviour, environment, and socioeconomic status. There's some overlap. Only 20% relates to 20% of our health outcomes relate to access to healthcare. So it's important to bear that in mind when we're thinking about innovation and how we might change our systems in order to improve health. My interest in this is as a geriatrician because we hear all of these dark tidings and forebodings of a grey tide and a silver tsunami and how our health systems are going to be overwhelmed by an ageing population. But it doesn't need to be that way if we can actually focus on ageing successfully or ageing in a way that doesn't result in all these disabilities. And the key is down to health behaviours. This is a map of Dublin. This is an overlay of the socioeconomic, the deprivation index over it. And anyone who's familiar with the city, most of us are, will immediately see where the wealthy areas are, and the blue and green areas in the southeast, and the north and west are more deprived. If you overlay preventable mortality over that, this is data from Jan Rigby in Maynooth, who looked at mortality under 70. You're 5 times more likely to die under 70 if you live in a deprived area in Dublin than in one of the wealthier areas. And again, this relates to environment, to socioeconomic status, and to behaviours there. We said I work in St James's Hospital, which is sometimes criticised as just being transplanted in a poor area of the city and not being interconnected with it, but I take issue with that story. That's our hospital in the middle, and that's our catchment area, which has been likened to the shape of Achill or to a gun pointed to the west of the city. But it covers 200,000 people. There are 70 electoral districts in it. If you might expect, in terms of quintiles of deprivation, you might expect of those 70, 15 should be in the bottom, and the bottom 20%. In fact, we have 45 in the bottom 20% in our catchment area, which results in a massive difference in the types of attendances that we have to our emergency department. And most of our activity is in the proximate area. A lot of in the south tip of that catchment, a lot of that leaks into the eastern side of the city because they prefer going there. And we're busy. We have about 400,000 patient interactions a year, but we see patients very far down the journey through health and wellness and then illness further along. And I don't know if any of you have ever been up there, but there's literally a revolving door at the front of the hospital where we literally just send people back out into the community with limited links to that community. So we wanted to change that story a little bit. We wanted to make the community, we wanted to connect more with the community, and we wanted to try and intervene earlier. Because if you look at the resources that are spent, it's completely disproportionate to the tertiary centre. Now, I'm not saying that we don't do good work, but as I said, it's the most expensive time to intervene. Our hospital budget has been cut by about 20% because of the recession. I did I don't know if any of you read the Benefax website, which is an online database of charitable and voluntary organisations. So just as an exercise I went through, and I haven't completed the exercise, I went through all of the charitable and voluntary sector organisations that are in our catchment area, and just to tot up how much money they all get. And we have about 100 GPs in our catchment area as well. So these are just ballpark figures, but we're spending 350 million a year in our hospital. There's over 100 million a year being spent in the voluntary sector and charitable sector in our catchment. I've no connection with that. That isn't available to me at the moment at all. And then in general practice, approximately, and that's very much a ballpark figure. There's approximately 50 million being spent in primary care. That's €500 million. That's all being spent in the same 200,000 people in the same area. And I think, and there's no formal connection between those. And I think it would make a little bit of sense to join them up in some way. So that brings me to social prescribing as a mechanism to do so. People criticise doctors for prescribing tablets, but that's what we do. We're trained to prescribe tablets, and that's where people get most use of our time. Having said that, when patients come to us, often they're not looking for tablets, and they're looking for something else. And as a geriatrician with a holistic approach, I mean, a lot of my patients, their main problem is not that they have hypertension or even that they had a stroke a few years ago, but it's that they're socially isolated, or they're not getting enough exercise, or they're still smoking, or they're drinking to self-medicate against anxiety or depression. So social prescribing is a different approach to that. It's expanding the prescription beyond a pharmaceutical one to something that may be a lifestyle or a practical intervention. And it's used as a mechanism to, not to divert, because that would be a cynical way of looking at it, but to engage patients with resources that are available in their own communities that they may not think of. I was asked, well, I have another slide about Bromley by Bow Centre in the UK, and they mentioned that there's only two places in a community that everybody goes to. One is the GPs and the other is Tesco's. And people go to their GPs for problems that aren't purely medical. A lot of them are psychosocial, a lot of them are pragmatic. The way it was put to be, another example is that we counsel people to stop smoking and they're wondering how they can pay the rent at the end of the month. You know, our advice is well beyond their experience, and we need a mechanism and a language to try and connect those two. So the idea behind social prescribing is that there's an interaction between a health professional and a patient. You can call them clients, I prefer to call them patients. In this paradigm, though they're more clients because they're co-producing their own solution to their problems. There's a mechanism to prescribe, and by prescribe I don't mean a tablet, but rather to sit down with a patient and co-produce a series of interventions that might be useful for them. I mean, there's a huge number come to mind. There's a massive amount of addiction services in our catchment area. There are a huge number of immigrants in our catchment area. There's a disproportionate number of people of different ethnic minorities and lesbian, gay and bisexual people in our area. And there's a massive amount of HIV. There's a huge number of services that all these people can be linked into. Well, they're not always aware of it. And then connecting them to those services via a mechanism. The social prescribing can either be done at point of care with a health professional. We're all amateur social prescribers, or there's an emerging role of a professional social prescriber. There's one being set up part-time in Fatima Health and Wellbeing Centre at the back of our hospital, and in the UK it's a well-recognised role. This is where the model comes from, Bromley by Bow, which again is a very different and innovative approach to provision of healthcare. This is a primary care centre which is embedded in a community wellbeing centre. So 70% of their budget actually goes around community wellbeing, where they train health champions to go out and spread that message throughout. And they're based in Bromley by Bow, which is in Tower Hamlets, a very deprived part of East London. And the mechanism they use is social prescribing to divert the patients away from the general practice and into a more empowering scenario. There's about 28 projects up around the UK. There's various number of evaluations, and in Ireland at the moment there's only one. There's one in Sligo, which I'm not sure if it took off the ground. There's one in Donegal, which is a mental health remit, and we're setting up one in Dublin 8. There's been a number of evaluations. This is from Rotherham, and they looked at the effect of enrolling. There were approximately 1,500 people in this study, and they looked at the effect on admissions, ED attendance, and outpatient appointments. There's also similar evaluations looking in primary care, and it's consistent. There's a 20 to 30% reduction in attendance at traditional medical services where people are involved in social prescribing. People like going to things and they like being involved in things, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the weekly trip to the GP because a person is socially isolated. What's far more valuable is getting them linked in with relevant services. The relevance of that, the patients referred to funded voluntary sectors. That as part of that particular study, they had £1 million sterling to invest in various funded sections. Funded activities, and that's why the relevance of that. You can see it was more effective if they were linked into the funded services. There's also been evaluations of anxiety and depression for the most part, and consistently using the hospital anxiety and depression scale, people report fewer symptoms when they're involved. Having said that, the evaluation is limited. There's been only one randomised control trial, and we don't know. There's lots of unanswered questions. We don't know for whom this would be most effective, what sort of populations, how often they need to attend, or whether or not the effect lasts in time. So looking at one of the comments around all of this is a comment from a psychiatrist working in the UK. The trouble is that some voluntary organisations are short-lived, at least at this local level. Our index of such organisations frequently needs updating. I suggest someone takes on the job of maintaining a web-based index. And you think, that's not rocket science, but nobody's done it. There are a number of directories of services in Ireland which are static, they're limited, they're produced in book form. There's one for the southwest of Dublin City, which is organised by what day of the week the activities are taking place. And they're not interactive in any way. So that's where LAMP comes in, the Local Asset Mapping Project. That's my dog enjoying one of the local assets around Dublin 8 and the Meadows at the Royal Hospital Kilmainham, ecotherapy. The story around this is, the story of any deprived area, any deprived system is to concentrate on all the negative things and make an itinerary of them. And we can tell you how many people are unemployed in a certain area, or how many unmarried mothers there are, or many people smoke. But that's very much a deficit-based approach. And it misses out, it disempowers the people living in that area, and it enables a clientelism, and it's to the advantage of people providing services. I've had examples of charitable organisations conflicting with Dublin City Council over whether it's better to provide food to people or to teach them how to cook. An asset-based approach is the complete opposite. It's to go into an area and make an inventory of everything that works. And we base this on a methodology that was done in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago, which is similarly deprived or even more deprived, where they did an on-street census covering 600,000 people in that instance. And they used volunteers and back-to-work schemes to do it. They used an on-street mobile phone system to collect the information, and they put it into a hierarchy. I'll say at this point, people often say, well, why don't you just use Google? Well, poorer areas are underrepresented on Google. It's not as up-to-date. And the advantage of the hierarchy that we use, and you'll see that later, is that if you search for nursing home in Google, for instance, you may miss residential home. If you search for barber, you may miss hairdresser, etc. It's not as intelligent as you think. If you force everything into a taxonomy, then you can get everything in an area, and I'll show you an example of that. So we replicated their methodology. We used 18 transition year students. We created a transition year program. We involved them in a mapping exercise. We used volunteers as well from South Inner City Community Development Association and paid volunteers to map our area and record every single public-facing business and service and amenity in the area. And we recorded the geocoded location, because Ireland's not like the States where it's on a grid system, the type of activity, and contact details and opening hours. I mentioned there are similar projects, and it hasn't been done in Ireland before. The four on the left all have online, interactive, up-to-date, computerized databases of services. So I'm talking things, granular things, like not enough to know that there's a community centre down there, but they do a men's shed on a Wednesday afternoon. They have a smoking cessation service for women on a weekly basis on a Tuesday. These are the type of services that are available, and they're underutilised. At Fatima, they created a 12-week peer-led women smoking cessation service for women, and they couldn't get people. They were stopping people in the streets to stopping smokers in the streets to come in and see if they wanted to give up. Hackney Eye Care is based in London city centre. Alice is a Scottish system, which is nationwide, funded by the Scottish National Health, and a directory available for any organisation to use. And NowPow is the system that's being used in Chicago, and they're trying to commercialise that over there, being American, of course. In terms of the assets, as I mentioned, it's an asset-based approach rather than a deficit. I said our catchment covers about 200,000 people. We mapped 700 kilometres and recorded over 6,500 businesses and services. So everything. And it gives you really interesting ecological information about the area as well. I can tell you that there are 65 fast food restaurants in the Liberties around our hospital, and only 12 places to buy fresh meat. There are 550 health and social related assets in our catchment area. And what we're doing at the moment is we're fleshing that out. So not, as I mentioned, not just knowing that there's a particular community resource in Bluebell, for instance, but delving down into that and finding out what types of people that they're helping and what activities are available. And we've generated, putting it through some health intelligence. The previous speaker was talking about pre-diabetes and how difficult it is to change health behaviours. Well, this mechanism gives you, it's a much more concrete way of talking to people about, you must lose weight, you must eat more healthily. If you can see, with diabetes in particular, linking into podiatry, optometry, local pharmacy, greengrocers, nutritionists, healthy eating and cooking classes. To actually be able to say to somebody, well, and I'm going to show you the mechanism that we use in a minute to generate the social prescription, to actually say to somebody, well, Fatima down the road actually does healthy eating and cooking classes. And it becomes a much more concrete conversation then for somebody. From my perspective as a geriatrician, I mentioned, chronic disease is an issue, but sedentariness, social isolation and loneliness is a huge problem for our patients, the patients that present to me at least. And what do we have? We have this interactive online database, which isn't quite live, but we're working on it. So you can see that on the left, there's support for different medical conditions. Those are flexible. We've just got funding from the Regional Oncology Programme Office to add a cancer section to that. And you can also search by type of business or organisation. So I think, can you play that video? There's a video associated in that. Pushing that button didn't seem to do it. Oh, wait. Thanks. Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. That should be it. Yeah, so you can see you can search near an address. As I mentioned, it covers our entire catchment. In this instance, we put in Rialto at the back of the hospital. As I say, it wouldn't be uncommon for an older patient of mine to be suffering from poor social connections. So scrolling down through, as I mentioned, these are all the services, that befriending services at Willie Birmingham Place and Kilmainham Lane. Everything's within a kilometre of the address that's put in. And that could be added to a prescription, which we're going to show you in a second. So there's one item there in that prescription. But we've already talked about diet and nutrition, which is a common problem with older people, particularly men. Older men have poor social connections. And again, searching for that throws up another number. It says hot meals that are provided. It's a common concern amongst relatives that their loved one isn't being fed properly. So they do hot plated meals, and that's just at the back of Rialto. That can be added to the prescription as well. And then the other way to search, I mentioned the taxonomy, and we're going to see that in a second. So all of those 6,500 businesses and services are all filed away in this taxonomy. So if we're talking to a patient who and I have patients who have difficulty finding chiropodists, this example, the person has lost contact with his dentist, we can look into that and find a number of dentists. And this offers a discussion point with the patient, and that can be added to the prescription as well. Now, this is providing information to patients rather than referring them. And then going to the prescription, we've got several things on the prescription now which may help our patient in terms of the social and economic factors that are affecting his health. And we can print that off. And that, I mean, that's obviously a work in progress. So, but that's the basic idea. Yeah, well, that's the idea, is that by sitting with the patient, there are very real concerns in terms of access, whether or not there may be universal access to a particular premises, how far away it is, whether a person has had run-ins with that before. So, as I say, I see this as providing information to a patient rather than referring, because there's other issues around whether you're sending somebody to a service that requires payment, and also whether you're sending somebody with, say, for instance, a mental health issue to a befriending service. Well, who monitors that person? From my discussions in the UK, they haven't had any horror stories of people being lost to services. They still attend traditional services. So yeah, there is choice involved. This is intended as a tool at point of care, but we're hoping that with the introduction of that social prescribing service at Fatima, that there'll be a person that we can refer people to. In that scenario, it could take multiple visits to somebody to try and work out what resources would suit them in their locality. So I think, just to summarise, the socioeconomic factors are more important for health, particularly in our catchment, which is quite deprived. And existing services operate in silos, and that's probably, of all the innovations that could happen in healthcare, because we're terrible at data connection in this country for good reason, or for established reasons. But of all the innovations that could happen in healthcare, I mean, connecting up services is would be one of the most productive for the least input. And social prescribing, which, as I say, is new language for an old trick, using an asset map may be a useful tool to redirect patients to relevant services. And we're going to evaluate this in my outpatients in the spring, looking at the applicability and feasibility. And there's a couple other research applications in at the moment. So I think I'm finished. Is there any questions? Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thanks to SICTA, the South Inner City Community Development Association and the Liberties. They've given us a couple of volunteers who've been phoning around. So, I mean, we did an on-street census, which was probably worthwhile and a valid way to do it. But in fact, it's mostly a data exercise. A lot of the mapping and updating can be done from a desk with a phone, you know. So yes, we have. Yeah, we haven't physically remapped though, and that's important because a lot of private sector shops and services turn over. The public sector, though, and voluntary ones tend to be more fixed. Yeah. Yes. That's a good question. The Chicago group, which is Stacey Lindau, have automated it. Now, they have community navigators, but for them, it is all about the prescription. So they've linked it into the electronic health record, and they produce, based on your diagnosis recorded in your electronic health record, it automatically generates a geographic prescription. And they've generated something like 70,000 geographic prescriptions. There's very little evaluation of how effective it is, though, to just give somebody a piece of paper, which is automatically generated. But they do have funding for a study, and I think they're going to release some results in December around that, because it's on such a large scale. They put in an application to the federal government. They argued that if this was introduced at a population level, they could reduce attendance at the emergency department by 2%, which was very modest, given some of the other figures that I've shown. But they were looking at it more as a population health intervention. And on foot of that argument, for a population of 600,000 people, they said they reckoned to be self-funding, and they got a grant of $6 million from the federal government. So we've yet to see any results around effectiveness for that, though. That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, David. Such a great example of a connected health project. Our next speaker has many years' experience in the public sector leading reform and transformation. He's the head of, I'm really sorry, Joe, Programme for Health Service Improvement. So please welcome Joe Ryan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Joe Ryan. Before I get started, I just want to thank Richard and the team for inviting me to address this gathering. It's a fantastic, I won't call it an event, it's a series of really, really fabulous events. I'm here really just to talk about the Programme for Health Service Improvement, which we've managed to keep a really good secret. And yes, it works. Okay. And really the importance of innovation within that, and to bring that along, and some of the challenges we face about really adopting an innovative approach within health generally. It really is key for us in terms of optimizing and capitalizing on the changes that we're trying to make across the health service to improve the care that we're giving. I'm going to take a couple of minutes, I won't dwell on this, but I'm going to take a couple of minutes to give you a little bit of background as to what the actual programme is. So it's a very large portfolio. There are 12 major programmes, really kind of spanning everything from the redesign of our models of care, right across to the structures that we are trying to deliver integrated care across, and indeed the enabling services that will actually help us to deliver that care. I mean, that will cover areas like, how we fund services, how we workforce plan for different integrated services, and indeed, crucially, how we enable those services with eHealth and mHealth technologies. eHealth really is probably the biggest drivers that we have in supporting and enabling our patients and our caregivers in delivering better and safer care. I'm not going to dwell too much, as I said, on these things, but essentially we have a program which is made up of 3 big domains. We've got service design, which is again, looking at our integrated care programs, our clinical programs, and all of the kind of service improvement programs that we're delivering across the service. Service delivery, and everybody, when we talk about reform, seems to focus when they talk about the health service around restructuring, changing the if you like, the deck chairs. We're trying for this not to be that type of a program in this particular health service improvement program, because it is not about, structures don't improve care. Processes and people improve care. And that's really important. So this, while it's a big part of, and a big piece of work of what we're doing, it's not central to what we're doing. In fact, 95% of what we're doing is agnostic to whether we have a corporate structure of hospital groups or community healthcare organizations. It's how they all operate together around the patient, and that's what's important. Talk a little bit about what we've actually achieved so far. We're in existence for about 2 years now as a program. We were known as the reform programs. We now decided that's probably a little bit negative a term, so we kind of talked about it now as the program for health service improvement. But we've made some significant advances in terms of our older persons program and our chronic disease program and patient flow, and a number of individual service improvements within areas like mental health, social care, primary care reimbursement. We look at service delivery, and this is this kind of structural piece. We now have started to establish hospital groups. They're forming. They're a long way off being actually fully formed. Just because we have an executive team and a logo doesn't mean we have a hospital group. There's a lot more. In fact, if there's any kind of project management raincoat wearers in the audience, there's 114 projects required to be delivered to have a hospital group actually exist. There's more for a community healthcare organisation. So you can kind of understand how this program is very large. The CHOs are having an impact, but when we'll really feel the impact of community healthcare organisations is when we have fully functioning networks. And that's not the 9 community healthcare organisations, that's going to be the 96 networks that are focused around population groups of about 50,000 people and delivering patient-centred care navigating, and projects like LAMP will be a constituent part of all of this, I suppose, system of care that we're trying to establish. And another area that we've made progress on in our service delivery is the National Ambulance Service, close to my heart. I spent a year with them. And they've established now 1 control centre for the country, spread over 2 sites for resilience. That's down from 11 control centres. That is a much safer place for people when they're looking for pre-hospital emergency care. These are all part and parcel of the overall programme. And it's all targeted at making it easier to deliver quality care. So, kind of a brief summary around what have we learned in this first year. It's really, we are developing a kind of a maturity in terms of adopting programmatic approaches to change. We have been accused in the past of not delivering, of changing the shape of the organisation, changing the organisation structures, and it being faddish in that we don't finish and we don't deliver any results of that. What we're finding now is that we're really embedding a programmatic approach to change, where we define what it is we're going to do and we go ahead and deliver it. We're improving our strategy in terms of communications, and we're starting to understand the value of adopting industry approaches such as operating models, lean, and other innovations in that way. So, innovation. I noted Will Smart of the NHS yesterday. I think he was bang on when he said that innovation in business models and not just through technology delivers real change. And I think that's an important thing to remember. We are surrounded here by a lot of technology innovations. But if we don't change the way in which we do business, then we're not going to change how we deliver care to our patients and our service users. I mean, looking around at the exhibits, it is actually amazing to see some of that incredibly smart technology. And actually, it's even more encouraging when you see the insight that the developers of those technologies have in relation to what the actual challenge or the problem that they're trying to solve is. And that was really, really very impressive. So, what is innovation? Well, I guess my view of it is it's great ideas. But it's not just great ideas. If you walk around here, you see lots and lots and lots of great ideas. The innovation will come when they're actually put into action. And that's really what I'm here to talk about, because I think this is where we as a service and as a country are challenged in terms of actually putting great ideas into action. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on. It was good to note that the patient panel earlier on, we had people from the epilepsy services, and Saif referenced it earlier as well. And you look at epilepsy, it's one I can actually relate to. My mother has petit mal epilepsy and has had it for years and years and years. And I recall the big old sheet that she was sent home with that we used to mark her seizures on and try to grade them. And that would be seen every 6 months. So every 6 months that goes back to the clinic. And there was no correlation between that and, you know, her compliance with her prescriptions and that kind of thing. So with the portal, I can see how that's just going to vastly improve a service to someone like my mother, who has the creaking door in the house. She seems to have everything. If it's going, she'll be there. So I think that's really encouraging to see that. And taking those great ideas and actually putting them into action, that's when we'll see the benefits come from it. And I think this is where we are challenged. But it is an important point. And if I think about reform or improvement, as we now prefer to talk about it, I see these innovations, when they're implemented, as being the real fuel, the secret sauce to making any of the reforms that I described in those 12 programs, 500 projects, how we can actually make them step changes and sustainable over time. Limited implementation of technologies or limited implementation of improved business processes on a pilot. Sometimes we pilot ourselves to death. That isn't sustainable. We've got to have, if you like, the bottle to go and implement that on a much broader level in order to really, really make benefits. I do have a question, and quick show of hands. Do we, as a system, and I say we, that's the health service generally, the system, do we smother or do we breathe life into innovation? Smother, show of hands. Do we breathe life into it, show of hands? Okay, that's fairly unanimous. And I think there are a number of reasons why we're perceived to do that, or why we actually perhaps do it. I'm a big fan of Dilbert, because I think it really sort of cuts to the core of it, and it kind of says, you know, that we can be dismissive sometimes of innovation. And it's got to do with being risk averse, I think, by and large. So how are we seen to smother innovation? I kind of guessed that was going to be the statistic. Regulation. Regulation is necessary and regulation is important. But it can be seen to be a barrier to introducing new innovations. Technologies and drugs and even sometimes models of care have to go through a process of regulation. It is important that we do any changes we make are safe. And it is important that we can give some level of assurance that we're not just making these changes because it's faddish or it worked over in the US or it worked in the UK. It has to work for us here. But regulation can be seen and is often presented as being a barrier. And public procurement, I think that is one that I've heard. My previous to the health service, I worked in the digital hub, and prior to that, all my life was in technology. And I've heard a lot from companies saying it is next to impossible to sell into the Irish health system. It's easier for me to develop a product and go over to the NHS and sell it to them. That is put up as an argument. I think we need to have innovative ways of bringing innovation to the Irish marketplace so that it can be. We need to have innovative ways of doing public procurement. Other countries do it. We must learn to do it. And there's a bit of resistance. There's a little bit of taking the first two things and over-imagining that, over-worrying about it. So as senior decision makers and decision makers right throughout the organization, we have a perception that we're more restricted than we actually are. And we're a bit risk averse. We don't want to be that person sitting in front of the PAC or whoever it is, being grilled about how we broke one rule or another. So, how do we breathe life into innovation? Clearly, there's a lot of life in innovation. We wouldn't be having a gathering like this if it were dead and buried in this country. I think there's a huge hotbed of innovation out there. Collaboration is really important. I haven't captured everybody that's involved in innovation collaboration, but the NDRC and the Health Innovation Hub and ARCH and the colleges, everybody is out there, and they're all involved in some level of trying to push new innovations forward and improve care. And we have to really, really work at that. We shouldn't see that as a health service management as being a challenge or a chore or just another thing I've got in the service plan that I have to go and deal with. It's critically important. It's the lifeblood. It's that accelerant that we need from that spark of innovation. Investment. We have to overcome some of these procurement problems and figure out how we can invest. We've got to actually invest in our collaborators. And I just, there's a few in there. We have some innovators within our own system. The Health Innovation, or the Health Excellence Awards, identified some really, really great innovations within the health service itself. And what we have to find are ways of actually scaling those ideas and transferring them to other parts of the country. And I'm going to hit on the thing that I think is most important, and probably the core message that I'm trying to get across today, which is leadership. To me, leadership is very simple. Leadership's made up of three things for me: your values, your clarity, and your courage. And if I think about values, in the health service, our corporate values are care, compassion, trust, and learning. And when it comes to innovation, learning is the value that we need to really rely on. We should be relying on these values to guide everything we do in our jobs. If we're not, then we're probably going to get it wrong at some point. When it's around to care and compassion, we've seen many examples abroad and at home where when those values weren't lived, we've seen things go badly wrong. But with learning, I believe this is the key to getting innovation. We need to learn how to innovate, and we need to learn the value of innovation. This needs to become part of our DNA in our services. Sorry, a little slow. Clarity, the second one. It seems simple, but all too often we can't see the woods from the trees because we're caught up in crisis management, whether that's trolleys, whether that's outpatient delays, whether that's delayed discharges, whether it's harm. As leaders, we're buried in that, and often we don't see the wider picture. Leaders need to be able to clearly see the challenge and need to be able to understand that challenge. They also need to know what to do, and often this is just allowing innovators to get on and innovate, and more often it's requiring leaders to actually get behind projects and promote them. And that leads me to probably, in my view, the most important aspect of leadership as it relates to promoting innovation in this country and within the health service. I think Aristotle was right when he said, "You will never change anything in this world without courage." I'm not sure what he would think of being paraphrased very succinctly by Conor McGregor saying, "You'll do nothing." But to me, if we don't have the courage to step up and actually promote and develop and sponsor innovation, we're not going to make any advances in reforming the health services in Ireland. I mean that passionately. I'm a true believer in that. I spent most of my life in technology. It's just one form of innovation. But actually, when working in the technology industry, you innovated by changing constantly. If you didn't, you died. You were gone. if we don't change, other people die. I think that's really important. Not to put people off the journey, but essentially we are at base camp, and it's taken us 2 years to get to base camp. And it's interesting, when you go to base camp of Everest, you're actually kind of 2/3 the way, and then it takes you about 3 more attempts to get to the top. But it has been a bit of a journey. It's been very kind of laborious planning, scoping type of work. Not a whole lot of innovation going on in that. By summer we will know exactly how we want this service to operate, this newly designed service. We're working on that at the moment. And then over the next 3 years, it's really going to take innovative technology, tools, and business changes combined with really good staff engagement and patient engagement, moreover, that'll get us to the summit. And I guess the good news is that once we get to the summit, there are more mountains to climb. We just have to figure out what they are and when that comes around. So with that, thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that, Joe. Our next speaker seems to be going up the stairs, which is worrying. He's come back down. Okay, thought you were running away. Garma Krishna is the co-founder of Mind Rising, and he's helped us a lot this week to make the event fun for some of the kids who've come along and for some of the Minecraft challenges. And I'll just keep talking while you walk down. Okay. Thank you.
Just give us 1 second. So about, can I just give you an audible? It's about 5, 10. Yeah. So rather than talk about it, we wanted to show you some of the stuff, but we've a short presentation first and then we'll swap over. We're just going to do a quick test, so check email, check text, check WhatsApp, check your Facebook. Keep your fingers crossed. Tablet Lounge. Do I have to set this to present? You good to go? Oh, deadly. We'll come back to this in a minute. I seem to have 3 of these things, so I'm not sure which one. Can you put the... Different. It's... Sorry about this. was really hoping I wouldn't trip on the way downstairs. Okay, so, well, you guys have all been here and enjoying all the stuff that's been going on in this part of it. On the far side of the campus in the Berkeley Library, we've had, I think, nearly 200 kids come through over the course of yesterday and this morning, and they've been engaging in a challenge about imagining what healthcare would be like in 2030. So I looked down, I saw the Minecraft thing, I was beginning to freak out. So MindRising is a startup that we kicked off probably about 10 months ago, and it's a design-based learning platform for children, so it's focused on that. And the challenge that so I'm not really going to talk too much about us and the company or anything like that. This is more about the application from a healthcare perspective, because a big component of what any of the strategies that people have talked about is it's getting the education out there and getting people to think about that and changing those behaviors and understanding how that's going to work. So the year is 2030, and this is the challenge that we set the guys. So they're coming in teams. We've got about 20 laptops set up over on the far side of the campus. And they come into, who's familiar with Minecraft first? Yeah? How familiar? Have played it? Yeah? Okay, we've got, 3, 4. Okay, that's not too bad. So Minecraft is like, if you think of it as digital Lego, for anybody who's not familiar with it, that's about as good a comparison as we can go with, even though Lego hate when we compare it to Lego, okay? But the challenge that we're set is they're given 30, some of the teams, because the groups were so big, they've come in from schools all around Dublin. We split the group in two, so half of them are building stuff in Lego and then transferring what they've built in Lego into Minecraft later on. So they have a really short amount of time to think about what they're actually going to build. And in this case, it's setting the year as 2030, figuring out how can we make people more healthy. Now, the immediate reaction when you talk about health is they jump to hospitals and we'll build better hospitals. I don't think we want more hospitals. We might want less hospitals, but building better hospitals is not necessarily the right way to go about doing this. I'm also joined, I should introduce David Duggan, who's not just randomly sitting here. He hasn't chosen, sorry, this is David Duggan, also known as Schmavit. And do you want to give it?
So I have a YouTube channel. I make YouTube videos on Minecraft and I aim them at kids. I put like a story into the game. So I sort of do a role play style game and I just create stuff myself. You can create basically anything in Minecraft and it's really good. It's really good when you get to see what the kids have built over the past 2 days. So basically, that's what I do. I have just over 100,000 views on my channel, and I love doing what I do. And it was just perfect getting to use Lego and Minecraft in the one room over this 2 days. It was great.
So if anybody would like to play with Lego or play with Minecraft sometime this afternoon, please feel free to come over because we do have some spaces in the afternoon. And I guess that the point that David makes is it's well made. I mean, this is about telling stories, and a lot of the stuff that we do, so we tell stories about the future and then we figure out how we'll make them come true, either with people or with technology or with something else. And teaching children how to tell stories, it comes naturally to them and it's part of how they grow up. But at a certain point, somebody seizes there's a crayonectomy and the crayons are taken away. You've got to take this stuff seriously. You've got to learn about maths. We get all into STEM and we get all hung up on that stuff and we force them down a very specific path which is engineered to kind of drive them into industry as it lives at the moment. But for a lot of these children, like in 2030, they're going to be somewhere between 20 and 30 years old, right, around that age. They're deciding what they want to do. And I don't want more coders, I don't want more engineers. I want people who can solve problems and who can talk to people and think creatively about coming up with solutions for that. And that's kind of where we play and that's what we're trying to do. And design-based learning is really around that. It's giving people the freedom to explore different things. So we set them and we explained some stuff to them really quickly at the start. And we said lots of big things are happening. There's lots of megatrends going on and there's all this. So Brexit was on the Black Swan, but it's happened now. So I guess it could go back on, but anyway, right? There's lots of stuff going on in health. So all of the challenges that the health system is faced with at the moment and how do we deal with some of those things so that the hurricane that's around it and how do we break out of that cycle and how do we do something about it? The other thing that we're thinking about as well is, so history is great, but the future is all we have left, okay? So it's all about the bit moving forward and figuring out how do we do that. And we don't teach people how to think about the future. And just think about that for a second. We don't actually learn any skills. We learn a lot about history, and we learn about learning, we learn about English, and we learn about stuff, but we don't think about the future as a subject that we can learn and learn how to do it. So what we're doing with this is giving them tools to be able to understand how to collect signals from the future that are here today, different technologies, nanobots, and we see them all out there at the moment. They're just, as William Gibson would say, they're unevenly distributed. So it's figuring out how to connect all of this stuff together and bring it into something and tell stories with that. Now, as it turned out, some of the groups were quite young, so they had no idea what we were talking about. So we had to kind of reverse engineer this process and rely on their imagination and retrofit it. So I'm going to quickly move on. So we gave them kind of a map like this of autonomous vehicles, and we've got blockchain on this afternoon, I think. We've got CRISPR, we've got drones, we've got like embeddable brain implants and all kinds of other things, and the cool stuff that the guys are doing in RCSI with investigating everything. We also gave them a frame to hack around. So we said, if you're going to hack a system, you can't hack all of it all together. So you've got to pick a bit and figure out which bit you're going to pick and what you're going to do with that. So this is kind of a hack space for them to work with. Now remember, they only had an hour. We also gave them some scenarios. So here's our future forecast for the smart bathroom. So the smart bathroom, when I look in the mirror and the bathroom tells me how healthy I am by figuring out from the colour of my eyes, the colour of my skin, like how hot or how cold I am. Smart toilets are a really entertaining thing if you're 9. If you're a 9-year-old boy, the thought of a smart toilet is amazing. So, yeah, can we move on? We then went on and we said smart kitchens. So if I'm diabetic and I arrive home and I want a bar of chocolate and I go to my fridge, but it's a smart fridge, and the fridge says to me, hang on, you don't need that right now because the embeddable sensor on my arm has taken my blood sugar and says, you're there or thereabouts, I wouldn't have it right now. And it also knows that my dad is on his way home and he's 10 minutes away from this. So there are scenarios like that where we can tell stories about the future. Now, none of this stuff is true, but when we begin to put some of these things together into and capture those signals and put them like, so the metaphor we use is jelly beans. Who's had the jelly beans where you mix them together and they come up with different flavors? 1, 2, okay. There are jelly beans out there that when you mix them together, you put a lemon and a cherry and you get Coca-Cola flavor, right, when you put them all in your mouth. This is the same thing. So with these kind of signals that are coming in, we put them together and we come up with something new and tell a story and make it personal for an individual to see how it works. So this is what they've been doing. So they've been over in Launchbox, so thanks to John Whelan from Launchbox and Launchpad in Trinity in the Berkeley Library. And they're working, so they're building stuff in Lego and they're building stuff in Minecraft. And what came out of it? So I'm going to flip over to David now in a second, but really quickly, so one of them was a teleportation system for medicines to get them to crisis areas, so in the event of an earthquake or some natural disaster. We also had, I'm going to read them off this, obstacle courses with incentives, a lot of stuff around incentives for health. And it was funny because on the way in yesterday they were talking about basic income in Holland and an experiment that they're going to run next year there. But if you link basic income with health, is there a way that we can incentivize people to be healthy as part of a system like that if we're beginning to think about it? And that's what they're thinking about. Health card points, a bank to store points. So there's a lot of stuff around that and how do we store it, how do we record it, how do we do something with it. And this afternoon there's a session on blockchain. So we know we've got technology to be able to handle some of this stuff. So we've got Internet of Things, we've got wearable devices, we've got embeddable devices, and we have blockchain to capture and store some of this information. So how do we bring this together and how do we do something with it? They have no idea that how these things work, but they're telling stories about the fundamental technology is there and understanding how these things link together, that's an important piece. A health center with automated scanners. So the idea was that when you walk through the door, it will scan all of your body and like tricorder style tell you exactly what's wrong with you. Is that possible, Donica? Just a couple of years. Right, okay. A health gate with controls. Then we had a flood. So this is one of the interesting things because they're all in the same world. We had a flood in the world and so the water flows and it doesn't stop. So they had to group together and they had to all go in and co-build and solve the problem. So it's work forming and crisis management. So they have to get in and fix things. We had magic pools with magic water. So you went into the magic water, it magically made you better. We had clean water programs, good food. We had a horse farm for next generation transportation system going backwards rather than forwards. And I think one interesting one was there was let's call it a modern twist on pig farming, where it was a giant tower that David will show you, and when the pigs spawned on top of the tower and then they fell off and died. So rather an inhumane death and probably quite messy, but at the same time you've got a continuous supply of food in a city. So I'm going to swap over to David now, and David is going to drive you around.
Yeah.
You get the mouse?
No, it's fine without it.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. So it's on, yeah?
Yep.
So basically, it was ranged from junior infants, wasn't it, to 6th class?
Yeah, senior infants to
senior
sixth
to 6th class students. And they were all obviously had different ideas, and they had completely different, like, half of them didn't really get it at the start, but then when we let them figure it out themselves, they came together as a group instead, and they'd form their own little communities, and then they built their own ideas. which was really interesting to see instead of pushing anything onto them. So I'm just going to do a fly around of the world. This is Minecraft, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know. I'm going to fly around really quickly just to show off some of the builds that they made. So first off here, this was an interesting one. This was only done in the last group that came in now. It looks a bit like it's from Star Wars. It's actually supposed to be a big drone that delivers medicine to hospitals. It was an interesting one, and it was definitely one of the ones that I thought was one of the coolest ones in my opinion. We also had, there's a massive thing here in the center. If that there, it's actually a gun, and I was surprised at the start, but then he explained what it was, and it was a gun that was supposed to shoot medicine into your mouth. I thought at first it was a syringe or something, but it's forcing you to have this medicine, basically, I think. We also have, obviously, there's a lot of these beacons, and these are going up in the sky. There was the same guy that built a few of them around the place, and they were supposed to bring medicine up into the air, and then it would transport it in some way in a tunnel or some sort, and it would take it to another hospital or a country that needs medicine. What else do we have? We have a farm down here. I'll go a little bit closer. It has the horses, and I think most of them have escaped. There are some chickens here, and we have
horses.
Yeah, they jump over the fences. We have the hay, and we have a transport system here with a cow on the roller coaster.
So there are people in here at the moment.
Yeah.
So there are people actually in doing stuff. It's a much smaller group than we had this morning, but they're in playing in the world at the moment. You can see them.
So we have a transporting thing here where it's to transport medicine basically, but it goes underground, which is really interesting, and has cargo and would take you to the hospital. So there's players here that are over at Launchpad, and they are actually building their own creations right now. We might run into one along the way. We also have a couple of solar panel ones. This here was one of the first ones built. I'll go down a bit closer. This is the hospital with the sensors on the side. These pieces here were representing the sensors, and you'd go into this little room before you come into the hospital, and it would say, you're not sick, you can go home. Or you'd tell that you're
really
sick and you need to get in. So that was an interesting one, and it's probably one of the more likely ones compared to pushing a big off.
You put 9 and 10-year-old boys in the room, you get flying cars. It's 50-50. That's the way it is.
Yeah. We got
I think this is the magic water here.
This one here, yeah. So we have, I think the idea is that you walk in and you're not sick. I don't know how they're going to make it, but it'd be interesting if they did.
Oh, that was a time machine. So we did have a time machine. You can set the year and it'll transport you either forwards or backwards in time.
What else do we have? We have some of the big stuff that people just built the towers because they got the idea off the pig, pushing a pig off the edge, thought it was fun. And they thought it was a great idea to make food, so they did it with all the animals, so you could push cows off and everything. What else do we have? Over here, yeah, over here we have a solar panel, which is strange that only one person actually built it. I was expecting a lot more solar panels and wind turbines. There's actually no wind turbines. But the solar panel anyway, there's a tunnel underground from this solar panel which goes to this house. This house is supposed to represent a hospital, so they get all their energy from the machines in the hospital. So it's both environmentally friendly and it's a benefit to the hospital as well. We have some other crazy builds, just random stuff of people trying to get a hang of the game. What else is there? Well, we had drones around the place, and I can remember some of the stuff without showing it here, that there were drones that would drop off medicine, and there were lots of different versions of hospitals, and there were ones that were built into houses, so you never had to go to your hospital. You just have a built-in room in everybody's house or in every town that you'd walk into, and it's like the scanner idea, but it would be without going to the hospital. So that was basically it. There was a lot of crazy creations now, and a lot of interesting ones.
And I think the thing to note about all of this is that everybody's playing in the same world.
Yeah.
So we had children there, and we've seen this through the course of running programs over the past year, where if it's to do with social exclusion, behavioural issues, if it's mental health issues, where children on the autistic spectrum, there's lots of scenarios where games like this are allowing people to engage in a very regular and normal way, and it's changed, and it's all anecdotal, and we're going through to kick off some research with DCU Institute of Education on this, but how do you create situations to be inclusive? How do you make learning inclusive? And these tools allow us to begin to do that. And that's kind of part of what we're going with this. So this will continue into 2017, and it'll be one of the streams that we're running as an open program for schools to participate in about exploring the future of healthcare. So it's very much around how do we do this in a way which it's self-directed by the children. And one of the biggest challenges we face from a teacher perspective is the technology gap. So nobody here is going to be as expert as any of the people who are over in that room at the moment, or David. You're the expert in the room right now. But how do you get comfortable with the fact that it inverts control in a classroom, that you've got to sit back and accept the fact that the children know more, that they will drive, and it becomes a self-directed exercise. Can you just flip back over to, I know I've got 3 minutes. Cool, thanks David.
Thank you.
So quickly back to their forecasts. If we go back to the technology, and some of the stuff is here this week, we've talked about autonomous vehicles. I threw in nanobots because I just think they're cool. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. And I drew the picture, so I had to use it. But brain implants, there was a whole pile of stuff around the Internet of Things. The virtual side of it comes into play. Drones come into play. Wearables, embeddables, all of those kind of things come in as part of this. So they begin to understand what the potential power of some of these technologies can be, and that's part of the program and part of what we'll be doing going into 2017, is building out that program and focusing on the future of future studies, if you like, and thinking through that and thinking through some of the things around that. I think the other interesting bit that we're focused on, sorry, I'm going to go to that, and that's really that from a healthcare perspective, it happens there. So it happens inside people's heads. That's where the decisions get made that lead them down one path or another, how they deal with it, how they think about it. So exploring some of these situations, and particularly if it's complex and it's difficult and you need other people involved and you need participation there, this provides a perfect platform for things like that to explore it. So I guess the last thing that I'll throw in is that where we're going with this next year is that we're trying to break the fact that children have to sit at a PC, which is obviously that sedentary lifestyle contributes to not being healthy in the first place. So we're building some stuff around it to kind of break free, and this notion of free range learning where I can learn anywhere. So there will be an app, there'll be some other stuff that comes out next year, because augmented reality is the only thing that we can do with this. So we're going to take it out. If you imagine Pokemon Go meets learning, that's what we're trying to build at the moment, which it's fun anyway. So that's pretty much us and what we've gone through. So if anybody wants to come over, the children will be there for the next little while, so you're quite welcome to come over and have a look or have a play. And I think with 20 seconds left, if anybody has any questions. Any questions? Are we good? Yep.
Sorry, I missed most of your talk, but I do have a question just about iPads in school.
Sure.
My son has an iPad in secondary school, and the principal thinks it's a great idea because very technology aware. But essentially, they're doing this, they're studying like this, and I don't think it's really going to add to their technology awareness because they're already technology aware, the kids and teenagers.
Yep. So it's a great question. It's one that comes up all the time. And part of it is because we set the challenges as kind of broad, fairly broad, you can't just start in with the technology. So what's happened with all of the schools who participated last year, and we had about 300 schools involved in this, so the kids immediately, they love the fact that they can play with Minecraft. And one of the schools, I think 3 of the schools were actually on iPads, and they were doing everything on an iPad. But the very first thing they had to do, because they were asked to tell a story, they had to take a step back. So we provided 2 or 3 lightweight tools, so a kind of tiny design thinking toolkit for schools to take them back out. So they had to prototype things outside, they had to think about it, and doing it in Lego, doing it in other things. But take I guess there's no peripheral vision once you're in here, so it's to take it out of that and explore the space. And then you can bring it in and build something inside of it. So I think you're right, it does play a part, and iPads do play a part in this, as do other technologies. But it's around finding the right balance between the two and understanding that it's not just about this. And so the key pieces we're looking at, it's around problem solving, it's around collaboration. So if you see what happened this morning, there were some children there, I'd say 10% of every class that came through were expert. And they help everybody else. And in some cases, they're not like the superstar student. but they've spent enough time in it that they're proficient, so they can go and help other people. So changing the dynamics around it, design as a key thing that people can learn. So we're kind of focused on that. So I think it is a problem. And it goes to the STEM debate, where we're kind of engineering a situation where we're driving people down a particular thing. And don't get me wrong, I think we need that. We need scientists, we need technologists, we need engineers, right? We need people who are good at math, but we also need people who are good at problem solving, good at collaborating with other people, good at design. They're kind of fundamental things that I think is missing from that conversation at the moment. Does that come close to answering? Juve? Nick, right? Yeah.
So if there's one expert in the thing, he'll actually go and pass on those skills faster than the same teacher will down to.
Yeah, and it's learning through sharing, and that's kind of one of the things that we're focusing on. It's a buddy of mine wrote a book, Learning 3.0, which is we teach each other, and you forget about the teacher as the teacher teaching the class. It kind of goes to that. All good?
Brilliant.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, folks. To make sure I unplug the right bit. I won't run off with your clicker.
Cheers. Okay, so yesterday one of the things we talked about was the power of engagement, the power of communications, the power of social media, and we had the journalists in talking about that. I met the next speaker online, which feels a little bit weird saying that. But I'd been following a lady called Gina Neff, and some of the stuff she'd been talking about was just fascinating from the point of view of wearables, where we go, how we do things next, and where we try to become more aware of what it is to be quantified self and move in that direction. So I cheekily asked her if she would come to the event, and she very kindly agreed. So without further ado, I'll ask Gina to come down to continue the presentation and the learning. Thank you very much. The long way down.
I know, right? All the way to the back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great, thanks. I'm going to just open up my own. Oh, there they are. Okay, great. I don't need those. My name is Gina Neff. I am honored to be here today, and hopefully my clicker is clicking. Oh, the one with the big green button that says next. Look at that. So I have a quick question to ask you. How many of you have some kind of wearable device that you use to keep track of a health or wellness factor? Okay, about half the room. I am a sociologist of communication technology. And when I started this project, I would ask a room of healthcare professionals, other academics, I would say, how many of you? And I would get less than 5% of the room would have one of these devices. So we've made these enormous gains within just a space of years about a knowledge about wearables and what wearables might be able to do for health. Now today I want to put forward a bit of a provocative hypothesis that we can use this practice of self-tracking as driving patient innovation and patient-led innovation in healthcare. One of the reasons why I love this picture is this is a picture of one of the chief data scientists for one of the wearable devices, and she would go around to conferences with multiple devices. So I'm not advocating to go out and get many of them. But I am saying that we don't quite yet know what this data can do for us. And in a new book that I've just published, I put forward some ideas about how this data might help improve healthcare. What I'd like to suggest today is how we might actually use the data as new ways to get innovative ideas into healthcare. So there is no question that we have this plethora of new kinds of apps in addition to the wearable sensors that we have. Over 110 million wearable sensors will be shipped by the end of this year.
In the United States, 21% of people surveyed, adults surveyed, say they have worn a wearable device, but only 10% of people say that they wear them on a daily basis. So we're still far from this being a mass consumption phenomenon. The problem, however, is that 60% of these devices are used for 6 months or less. They're left in drawers, they're left charging and never worn again. Their batteries don't get replaced. The apps, the fitness apps, the calorie counters, these are left unused, unopened on smartphones. So we're a long way from what a New Yorker cartoon suggested, that your iPhone might be listed as your primary care physician. And yet there are these hopes that this kind of self-tracking data can help drive patient positive benefits, positive behavior change, positive engagement with their own health. We're not quite yet to where it can make diagnoses. And I'm not sure that's exactly where we should be going. In the book, which I have copies if anybody wants a copy, we look at how this experience of turning everyday experiences into digital data change this practice of self-tracking. Now, self-tracking is not new. Anybody who has struggled with a chronic condition often knows you're asked by your care team to keep track. Mothers are asked to keep track of their newborns. We have been keeping track of our performance in logs and in diaries for a very long time. But there's something exciting that happens when this is turned into digital data. First, we have this possibility that the digital data can move and connect us in powerful and interesting ways. Just at this innovation symposium, we see how hospitals are using data from their patients and from the communities where they are to make better and different kinds of decisions for their patients that are in front of them. What I love about this picture, it's the logic model of a hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio, and the Children's Chronic Care Network there at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. And it shows their idea that they can use data from their pediatric patients and their families as really the center point of innovation, collaboration, and communication among multiple stakeholders. It's this kind of idea of what digital data can do for us, and that us can mean multiple kinds of people. Us as people interested in health innovation, us as people who are also patients, us as care providers. What digital data can do for us, this kind of idea really motivated the book on self-tracking that we came out with this year. So I want to put forward to you 5 kind of key reasons why self-tracking data might spark innovation. And I want to do this with lots of caveats. First, I think we have a lot of work to do to get there. So these are 5 key reasons why we should be looking to self-tracking data as the spark of innovation. But we're going to need some other things before we can get there. And with each of these, I'm going to give you a case from the book, some kind of example to make it alive of what we've got. Now, the first is that doctors really no longer have all the data. I was inspired by the last speaker who said, you know, what you see in these students when you get them in this Minecraft space is that suddenly there are new kinds of experts in the room. They might not be the best student, he said. They might not be the best at many things, but they're really proficient at this one thing. And so this is what we're going to see with self-tracking data. As my colleague and oncologist, Dr. Anthony Bach, says, we have to get prepared for the idea that doctors are no longer the information source for most people. He likens it to doctors as being one of an ever-widening information stream where we have new kinds of information and data. In fact, patients are going to come in soon with more and better data on their daily experience than doctors could ever have. Now, this is challenging. As one clinician we interviewed for the book said, I know what to do with 3 blood pressure readings in my office. I don't know what to do with 20,000 blood pressure readings taken at someone's home. So the challenge here, that doctors will no longer have the best data or be the only source of data, is that we need to think about the role of doctor as being someone who helps patients make sense of data, someone who helps collaborate around these ideas rather than becomes the final arbiter. The second key is that data really mean different things to patients and doctors, and this is true across all stakeholders. This comes out of work that I did with Brittany Fiore-Silfast and Brittany Fiore-Gartland. And the idea is that when patients say data and doctors say data, they often mean really very different things. The example I want to give you is from the Night Scout project. Is anyone familiar with Night Scout in here? Night Scout is a project I almost can never talk about without crying. It is a project of parents, children with type 1 diabetes, where they were really tired of waiting for commercial solutions to help present real-time data from their children's implanted continuous blood glucose monitors. So they wanted information in real time on a smartwatch of what the blood glucose level was for the child at the time. Many reasons to do this. Now, to a doctor, that data is medical data. It's used to inform choices. We don't want to make mistakes with insulin, right? This is kind of playing with fire. For the kids, the pediatric patients, and their parents, this data was the difference of letting them feel comfortable enough to go on overnight sleepovers or on a field trip with school, or to be away from the approved monitors where that data were being displayed, right? So think about a child sitting in a classroom not having access to their blood pressure, their blood glucose levels. So they knew that the accuracy, they were willing to take risks on the accuracy in order to get better real time. In fact, they had other ways they could make decisions. So here was a challenge, a distinction. The regulatory environment said, any device that this data gets displayed on is a medical device. Parents and kids said, no, we need to be able to free this data. Now, there are now commercial products that are allowing, commercial solutions that are allowing, but this went forward as a do-it-yourself innovation, and it shows the creativity of what people can do when they have data in their own hands. The third, and sometimes this is the hardest one to understand in the healthcare space, is that data is really not an ending point. It's not really a conclusion. It doesn't stop with the diagnosis. It can become a starting point. Over and again, from the people we interviewed for the book, we heard from people who talked about their data in terms of story. They wanted access to their patient records, to their files, so they could see the story of their illness. They weren't looking for validation. They weren't looking to trip up their doctors and find mistakes or even double check things. They wanted this kind of a history of them put in data form. This is a graph I don't expect you to be able to read. It's a graph that's not really a graph. It was made by a visualization designer, Katie McCurdy, and it is a 15-year history of her chronic illness and the struggles that she's had with symptoms, controlling symptoms and controlling medications, different medications that she's taken. She made this patient history in a graphical form. Now, there's no real numbers involved in this history. I mean, she just kind of has, over time, the peaks and the valleys of her experience. But she put them in a graph because she thought that was the language her doctor would respond to. And she did it because she said, I want to work with a doctor who believes me. Now, that should give everyone pause. Why is it this very highly engaged, very intelligent very privileged in many ways, patient, say that she's not being heard in her illness. And the only way she can express that to her care team is through a graph. I want a doctor who believes in me. Data can be a powerful starting point for patients and providers to have new kinds of conversations, important conversations about decisions that need to be made. This is perhaps, I think, the most political of the questions that we bring forward in the book. And I think it's one of the keys of why self-tracking data has such great power. Now, you'll hear from technology companies where they'll say self-tracking data is fantastic because it encourages compliance and adherence. You'll hear from technology companies who say self-tracking data is great because it gets people to, it promotes healthy behavior change. But really, truly, fundamentally, I think the most transformative nature of self-tracking data is really data change who gets to ask questions. This is the story of Hugo Campos. He has an implanted arterial defibrillator, and he wanted access to his data. He knew that his doctor could get access to this data, but when he lost his health insurance coverage in the Boston area in the United States, he said, why can't I look at when I have a heart event? What can I investigate this data? Can I look at my own heart data to see if stressful events or dietary changes change when I trigger a heart event? The company said no. He went on a very public and protracted battle, eventually winning the right to his own data, but not the rights for larger, more patients. So his victory became simply the victory for him. The challenge of self-tracking data is, yes, we need to think about privacy. Yes, we need to think about taking care of patients and how they make sense of their data. But giving them control and access is vitally important for how they get to ask questions of their own data and to be a spark for innovation. And finally, as a reminder, data don't lead to change, but data might lead to engagement. Many of the self-tracking commercial apps that are being built work on a fundamental knowledge said by one company at Stanford's Medicine X conference a few years ago. Data leads to knowledge, and knowledge leads to change. To which a psychologist sitting in the room stood up and said, I'm sorry, I'm a psychologist, and let me tell you, that's just wrong. People know what not to do, and they do it anyway, because if that model were right, data leads to change, there'd be no reason for psychologists, and let me tell you, people are lining out the door. This gave Silicon Valley a pause. They scratched their head, yeah. This is a story from our book, from the research that I did with a Medicare demonstration project in a rural area of eastern Washington. This was a relatively poor area where people would have to travel over 400 kilometers to the nearest hospital. This was a telehealth project using the Bosch Health Buddy. And basically, this picture taken from the project is a picture you didn't see very often, because most of the case workers, the case managers, worked remotely through data, not face-to-face exchanges. But the data gave them something to talk about, and they did every day. Patients would input their numbers, and even that, the care team said, was like a little bit of self-care. They were getting some acknowledgement on a daily basis. Hey, you took your blood pressure readings. Hey, you filled in your weight. Hey, you took your blood glucose readings. And by the end, they realized that this data gave them the opportunity to build up the relationship and have the conversations. Now, it also was the reason why this is a failed project. It was expensive to put care team in the center of this kind of care coordination project. But it created the relationships, and the relationships they found were what led to the better patient outcomes. So it wasn't the data that led to better outcomes. but it played a key role in making the engagement that got them there. This brings me to my conclusions. This is Kiara. She's a high school friend of mine. I love this picture because she's very proudly holding up one of these devices. She's an economist with the European Central Bank, and she's kind of techie. And she's holding up the Polar Watch, which is one of the devices in the quantified self community known for having the most open kind of data, right? So she loves this device because she can download reams of Excel files of her daily experience and ask new kinds of questions. I mean, she's an economist, right? She's very engaged. Self-tracking data have the enormous potential for people getting to ask new kinds of questions about their health and about their lives. And it changes this power fundamentally. I think this is one of the reasons why we should fight for the rights for this kind of data to be used in healthcare settings. However, there's two pretty fundamental things that need to be in place. The first is a guarantee that people can't be harmed from their own data. We have existing regulation around data that originates in the healthcare setting, but our legal and regulatory frameworks for self-tracking data are not as developed. You can be harmed, incriminated by your own self-tracking data. Do we know what's going to happen when self-tracking data is used to put someone in a higher risk category, to discriminate against them for particular kinds of treatments in the United States, to deny them particular kinds of treatments or benefits or healthcare coverage? We don't know yet. The second is that people do not have unrestricted access to their data at the moment, and this must change. So currently, data is under a whole patchwork of regulation, whether it originates from commercial technologies like the Apple Watch or the Fitbit, or it's in the healthcare space. And so what we need to be able to do, as one anthropologist, Bill Maher, has argued, is begin to think about data and this data as having, well, parents, really. Two sets of parents. One, the biological parent of us, our bodies, the bodies that generate this data, and then the other, a tool or a technology. And like we think of kinship rights for children, Maher argues, we should start to think of our own self-tracking data as having these two kinds of parents with rights and responsibilities to the thing produced, to the self-tracking data that's produced. So that no technology company should be able to tell me that I don't have rights or access to my own data. But nor really could I tell a technology company that the data is mine alone. That there's some kind of negotiation that we're going to have in a legal framework and a regulatory framework in order to make this kind of thing possible. Now, I think it's a future worth fighting for. I think it's a future worth fighting for because we have enormous possibilities of innovation and cases of where, with data in people's hands, they can make extraordinary and phenomenal innovations. What kind of future do we want where we as citizens have the power to raise questions and to participate and be engaged in our care? Or are we going to have a future in which we see more surveillance, more control, more paternalism? I think if we start to think of self-tracking data as the beginning of a set of conversations and the beginning of a set of innovative ideas, then we begin to open up new kinds of vistas and possibilities for this data. And at stake is nothing less, really, from the very lenses by which we come to see ourselves and others, how we see what the new normals will be in the future, how we see what our new societies will look like, what healthcare in 2030 will look like. And that's a future, I think, that's worth fighting for. I want to acknowledge some of my collaborators and funders, and we have a few minutes for questions. I thank you for your attention. Yeah, how do you get the access, how do you get the boundaries right between access and control and privacy? You put the access in the hands of the individual. Absolutely. I think you don't get privacy right without having individuals in control of where the data goes. A Symantec study a few years ago found that there were 9 domains that self-tracking data, they did an audit of self-trackers that were available in a public space, and they went up to 9 different internet domains directly from the device. Now, most people are not aware that their data is shared, much less that it's shared directly from devices, right? That it's this kind of way. We need to bring consumers, patients, directly into that conversation. The second is we need to think about the security of the self-tracking devices at the hardware level. There's not been enough attention to that. These have been thought of as consumer wellness devices, but increasingly we're going to find that self-tracking data can be used to proxy many different kinds of diagnostic indicators. For example, there's already work being done now on motion sensing using smartphones and turning that into early indicators of Parkinson's disease and other mobility diseases. So without the individual having the control over the data and being able to say where the data go, that balance can never be met. What other questions do you have? Yes.
So thank you very much, Gina. I really enjoyed your talk. I'm delighted to discover that the paper that I've turned my life around, people, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but my research focus around recently is one that you actually co-authored with Fiora Gartland in recently.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting and interesting. I'm really interested in the bit where the data, so really your first point, doctors no longer have all the data, and how the challenges that provides for them, and how they were trained to do this. You come into me, I do these tests, then I get those results, and now they're being presented with all this other information. And really, they're not, as a body. Of course, there are some who are really responding well to that. Have you any ideas, suggestions, insights into how we can start to change that? How the clinical encounter can be improved now?
How do we improve the clinical encounter with the rise of self-tracking data? Okay, so there's like 5 different ways I can answer this question. And here's the craziest one. People bring in the craziest thing into their clinical encounters. I mean, crazy, wacky, does not fit any theory known to medicine. One quantified self experiment that we saw in our review of the quantified self community was a man who simply tracked for an entire year which direction, north, south, east, or west, he was standing at any moment. I don't know why, but there you go. On years that he faces south more, is he happier? I don't know. So there are going to be things, there are going to be all kinds of these latent, lay theories about what is going on. And a doctor's role could be quite dismissive. Oh, that's just silliness, let's dismiss this. A care provider's team could just simply dismiss this. And what they do when they do that is they dismiss an important opportunity to have a conversation and build a connection and build a relationship that can actually lead to transformative care and perhaps innovation. So we put it this way in the book. Patients are the experts in their everyday lived experience. They actually are the experts in why they're not adhering to particular advice or why they don't comply in particular ways. They know why. Things are hard for them. Something's not working. So rather than say there's one right way and one medically approved way, can we learn from the data that they bring in to change the tenor of those conversations? In a presentation we gave at Stanford's Medicine X conference, my collaborator Tony Bach and I talked about the ways in which doctors become data coaches, really. So you might say, I don't know anything about this particular herb you've been taking and why it might influence the numbers that you're bringing in to show me. But, you know, let's talk about that. What are you trying to improve here, and what might be some other ways we could do that? So I think using the data as a starting point rather than a definitive answer. Now, the second way to answer this question is also we're going to really change what we think of as the new normals. Self-tracking data have enormous potential in showing the highly individualized and personalized responses that people have to particular medications or outcomes. We know that these are normally distributed. We don't know where any one particular person falls in that curve. We're going to start to see really powerfully new kinds of associations and correlations. You can't expect that to happen at the bedside, right? So we have to start thinking in terms of the translational element for this kind of data to the same extent that we think about other kinds of discovery, right? We'll have big population discovery available, but we'll also have to do the hard work of translational science in terms of thinking about how to change protocol. Is that satisfying? Yeah. We should talk more. Sure. Yeah. Good. What other questions do you have in the minutes we have remaining?
I have another one, actually.
Yeah.
That's okay. Who do you think, what companies do you think explain things well to users or patients in terms of how they use the data? Like one that springs to mind for me is I like the way patients like me have data for good, and they're pretty transparent around what they do with their data and what their revenue model is.
Yeah.
Do you have any other examples? I mean, that's one I like.
I have a lot of bad examples. So what are the good examples of companies that explain well what they're doing for and with their data? Patients Like Me and Cure Together are two that get commonly talked about as companies where they built a model of community engagement was their mantra in terms of building the population of data that they could do together. I have many bad examples in which a company says things like, well, we'll get everyone's data, then we'll figure out what to do with it, or we don't know what to do with all of this data. Too often, I think the tendency has been to gather the data first, then parse it and think about what questions to ask later. It's completely backwards from how we do science, right? How we do science is think about the questions first and then gather the data, right? So I think that changing that cultural mindset that patient consumer data is not simply a resource to be mined to make someone profitable, rather that it's a right, it's a privilege, it comes with responsibilities, and that it comes with this power to engage people in their own care if it's used properly. So companies like Patients Like Me, I think, get that from the beginning. Great. I want to thank you all for your attention. This has been great. Thank you.
Wow, really fascinating, Gina. I'll definitely be buying the book. Our next speaker is a CIO from the NHS. Joanna Smith is here, so please welcome Joanna. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So first of all, my name is Joanna Smith, and I'm the Chief Information Officer at the Royal Brompton and Harefield NHS Foundation Trust. And I've been asked to talk to you today about the style of the innovator and health tech heroes. I'm normally asked to talk about the things we're doing, not the things I think about. So this is a little bit of a first for me. So a little bit of context. I don't expect you to be able to read the slide. This is really just for information if you're distributed afterwards. But the Royal Brompton and Harefield NHS Foundation Trust is the UK's largest specialist heart and lung centre, and we're the UK's largest centre in congenital heart disease. We're also Europe's largest cystic fibrosis centre. So we deal with a lot of very special stuff for very special and very sick patients. We have a national, if not a worldwide customer base in terms of people travel many, many miles to us. And this makes innovation really, really important to us because we have to have people travelling a long way who are very, very sick. So we need to find better ways of working with them, better ways of helping them. I've been in the trust about 4 years, and it's easily the best job I've ever had. There's something very addictive about actually being able to go around the wards, talk to patients, engage with clinicians, and see fantastic operations happening. So a little bit around the topic itself. So I did the inevitable Google, because being a techie, what do I have to do? I have to have a look at the subject of innovation as opposed to inventors, and I think we all understand the difference between people who invent things and people who innovate. So some of us aren't clever enough to invent things, but we do try very hard to take things that other people invent and find ways of making them really useful and making a change for good. It's interesting to see the greatest innovators of all time, and the good old famous Thomas Edison, and the fact that everyone thinks he invented the light bulb, and of course many of us know, I think, that he didn't invent the light bulb, but what he did do was spend thousands of attempts at trying to find a commercial application for the light bulb, and now he gets all the credit. And of course there are lots of other great folks there. It's also interesting to see that in terms of the style of the innovator, it's about leadership, and it is about transformational leadership, and I think that makes sense. Good innovators are naturally people who want to transform. They're excited by the ability to make something new and different, seeing an opportunity to improve something by utilising something that's already exists in a new and novel way. And that's what makes innovation so exciting and so interesting. So in terms of something about the style of the innovators, this is just very much a personal view from my perspective, and I have to say this is clearly an outstanding event, and had I been here for the full 2 days before I had to send my slides in, I can tell you now my slides would be quite different. So actually I've been sort of wandering around the expo and sitting and listening today, and I've been sitting here thinking, I really don't like my slides now, really don't like my slides now, and I haven't got very many. So I think these are just some observations from me around the traits and styles that I attribute to people who are good at innovation. But of course, it's absolutely not finite. It's absolutely not a fact that if you're not one or other of these things, you can't innovate. That's clearly not true. But I do think it's a fact that you need to be brave. We've heard a speaker earlier today talk about courage. I do believe that innovators need to be courageous. They need to manage risk and understand risk, not necessarily take risk, but they have to understand and manage those risks. And that's a quote I stole, by the way, from Pete Goss, who was the chap who sailed the southern seas and got into all sorts of terrifying situations and then went off to save a fellow yachtsman rather than worry about winning the race. He said, we're not risk takers, we manage risks. So I quite like that, so I'm going to steal that for future use. Obviously, we need to be tenacious. Back to Edison and his 1,000 attempts to commercialise the light bulb. You just have to keep trying. You just have to keep believing that there is a good outcome for the thing you want to do. And I think that's really the key message about the style of the innovator. It's about being tenacious. It's about wanting to make things better and do something good. So anyone can innovate. And I don't know how many of you know the story of the macaque monkeys in Japan, but in the 1950s, scientists observed that a whole group of monkeys, one particular monkey got up and decided to take her potato that they typically picked up, and they brushed the dirt and the sand off, and this monkey walked over to the stream and she appeared to wash it in the stream, obviously determining, this is great, I no longer get that grit in my teeth, this is a pretty cool thing. Well, what's interesting is over the course of the following months or years, scientists observed that the macaques across the whole of Japan started to learn this new skill. So they were learning that they could improve the experience of eating their potato by washing it in the river. What got even more interesting was this same monkey, you can Google this, it's amazing. This same monkey then goes off and thinks, yeah, well, does she think? I don't know. But this same monkey goes off and she then actually starts dipping her potato in seawater instead of the river, because the salt adds a flavouring to the potato. So that, that's anyone can innovate. You just need to want to make something better. You just want to improve upon something and then share that with others. So that's one of my favourite stories, to be honest. I'm probably going to be very quick, by the way. I'm just thinking that in terms of, perhaps I need to slow it down, Richard, slow it down. You have to ask loads of questions, so start thinking of some difficult questions. So in terms of health tech heroes, so now this is a slide that I'm probably now a little less comfortable with, so I apologise to many patients who may be in the room because the word patient doesn't appear on here, and I apologise for that. So health tech heroes, what I was thinking about here was actually wanting to acknowledge the rather duller things, instead of talking about people specifically, but actually acknowledging the things that I look at in health and think of as the things that were real game changers in order to help us innovate from a health tech point of view. So telecommunications, that's enabled us to do telehealth, that ability to have telehealth, telemedicine solutions with our patients hundreds of miles away. Without the folks who developed telecoms over years, we wouldn't have that. Clearly, the internet and Wi-Fi, without the ability to use the internet and Wi-Fi to be able to talk to folks from all over the place, we couldn't have done some of the amazing stuff. The cloud is one of my passions at the moment, so I do apologise being a technology person, but the cloud for me in health is a significant game changer, and it's a game changer for lots of reasons in terms of reach, the ability to get to people, but it's also driving down cost. And sadly, although we don't want to have to talk about money, cost is important, and the cloud is enabling us to reduce the cost of many of our health tech services, which in turn means we can do more for our patients, we can do more to help our clinicians. And then social media. We all understand social media and the empowered patient. Without social media, we wouldn't have the informed patient. We wouldn't have the dialogues. We wouldn't be able to go back and challenge clinicians and question. We wouldn't be able to be so well informed. And of course, ultimately, I wanted to acknowledge vendors. I know vendors sometimes get a little bit of a bad deal. You know, people think of those as commercial folks making money. What a terrible, wicked thing that is. But without our vendors investing their time and their energy and their money, from the small startups and SMEs to the great big global guys, without those vendors, we actually wouldn't have many, many of the products and services we have today, which we're then able to use to innovate from in order to deliver great services to our patients. So in terms of some personal favourites, yes, apologies Richard, Superman. You're not alone, you're not alone. But actually I just wanted to mention I have got three quite personal favourites of mine in terms of innovators. I don't know how many of you in the room are aware of this, but it was 2001, 15 years ago, that the first transatlantic robotic surgery took place. Now, how amazing is that? We talk about innovation today and we talk about tech today as if we've discovered it in the last 5 years. 15 years ago, a surgeon operating in New York actually carried out remote robotic surgery on a patient in Strasbourg in France. That, to me, is outstanding. So when I talk about technology in the hospital, one of the things that strikes me is actually we've had fantastic innovation in tech, in health, for a long time. Often it's the corporate and more public communication type technologies that have only just come to the fore. Noel Fitzpatrick, I know you might not consider this really right from a patient point of view unless you're an animal, but I'm a huge fan of animals, and I don't know if anybody watches The Super Vet, but Noel Fitzpatrick, who's an orthopaedic neuroveterinary surgeon, he takes new equipment and devices and tools, and he does the most outstanding things for pets that would perhaps never walk again, might not survive, and he develops these incredible things. The man is just full of passion, and he's Irish, by the way, and he just does the most amazing things. And then Gillian Halley, a little plug for our own hospital, I'm afraid, unashamedly. Gillian Halley is a clinician, and she looks after patients on long-term ventilation, predominantly paediatric. So we're talking about children who come into our hospitals and stay in our critical care beds for 300 days, a year of their life in a hospital bed in one session. And many, many, many times, one of the things that Gillian observed was that these patients were well enough to go home if the home, the family and the community and the GP services were all aligned and able to support them because they needed long-term ventilation. But they were well enough with their long-term ventilation to be able to go home instead of stay in a hospital bed in critical care, costing also a fortune. So Gillian recognised that this is where technology could help, that collaboration platforms, virtual consultation processes, all of those things pulled together would enable her to shorten the pathway of the patient's journey through the hospital. And someone earlier today made a similar reference to how they'd use technology to shorten pathways and to make processes more efficient. So through Gillian's work, which was relatively low cost from a tech point of view, she just exploited collaboration tools, but she got people together, and it was getting the community together, getting the patients together, getting the parents together. She's now reduced the stay in hospital for these children on long-term ventilation to under 100 days. That's saving an amazing amount of money, and it's making a huge difference to those children and their parents. So for me, she's one of the real health tech heroes. And of course, there are many, many more, including the great and the good, Richard, but also what you've got there is Beverly Bryant. You may not know, she's the Director of Digital Transformation for NHS Digital, and of course Will Smart, who you heard from yesterday, who's the new NHS CIO. and then Keith McNeil, who is our CCIO for NHS England. And really, this is my final slide, all our wonderful healthcare professionals and the IT teams that support them. I think we do need to acknowledge that it's all of those healthcare professionals who are willing to take up their time to learn these new tools. Many times this is not something they're comfortable with. We've recently, in the last 12 months, implemented electronic prescribing and medicines administration and electronic document management, which is digitising all of our patient case notes, and we've introduced a new patient administration system. So our poor clinicians, particularly the nurses at the front line, they have really been impacted by having to learn a whole new load of stuff, and it's been difficult and challenging, and it's gone well, but it's been challenging for them. Real-time data entry, they've never had to do this before. So our HCPs, who really are there at the front line wanting to care for our patients, they're both keen to innovate and adopt new technology, but at the same time they're doing this on top of the day job that they've always known and understood. And the IT teams that support them. Sometimes the IT teams can be a little bit geeky. Mine are. They sit in the basement. It's true. They do sit in the basement, and they don't get out as much as they should do. But they are very, very dedicated, hard-working people who know why we're here, and all they really want to do is help and support our clinicians, support our patients. And of course, finally, it's all of you. All of you have taken time out of your busy schedules to be here over these couple of days and to actually take the time to listen and visit to the stands, talk on the expos, listen to sessions today. It's all of you that are helping us to innovate. You're all health tech heroes, because without you and your enthusiasm, your energy and your ideas, we wouldn't be able to drive any of this forward. So I've been very quick, Richard, I'm afraid.
Can I ask a question though? So yesterday myself, Joe and Will were interviewed by Mark Chillingworth. One of the questions Mark was asking was, how would we as CIOs in health persuade other people to come and work in health technology? And I missed your answer to the question because I had to run off to another interview. I'd be really interested, and I'm sure some of the guys will be, what's the sales pitch to come and work in health technology?
It is the best job I've ever done, and I have been working a very long time. Starting very, very young. So it is the best job I've ever done, quite sincerely. I think the answer is you cannot beat, I know it's a cliche, Richard, you said it, Will said it, you cannot beat being able to see and talk to patients in beds, moving around the hospital, talking to clinicians who are treating them, watching the activities they go through. You can't beat getting that close to the people you're making a difference to. When I worked in pharmaceuticals, I had a fantastic job and it was lovely, and I attached myself to patients through the drugs that we developed, and I sort of managed to attach that the IT that I did that helped the sales force go out to GPs to sell the drugs sort of helped, I kind of made those connections. It's not the same as walking around the hospital and seeing patients and being able to talk to them. It is utterly addictive. And one of my favourite stories was being in surgery, and I'm quite squeamish, so I thought this is going to be a bit scary. I'm going to watch open heart surgery. And we've got this fantastic guy doing open heart surgery, which was fine, I didn't faint. And while he's doing this stuff on a beating heart, the guy, because some of our guys don't even put them on bypass now, they do bypasses on a beating heart. So he's standing there doing this stuff on a beating heart, and he's looking at the screens where he's got his images on, and every so often he was kicking the screen. He was doing this. What are you doing? He said, well, the screensaver will come up. He said, and we're scrubbed up, so we can't touch the computer. And I just thought, so we talk about innovation, had no one thought to switch that screensaver off? They hadn't thought they could. No one had asked IT. IT had never seen it happen. No one thought of it. So, you can make such a difference. It's addictive.
So where
long answer.
Joe Mack was at the CIO 100, which Mark Chillingworth referred to yesterday. What is fascinating about that is the first time they ran that, there was just myself and Joe from healthcare listed in the CIO 100. Last time there was about 20 to 100 from healthcare. You've got people now who want to work in healthcare technology, who've been the CIO of Aston Martin, the CIO of BMW, the CIO of big hotel companies. So at last, maybe the healthcare heroes, health tech heroes. So thanks ever so much, Joe.
It's a pleasure. Oh, questions.
Oh, more questions?
Questions?
Absolutely, yeah. Go for it.
Given the focus on heart and lung and the Brompton, what sort of innovations do you think are coming, particularly maybe tying with the last talk for kind of patient self-tracking or just generally
So, I mean, the comment I made about the robotic surgery was a serious one, in that often it's corporate IT that's behind and clinical IT is actually advanced. So we're already the first hospital to transplant devices into the aorta, that when people sleep on their pillows, it's transmitting data back about their heart so that the clinicians can monitor what they've done and can make adaptations. They can't do it remotely, they have to bring them back in to do that. So we already do quite a lot of remote monitoring. With our cystic fibrosis patients at the moment, we're working on virtual consultations because it makes them very poorly to have to travel hundreds of miles just to have routine follow-ups, so we're doing a lot of those sorts of things. At the other end of the scale, one of our cardiac surgeons is working with the European Space Agency because he wants to develop, and I'll get this term right, haptic virtual reality. So that's virtual reality where you get physical feedback as opposed to auditory or visual. I've got people nodding, you're so clever. I had to go and read up on it afterwards. But he's working on that because we do such complex processes on patients, many that it's almost the first time ever. He wants to be able to test a procedure and feel the feedback before he does it for the first time on a real person. So there's a lot of stuff around wearables, giving them the data back, but also about the advances in innovation and new technologies that we're really taking advantage of. That's one of the benefits of being a very specialist hospital. Some other question I
Was
saw.
there another question?
Maybe not?
No?
I thought I saw a hand.
Thank you very much. Grab a seat, Joe. So I get to do something pretty cool now. So one of the eHealth Ireland Committee members has become a very good friend. She keeps turning up at events and asking really awkward questions and making it very, very difficult for me to stand on stage. She does it on purpose because that means that I have to answer the awkward question in front of the media, which means that the Minister, the Department of Health are then put under additional pressure to actually look after eHealth. So we decided to ask Evelyn to come and chair this session, which is a session on health, tech and innovation and women in that role. And Joe's kindly agreed to sit on that panel as well. So I'll ask Evelyn to come down while I then think of a really, really difficult question to get my own back with later. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully this will be really good as well. Do the other panel members want to come down as well?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know. I feel like running outside and getting everybody else to come in. I remember I worked in patient advocacy, and I remember once we had an event for people with rare diseases, and we had it in the old European Parliament building. And there was a taxi protest outside, and the taxi drivers were all honking their horns. And I was chairing the meeting, and I went outside with a poster that had rare diseases on it, and I asked every single taxi driver to stop beeping their horns because we were talking about children. And they did. So,
we have ours.
And
okay,
I don't know, I think women just tend to do things like that, don't we, to get on with important business. And I suppose today's event has been fantastic, and I've really, and yesterday, the speakers, the people that Richard and the team, Maria and Clyde and people like that have managed to attract in to talk to us about what we're doing, and it's a really exciting period. For me, with a background in patient advocacy, and now I run a cancer trials group where I work with all the oncologists in Ireland to try and get more new treatments and more new research done in this country for the benefit of Irish patients and European patients. We run a lot of studies abroad as well. And when you're trying to do that with paper, it's not easy. So we really want to drive innovation in this space. We want to see, all of our trials on EDC, electronic data capture. We want to have a registry available of all people in Ireland, both with cancer and without, so that when we have the opportunity to run trials here, we know exactly where the patient is. And that's really important. So why am I here? Well, Richard has outlined where I've come from, but I'm also the CEO of a cancer trials group. I've been a CEO for about 10 years of various different groups, like the Asthma Society, the Irish Platform for Patient Organisations. So I have a bit of experience of being a woman in a leadership role in the not-for-profit sector. There's not a lot of bitterness, but sometimes there's a little. There aren't that many. I was reading up in advance of today, and you look at digital and startups in digital. And I was looking at, and I'm going to mention her, Hillary Clinton's foundation, or the Clinton Foundation, and they were trying to drive women's involvement in digital startups. And in 2013, they reckoned it was about 7% of the CEOs were women.
And I suppose when you look at, our global consumer market, and I was looking at Harvard Business Review papers where, women in general, we own a lot of the global consumer market in terms of our spend, and 25 to 33% of CEOs in private businesses are women. And I suppose, I know I'm not going to steal their thunder, because some of the panel has some very interesting ideas here about why it's important to have a good balance in terms of men and women involved in any space in business. But in digital health, it's even more important. And if you look today, what happened today, look at the patient panels. For those of you that were kind enough to stay in the room and listen to the amazing discussions going on in the 2 patient panels today, the majority of both those panels were women. Mm-hmm. And anyone who knows anything about digital health knows women are at the core of that. I know one guy that set up a whole business around it, and I'm not going to name it today, and he's a GP, and some of you will know him. Because in terms of healthcare, women make a lot of decisions. I know one of our oncologists said to me, it's always the daughters. It's always the daughters that come into me and drive the answers. They look up trials, they look up treatment, they look up everything for the people in their family. And I suppose that's just something to bear in mind in terms of healthcare and digital health. Obviously, in terms of diversity, it's important to have a mix. And I'm going to start today by asking these women who are all in these leadership roles in this space, who they are, how you got there, and just maybe 1 or 2 comments about the challenges along the way, and also the opportunities along the way. Because I'd like to think that today is the start of a conversation about how we might inspire others to do the same, to not just be involved in this space, but to lead in this space. So, okay.
I'm Gina Neff, and I'm a professor at Oxford University in the Oxford Internet Institute. And how I got into studying healthcare is a too long for this panel, but it's not my background. I'm a sociologist of technology. But what I've been really struck by is, as I've been doing this work on self-tracking and patient self-reported data, is these really pervasive issues and images we have of who a scientist is. I've been so inspired by the community quantified self and of the people who ask really interesting questions. Sometimes they're patients with diagnoses trying to solve a problem for themselves. Sometimes they're technologists, technology startups. But when I look around in these communities and I see the amazing, inspiring women who are doing that, I think that it's such a shame that we've often left them out of these images of who can be a scientist, who can be a researcher, and who can ask these really important questions that are going to drive innovation.
I feel like an interloper in some way here. I'm kind of new to all this in a way. I didn't go to university until I was 42. And did a degree in psychology and a PhD here in Trinity in the Institute of Neuroscience. One thing that really struck me, having lived in the, I hate to say it, so close to the university, but the real world for so long, was especially coming into a university like Trinity, one thing that really struck me, well, first of all, I was just excited and passionate by the knowledge that I found. I should say what propelled me to go into university was actually being failed by the system for a son who had severe learning disabilities and was told he should leave school. So I started trying to read academic papers myself and try to solve that problem, and it kind of spurred an interest in that. So then track forward to getting to where I'm actually working in academia. Really what struck me was that an awful lot of scientists are doing amazing work. Really, really amazing work. But they're spending a lot of their time talking to other scientists about the science that they do at niche conferences and in academic publications that are frequently unavailable to the general public. And so the area that I work in is brain health, trying to understand how we can reduce risk of developing dementia in later life. And I'm finding myself increasingly spending more time in the area of what I call empowerment. I call it empowerment through entertainment. Really what I'm trying to do is educate, but people aren't too keen to be educated, but they're happy to be entertained, and the education falls out along the way. So really what I do is translate complex scientific content, information that is really practical and useful to people so they can reduce their risk of developing dementia, but I do it using little animated films that are just fun to watch. And I think we need more of that in terms of eHealth, thinking about prevention.
Cool. So my name is Deirdre Lee. I'm CEO and founder of DairyLinks, and we deliver open data solutions. So we especially look at public sector information from government across all different sectors, from transport, environment, and of course health, making it easy to find and then use that information to get insights and to build and act upon those insights. So my own background is technology, so I studied computer science here in Trinity. And I guess kind of from my point of view, being a woman in technology or in a technical sector, that I've always been in the minority, but at the same time I've never really seen that as a disadvantage or felt that as a disadvantage. That actually there was still lots of opportunities around. And what really maybe has been helpful for me kind of throughout the different jobs that I've done in my studies and so on is being surrounded by some women as well that have kind of shown by example in their different roles. So here in Trinity, via various lecturers, such as Lucy Hederman, Mary Sharp, Siobhan Clark, and then further on, while I was working in the Insight Centre for Data Analytics in NUI Galway, there were, again, women were in the minority, but they were really impressive with their technical knowledge and so on. So I think kind of the idea of role models and having kind of women that you can relate to, even if there aren't as many as the men that might be there, are really very important for seeing what's possible or what kind of opportunities are there. Okay.
Hi, so as you know, I'm Joanna Smith, CIO at the Royal Brompton and Harefield NHS Foundation Trust. I've got a bit of a different background, quite a corporate background, not particularly academic. I left school at 16. My father had some health issues, so I'm afraid I left school with 5 O-levels. So I've done reasonably well. And I think that's down to, honestly, I worked in banking, I worked in HR, I worked in sales and marketing, and I used IT in terms of those days. It was lots of reports, long listings. It's very difficult to get things out of IT, and they introduced things where you could self-serve. So you would have these terminals dotted around, and you would go and run a report. And I quite enjoyed doing that, and so people started to ask me to run all of their reports, and eventually someone said, you should see if you can get a job in IT. So I went and spoke to the IT director, who was a lovely man, but he was a lovely man. And he said, he actually didn't comment on gender, I'm pleased to say, because I've never experienced any issues. I do want to get that out there. I don't have experience of issues like that. But he did ask me why I hadn't got a degree and if I thought that mattered. And so I said, well, I don't know, do you? So he gave me the job and I got into IT. So I got into IT 30 years ago, and it's given me an amazing career. And in that time, I have to say, the number of women in technology doesn't really seem to have changed much. There were women in technology then, and they were typically in business analyst roles. So I think that diversity around some natural styles, some natural tendencies, you know, women kind of getting out and chatting and want to understand what your problem was and going back and being able to relay that to how you had to solve the problem, that seemed to play quite well. And then it seems, I think, as the apps have come along, actually I do worry, I think, and I apologise unreservedly to folks in the audience who may not like what I'm about to say, I think IT has turned into something too techy. And there is nothing wrong with tech, and there is nothing wrong with people wanting to be programmers who are, you know, deep in the corners doing amazingly clever stuff. I did COBOL programming years ago, so I did program once. But I think we've lost the sort of focus on that understanding of the requirement, that trying to get to the issue, the real innovative way of using technology. And people coming through education seek technology as about being clever at doing really techie things and apps and gaming. And I worry that that's turning a whole generation off technology. Now that's just my personal perception, and there's nothing wrong with those things, but I think we need to make more of a point about the fact that technology underpins everything the world does and needs, and we need people who can communicate easily, people who can be empathetic, people with emotional intelligence, and that may or may not bias us one way or the other with gender, but diversity is critical.
We had a little chat beforehand, Sabina and Deirdre. Sabina, do you want to talk about the diversity? We were talking about it's not just about gender.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it's about diversity, and whilst we might be in situations in certain aspects right across, outside science, in the arts and everything, of having gender imbalance, I think it has to be more than about ticking the diversity box and saying, oh, we need more women on the board, you know, and then our box is ticked. What we need to do, actually, I think we really need to get away from, as women, even advocating for that, and we need to start actually demonstrating and talking about the studies that show that when you have more diversity on boards, and by that I mean gender diversity, you know, across all aspects of diversity, race, orientation, etc., you actually have greater innovation. I mean, it makes sense. Ideas spring from different perspectives, but you also can speak to company goals. Greater diversity means greater success in companies. It means greater financial success. So it's right across the board, and I think we're kind of missing a trick by saying we need more women. I think what we need to do is say, look at all these companies that are successful, and where does that success stem from? It stems from diversity in leadership roles. And I think
while
that's
you're on the money, Deirdre, you have a great stat in terms of
Yeah, so kind of preparing for the panel and looking up what statistics, because it's when we were talking earlier on, we were kind of saying, well, maybe we don't know much about women in tech or women in leadership. Like, we happen to be women in roles that, so all we know is kind of our own experiences and can talk around that. But the statistic was that women with female founders or female CEOs earn 12% better revenues overall. And I was at a talk before around investors, and that, again, just makes financial sense to kind of invest in companies that have diverse executive boards and founders and so on. But I think even in the last few weeks or last few months with the US election, we've heard a lot about the facts versus people kind of just maybe ignoring the facts and kind of going with their heart or whatever. So I agree with Sabina that there's an awful lot of evidence there that can be built on around women in leadership roles, but as well complementing that with the anecdotal evidence and kind of just talking about stories of people they know, and subconsciously kind of people that they see. I mean, if you go to a conference or a workshop and half of the speakers happen to be women, you're not thinking half of the speakers are women, but you kind of incorporate that as well. And exactly, so I was at a conference yesterday where it was blatantly obvious, and it was a huge conference, hundreds of people on sustainability, let's say, and climate change and that. But out of the whole day, there were 20 speakers, and one of them was a woman, and that was just glaringly obvious. And so I think it's not maybe about quotas and so on, but really just kind of naturally having women as part, not as women, but as experts.
Could I? Interesting. Sorry. Just one very brief, interesting stat that you made there about the success in terms of organisations led by women. We all know, I think, in technology that it's less than 20% are women, and that's not a pop at my wonderful colleagues, her male, by the way. But what is interesting is that the statistics show that 50% of women in IT progress to very senior positions. So again, there's something interesting there.
Yeah. It's all about culture, isn't it? Any comments on that?
I actually wanted to, speaking of culture, I wanted to come to this idea of how we think about diversity and how we bring in multiple voices into questions of innovation, because I really enjoyed Joanna's presentation, and I love this image of the open heart surgeon kicking the screen to prevent, right?
Deny it.
No, yeah, but I love this because it's an everyday innovation, right? I've written a little bit on, the innovation of every day. And I think if there's one thing that we could kind of break open in thinking about women and innovation is this spirit of where do we look for good ideas, and then how do we recognize them and hold them up. And you said you felt closer to the real mission of healthcare when you're working in hospitals, because you really see how that's empowering, right? But one of the things that your story told was, everyday innovation, right, that happened right at the spot, which isn't how we hold up great innovation. You know, this isn't a Steve Jobs innovation, right? This isn't a disruptive innovation. So if I had one kind of takeaway that I'd love to say about culture is, I think as we look for the bright ideas, the innovative ideas that are going to help us solve the really big problems, they're going to come from unexpected places. And those places are going to be from voices that we haven't heard from because our society, our culture hasn't conditioned us to think that that's where the smart ideas come from. So it's not just about women, it's not just about race, it's not just about class, it's also about these distinctions in professional expertise. I'll tell you a short story of my own kind of kick the screen and then move on. So this care team that I studied in a rural hospital in eastern Washington State, the care team had a pretty sophisticated algorithm that they used to parse the daily data from the patients that they were covering, and they could see virtually 100 patients a day. They would just check in to see how their numbers looked. And then they would call those patients. And what they had done was come up with an entire array of different kinds of media that they used. They took notes on pieces of paper. They faxed the conversations over to the doctors, but they didn't fax them any old day. They faxed them on the morning of the appointment that the patients had, so that the file would be the first thing they would see. And so these were process innovations, right? These were making small improvements and making things better. And too often we see the frontline healthcare workers, the frontline teams, grappling with our information systems in this kind of way. They're making innovations. We just don't recognize them as innovations. We see them as hacks or workarounds, not as the exciting everyday innovation that they could be seen as. So if we expand that notion of who gets to be an innovator, suddenly we see not only are there women, there's all kinds of people in the whole spectrum of healthcare that are doing really smart, empowering, and wonderful things.
What I wanted to do is come in a little bit earlier, but I do have something now, Spark, to say about that. I did want to come in earlier in terms of women and women on panels. It's very topical at the moment. I went to the Web Summit last year, and I've never been in a place around, and I mean, I grew up going to soccer matches and all sorts of things, and I played soccer, and I've never been in a place surrounded by so many men. But I went to a talk which was the future of healthcare. There was a woman moderator, and every single speaker was a man. Okay. Now it was very, very general talks. There was one of them was a psychologist. I'm a psychologist. He was essentially talking psychology 101. Really, guys, you got to look harder. You know, you got to try harder. But we can't put the onus on the they. Women have got to. We have got to put ourselves forward. We have got to do what men do. They self-promote, and if they're asked to go on a panel where they're not quite the expert, they accept. And they go and learn about it, and we need to do a bit more about that. Now, I've forgotten what
expand the notion of innovation. Who can be an innovator?
Oh, God.
Oh.
Don, I will come back.
I'm sure there's some questions being sparked in the audience, but would anyone else like to pick up on that comment?
Just kind of, I think, kind of a really good example of that kind of maybe not putting women forward, but just highlighting kind of innovative women or women kind of doing exciting things is Silicon Republic, which it's an online tech magazine, and they have across the board just great content, but the editor there, Anne O'D, really puts an emphasis on highlighting women in tech as well. So it's not in your face, it's not highlighting this person's doing great stuff because they're a woman, but yeah, there are kind of specific articles and specific efforts around kind of just highlighting women around. So I think that kind of, just to get awareness or kind of get, knowledge of different women is very good as well.
Putting your hand up.
Exactly, yeah.
Just, yeah. Question, put your hand up or ask, why am I not on the panel?
Yeah,
I do that a lot. And unfortunately, I often describe it as you're like the lick in the classroom. It's like me.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, in the world we live in, and I'm going to say it, as women, particularly in the sector I've been in a few different sectors, some of you will know that, some were extremely male dominated, and you do have to take a deep breath and just jump and go for it. And I'm not sure that can be very specific to people's upbringing, to people's experiences, to their culture, but it is at times gender specific too. But what was really hard, and is what you said, Sandra, is that you know, women who are in this sector, 50% tend to progress.
Yeah, I think that's a Gartner statistic.
Yeah.
I remembered. It's what you were saying, two things. For me, innovation is finding simple solutions to complex problems. It's thinking outside the box. And I think in health there's a huge problem in that because it's such a medicalized, unnecessarily so. Medicine has its place, but because historically medicine is so sacred, it's very hard to speak out and say, oh, this could be done better this way. But really what I think we need to start doing, and this is a very fundamental thing, it's around education. You know, if you're going to address health inequalities, you have to address educational inequalities, but we also have to really transform how we educate, and right down to primary school. Really, seriously, do we need to teach our children 25 poems for their leaving cert? No, we need to teach them how to critically analyse one poem and how to compare it to another. What's much more useful is let's start teaching them about innovation. Let's start teaching them about problem solving. And let's start teaching women that it's okay to have ideas. And actually start teaching all our children that it's okay to have ideas, that it's okay. Well, the way brilliant innovation, to my mind, comes out of is not being afraid to say what just comes into your head and throw all that stuff into the space and then deciding what's a bad idea. That's rubbish, that's rubbish, that's rubbish. And out of that comes the goodness. And I think what happens is with the way we educate, we're teaching people, you think this way, this is the right answer, this is what you do. No, you're wrong. Instead of saying, throw me out your ideas, throw me out. Brilliant, you've had an idea, you've spoken about it. Now that won't work because, why? And then when you become grown up, you're not afraid to say those things. I mean, maybe that's idealistic, but
I think we actually drive innovation out of children, because if you think about children, that drives us all nuts. Why? Yes, but why? Yes, but why? We teach them not to do that because we want them to conform in the classrooms. They have to sit quietly and conform to the process. And then we have to go on management training courses to be told, learn the 5 whys. But why? But what? It fascinates me.
Yeah. Often the biggest innovative ideas don't come from people who have come through that mainstream education system. Because they're the people that have asked why, and why should I do this? And those are the types of minds that can really start to challenge the way we've always done things. And I'm robbing that from the pop economist here, David McWilliams, was talking about that recently down in a festival in Kilkenny, about that hope that you need to listen to that kind of voice and nurture it. And I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but I know you had a point around that earlier, Deirdre, in terms of we were talking about in school and the subjects you can learn. We both went through, so I went through a school of nuns who, they were completely, very unusual at that time, but we all had to do science. You know, we all went to college I did physics and pure maths. I really shouldn't, I was good at it, I really shouldn't have done physics and pure maths, and I ended up changing, but that was really unusual back then. But even the subjects that are available.
Yeah, completely. I guess I kind of the opposite a little in that. So technology wasn't available as a subject then at all. So I mean, before I went to college, it was just kind of what my own kind of tinkering around at home, kind of on the computer, so on. And then I didn't start programming and actually understanding what that meant until I went to college. But I actually just looked now, and it's still not on the curriculum in my kind of school, technology. It is a Leaving Cert subject in some schools, but it's not in my school, which is just, I don't know, baffling. But just, I guess, to give a shout out, I mean, I was at Gar's talk earlier on the Mind Rising, and I think a programme like that is just bang on, you know, because I would have loved, and I'm still going, God, maybe I could go over and spend half an hour later on at that, but I definitely would have loved that at school. And it's nothing to do with female or male or whatever, it's problem solving in a world, and like it's cool, you know, so it's kind of bringing that back. And things like Coder Dojo has proven, I mean, of course children can do this and can learn with different techniques and technology. So yeah, I mean, just embedding that in the in school, primary and secondary, that isn't learning how to use Word and copy and paste. It's kind of learning about technology and how you can use technology to solve problems, like you were saying, Joanna.
There's a beautiful new piece of technology out for girls to learn to code called JewelBots, and it's electrical engineering female founder. Basically looked at the toys available for boys and then looked at the toys available for girls in terms of toys that encourage and promote STEM. And you can't simply put pink on something or purple on something and engage and excite an 11-year-old girl. So she basically used wireless mesh networking technology to create a programmable friendship bracelet for under 13s. And the whole idea behind this is, well, let's look at what girls do already. They make friendship bracelets for each other. They share secret messages with their best friends. And then let's create practices and exercises around that, rather than say, you know, how can we train our girls to code? Look at where they are at and then build that in. And so it's a really exciting, fascinating, and beautiful little project. But that brings me to the experience I had last year of teaching an undergraduate course in innovation. So we developed a one-semester module on innovation. This was a large undergraduate course. Half engineers, mostly male, though not entirely, half communication, social science, humanities majors, mostly women. Put them in a room together, ready, set, go innovate, using a lot of design thinking principles. And I was so blown away because the engineers, you know, this is the future of STEM, right? Many of the engineering students had the attitude, what must I do to get the best grade in this course? The communication students, they blew them out of the water. I had two women who had never coded before in their life in a 10-week course go from 0 to an app in the Apple iTunes store to solve a problem that they had on campus. I sort of just encouraged them and said, okay, make a wireframe, you know, just build out the idea, you know, just do this. And by the final presentation, they had the working app built. These are two women who had never coded. My point of that story is they would have never seen themselves as innovators or entrepreneurs. They would have never gone to an entrepreneurship course. And yet, because there was this option course in their major co-offered with engineering, they got a 10-week experience of that same kind of design thinking that we want to encourage and more. And I think that's where we need to go. We need to not think of education, innovation education or entrepreneurship education as being this separate thing for a separate course. We need to bring it in and make sure that we really encourage those skills at all levels.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
any comments in the audience? Any experiences? It doesn't have to be a question. Yes.
I was very interested in you talking about the culture change, because it was something that came up yesterday in the panel as well. I don't think the culture is changing fast enough in the education system for the younger kids. I have small kids myself, and we were introduced. My daughter is in an all-girls school, and we introduced this, bringing in a team to introduce STEM subjects to them, and they're going. The whole culture is, oh gosh, no, it's not pretty, it's not fun. The culture within themselves isn't encouraged yet. And it's a shame to see it, you know, in an all-girls school where they don't want to embrace it.
Yeah, I think that there's a number of things I feel strongly, you know, in and around STEM. I think there's a lot of work. Science Foundation Ireland are really, really working hard, and they're doing some really great things, focusing on trying to bring girls in. I have a couple of problems in that the focus is always on young people. I think just the focus should be on people to start with, and particularly older people who I used to give talks when I started this first, and a lot of older adults weren't online, and a lot of the stuff that I built was online, you know, because I wanted to be shareable and scalable, but I did sort of book versions of my app, you know, as little diaries and stuff like that. But now I just say, you know, they've got to get online. But I feel there's a certain ageism about that we're only looking to future generations and considering future generations as innovators. We're all living much, much longer, and our life experiences actually give us an awful lot of tools for innovation and for ideas. And we have a lot of older adults who are being forced into retirement at 65, who have a wealth of knowledge, who should be brought in to the innovation process to do, you know, I mean, I meet the most amazing people, but I think we need to reach out and start doing that.
I think we need to get them even earlier. You know, I think you have to get them really, really early, and that we have the information, the older people have the information that they can give to them. It's not concentrating on the next generation, it is giving them the ability to not create this culture that we have had in the past, to break it and to get them at a really early stage. So we're not introducing to a group of girls at the age of 11 and 12 this as if it's something new. You know, that it should be incorporated from the very start.
And pink is for boys. You know, I mean, I mean, we really, it's so fundamentally ingrained. We get to be princesses. Yeah, we get to be princesses. How good is, you know, how likely are you to succeed on that? But
Montreal.
we're totally set up for failure from the start. But one thing I would.
It's an easier Christmas present than getting a tiara that says CIO, I suppose.
There you go. One thing I'd like to bring up, sorry, not to hog, but just it just interests me because we talk about eHealth, and this is an eHealth conference. And for me, for someone who works really in what I call health, actually to me, eHealth, when you speak about it, is really eHealth care and e-disease and e-disorder and e-medicine. For me, eHealth is for everyone from here up. And so I think the whole box of eHealth innovation needs to be just pulled wider, and we need to stop focusing on care facilities and start, for me, this is what it is. Let's blow the whole bloody box up altogether and go, why do we have segregated care? Why in goodness name have we got all people with dementia in one care facility and all children with a certain disability in another care facility? So that kind of thing. But for me, we need more and more and more innovation for health, to grab those kids early on in life, to give them apps and tools that allow them monitor what their health is now. Females aren't exercising enough right from the start. But if we have apps and innovations that starts focusing on health and how you can monitor how healthy you are, and let's start rewarding healthful behaviors, even if it's only through a beep on an app or collecting the equivalent of a Pokemon, well then I think we may be going some way towards solving our problem, instead of trying to figure out how best to treat that person who's got that heart disease that actually could have been preventable through lifestyle modification.
John, did you have any comments just listening to we'll have the Irish in the room, we're talking about the context of the education system. Have you any experiences that are different?
So I mean, it was interesting because I don't have a sense, certainly from the UK so much, certainly England, that there's such a challenge from an education point of view in terms of girls v boys. My concern is more that we just are beating innovation out of our children generally in the schooling system. You know, it's just all about conform to a classroom. Teachers, and again, I think teachers are fantastic folks, and I have huge admiration, but teachers don't seem to be so vocational now. There's a curriculum, and it's kind of almost like anyone can go and do the class if they've got the paperwork. It just doesn't feel as if it's so interactive. So I'm quite shocked actually listening to you folks here, and I hadn't sort of remembered and registered the sort of prevalence of all-girls schools. That's sort of drifting away in the UK a little bit. So yeah, I think it's a point that all-girls schools, there is a risk that we're going to continue to perpetuate the princess thing and the pink and the tiara piece, and that is a bit of a worry. I did have a question though. I did kind of wonder how the guys in the room are feeling. Because actually, I go to quite a lot of events where I am in the 20%. I get invited to lots, I think, because I'm the token female. But actually, I love it because it means I get out and about a lot. I have loads of great conversations. I actually feel quite sorry for a lot of the chaps to be sort of in this situation where it sounds like it's women saying poor us. And I talk to lots of male colleagues who say, help me, what do I need to do?
Somebody mentioned sport earlier, and those of you that know me know I'm very passionate about my sport. And the men in the room are also the dads probably in the room. And I was on a national team, and the under-21 national team recently in my club, their training slot was taken for the lads. And it was the dads, hopefully this isn't going out and I'm going to get in trouble. It was the dads that stood up for their daughters.
Absolutely.
So, that's the way I look at it, and I'd hope that those of you in the room are thinking from the male quarters are thinking in that way, that you want to encourage, and those are the kind of men I hang out with. You want to encourage and drive us on. So.
Yeah, no, that's what we said earlier, and I mean, I hate that banging on about women just there for women. It's I love men, No, it's just about people, isn't it? It's just about people and diverse ideas.
Exactly. I was just on the point because the men are feeling now, just that there's something coming through in the education system. I think women and girls are a lot more successful academically these days than girls are. I think that it's coming over. And then there is this, men seem to have big ownership on the suicide problem in Ireland. There's something funny going on there.
Listen to Rubber Bandits last week. They have a very interesting take on that, which I won't go into, but it's worth having a look at. Just on that particular point, he said that men in Ireland need feminism more than ever. And I think, I'd love to take this panel and the women in this room and get them involved in decision-making roles in this country. Because then when you look at our DAL and you look at the people, our ministers who make decisions, there just isn't that diversity that we were talking about right across the board. One question at the back.
I'd love to comment to his.
Hi there, my name is Avril, and I'm a company, a startup company. My background is a physiotherapist working in public health system here, and I found that I left my clinical career about 3 years ago because basically it was like I couldn't do both. And it's funny, I just see that like whenever I go to lots of healthcare events or health check, like it's majority men, which is brilliant. But I think looking at when I go back to my, the hospital, I see it's mainly women. So I think finding ways to support, and I got asked this question on a panel one time about, were you supported, during my clinical time if I had an idea. And I think even always the problem, I suppose, when you're working in the public health system is time, and you just don't have time, so you're just getting on with your job. So, you don't have time to innovate in a sense. And so in a way to support and in a way to support people, I suppose, that are working in the healthcare system, because they're the ones with incredible ideas and they just need some support and help to get those ideas out there. So even like, you get, I know, and I'm saying this is probably mad idealistic as well, but having some time during your week, your working week, or even pitching ideas and saying, well, look, I have an idea, and then selecting the best idea and saying, okay, will you get a day a week to work on that idea? So, because, and for me, I miss my patient-facing role, like big time. So there is a thing, a lot of people don't want to get away from that. So if there's a way to support that you're
protected time.
We
talk about that in oncology all the time. We want our oncologists to have protected time to do research, and that's innovation as well. So it's no different.
And like the multinationals have recognised this. They're implementing it. Your Google, you have your 20% and so on. So of course it makes sense. I mean, they're seeing it as here are the financial benefits, but there's also the innovation and the efficiency benefits. Yeah, to work on your own projects. Exactly. Yeah.
It's a huge problem in academia, in terms of, particularly for those of us who work in research. So what a lot of people don't realise, I'm a research assistant professor in Trinity College. I only have a job if I can get funding to pay my own salary. So you're trying to innovate, you get funding, you're trying to deliver on that project, and then you're going, gosh, I only have my salary until 2 years' time. I better go seek funding that I can get my salary for. So there's just no space. So we need funding that is purely for innovation, where you can just sit and breathe and innovate. And I really would like to address your question about girls doing better in school. I think, to be perfectly honest, that's about how our school system in Ireland is set up. You can learn things by rote. You know, girls are good at doing exams, most probably because they mature a little earlier than boys, and they're good at their organising skills, etc. may be good. But a really interesting thing happened. What tends to happen where women take over certain occupations is they become devalued, because women become better at them, and so men withdraw from them, and that happens across the social sciences. But an interesting thing happened here in this university in Ireland, in that girls were getting higher points, and so there was more girls getting into medicine. What did we do? What did we do? We changed the system. We changed the system, and we introduced a new system, the HPAT, whereby it wasn't just judged on the grade points. It's a system that now allows to equalise, to bring men in. And you don't hear of that as a gender equalising or gender normalising thing. But it is exactly what happened.
I'd love to come back to the comment on time to innovate. Some of my colleagues in the States are working on medical makerspaces within clinics and hospitals. And the idea is not to make everyone into an inventor, but to give care teams the place to tinker with something, material, physical, but sometimes process oriented as well, so that they have a space that's there in their workplace where it's not having to take a day out to go somewhere. It's not having to get to another place, where they can actually work and play with those ideas and get recharged by them as well.
And then also kind of collaborate with externals. So you see a lot of the companies as well now have incubation centres so there's the people on the ground who know the internal problems and so on, but then to complement that with external skills, maybe from universities or so on, you know, to kind of build together solutions. I think there's a gentleman.
So, yeah,
You're the last question.
There's lads on the other side who are moving towards the doors. Don't stand beside. But it strikes me that this whole thing is not a problem that women can solve on their own.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys here. I think part of the problem is there's a language gap in that to get involved in that conversation and to participate in this. It feels like we're treading on or inching out on thin ice. It's like, how far do we go before somebody snaps us? It's like, and that's kind of I'm going to generalize that way for all of us. But there is that sense that when you're getting into it's one of those kind of divisive issues that as you edge out towards it, you feel like you're kind of in this uncertain territory that we don't have the language to articulate what it is that we're thinking, and we feel like we're going to get pushed back in some cases. So that's
like, what would it be that you're trying to articulate that you'd be afraid that?
It's, I guess, an opinion on something. So the treatment of boys and girls as being the same. So while they're in fact identical in some ways, but their behaviours are so different. And I think Jeannie, you were describing the tools for girls. So I've got 3 daughters and I've got a son. Yeah. So I can see this in action. How the behaviours are very different, but our ability to have an opinion on some things that are about girls and what girls should do, or why it's okay for them to be different in some cases and the same in other cases. But that kind of thing, we either are driving in one direction or another. So it's more. It's not that I have any specific point to make about it, but it's a general kind of reluctance that I've seen as these things come up in conversation. I think as my daughters get older, I can see it more. I've got a deeper sense of it. If that makes any sense.
I would love to jump in on this, if I may. No, because now I can go back to your fabulous Minecraft presentation. So I have 8-year-old boys. I have 2 boys, and they begged for their 8th birthday. I'm the meanest mommy in the world, by the way. They begged for their 8th birthday to be able to play Minecraft. So we got them a Raspberry Pi-based Kano, a little snap-together computer where they had to build their own computer first.
I know.
And then you have to go through the prompts to learn how to do some coding and a little bit of Python. You play Snake, and then you start to open up different possibilities of being able to play Minecraft on it. So the whole goal is you have to do all of these techie things in order to get it. They love it. And yet, when I look at Minecraft camps, there's these wonderful connected camps in the States, and I look at who goes to these camps. It's overwhelmingly boys, right? we know that we can use Minecraft in this beautiful way to encourage play and programming and hacking, but if you just leave it open, you might be doing a gender disservice to the girls who would also, and they love it too, right? Girls love it too, but they're going to discover it and play with it in really different ways. So I would just kind of very gently say that I think when you have those ideas, like I notice girls do this and I notice my boys do this, that you know, there's a way to question what part of that is social, what part of that is society pushing back. And a way to say, okay, my girls really love dolls. Is there some kind of game or way that I can use and bring a technical coding language around creating doll houses in Minecraft? Right? It might not just be, you know, bashing creepers.
Yeah, I think a huge amount is trying to understand, you might say girls and boys are different, but how much of that is socialized and learned behavior, because you just look everywhere around you and kids wanting to fit in. I know I have 2 boys and one of them, his favorite color was pink and purple. They're nice colors, bright colors. He went to school and came home crying because the boys told him that pink was for girls. You know, and he's since then actually, you know, I feel I empowered him, and he wears whatever he wishes, but that's hard. You're going to be fighting that battle, so it's about trying to find that way to allow people to be who they are in a society that genderizes who we are from a very early age. Sorry.
It's a panel of women, isn't it?
Yeah, well.
I would just say to the gentleman at the back, we probably all need to innovate together and go back to what Sabina was saying, throw it all out. And some of the ideas won't work, some won't, but without judgment. And I think that's an honest conversation about some of the topics we talked about here today. And I think we're all open to that in this room. So thank you very much to Richard. And thank you. Half the panel didn't know they were on the panel until 5 minutes ago. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you. I left school at 16 too.
It's so good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Met you via email.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Okay, vote all enough. That was exciting and it was really interesting to be able to do. And just before we move on to the next thing, I just want to make a couple of points.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Who's in the room? I guess one of the things, well, firstly, I do want the CIO, what was it? CIO, TR, quite effective, so we do want to let us down. I guess the other thing is when you bring these guys together to have this type of conversation, it really does start to open up different ways and different thoughts about innovation, and that's been a big thing for the whole event. We are coming towards the last 3 or 4 pieces of what we're going to do. One of the things that you've heard a number of times from the Minister, yesterday, various other places, is around our very, very big deal that's happening in Cork in 2 weeks. It means so much to the whole of Ireland and the effort and unbelievable way that the hospitals in Cork and Kerry, for that matter, have put the effort in and across the whole maternity system generally to deliver what is going to be, I can assure you, the biggest change in maternity care in a long, long time, and a digital fabric to start us from. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Mike to come to the stage, who has blown many people away with his presentations previously on the wonderful solution that's going live in Cork. So over to Mike.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks very much, and thanks for the invitation. I was just listening to that discussion, and I thought it reminded me of that well-known quote from the Imitation Game. Sometimes it's the people no one imagines anything of that achieve the things that no one can imagine. And I think, you know, that's very apt when we're talking about IT and development. So I think that's very important. So thanks very much. I actually can't see the screen from here. Sorry? Yeah. I thought I'd just start off by explaining what is it. What is the maternal and newborn clinical management system? And I think that it's a huge thing. I've been quoted as saying that in terms of information, there was the printing press in the whenever it was, 1600s. There was the internet. And I think the electronic patient record in maternity is going to make a huge, huge difference. And I'm really excited about it. And it's only the beginning of something that's going to happen over many years. Richard said it was being introduced in Cork, yes, but it is a national event and we've all been involved with it, and it's the first of many implementations. Now, the Maternal Newborn Clinical Management System Board was set up in 2008 to assess the need for a maternal and newborn electronic health system, medical patient record. The terms are sometimes used intermixed with electronic health record as opposed to a medical record or patient record, and the patient record probably means a little bit more specific in specific areas. But anyway, so when I was master, and I was master before Dr. Manley in the National Maternity Hospital, myself and Richard Green from Cork had this feeling that, you know, mainly from an information point of view and collection, and many good reasons from evidence-based medicine, that it would be nice to have an electronic patient record. And so that's when it started, and this is how long it's actually taken to get where we are today. But anyway, following public procurement and the appointment of CERN as the preferred vendor, the MNCMS team initiated the project in 2014. What is it? It's an information pathway, really. I think we've tried to stick to certain principles, and it's all about collecting information. Good information is primary information that is broken down into its smallest point. And information is also very important in where it sits in relation to other information. And certainly the whole, and there are many philosophies behind this, and ethoses, is that it isn't going to try and tell people or individual clinicians actually how to manage things, but to help them carry out what they actually do. And I'll come back to that because there are very many unique things about our project, and getting people to agree the strategy, never mind the detail, is very important and takes a lot of work. It's a means of clinical communication, and we have to think completely laterally, and that's why we've got to think completely differently. And what do we mean by communication? We may mean between the patient and the healthcare provider. We may mean between the healthcare providers themselves. We may mean all kinds of things in different situations and at different times. And it's got to serve that purpose as well, not just an information pathway. So even if you just have information, you've actually got to be able to use it. And again, that comes up with the confidentiality part of that as well. And then there's this concept, which is very important to us, of a virtual clinical record or virtual clinical care. And really what I mean by that is we've the trouble with paper and what we've been used to is you have a set of notes, or you put it on a disc, or you put it on a stick or something, but it's an entity there. We want to think far more generally, and we also want to think into the future. Our main job at the moment is to design a structure which is solid, which is supportable, but we've got to make sure that we're going to be able to use it in different ways. So the concept really is the patient doesn't necessarily have to have the stick, the clinician doesn't have to be necessarily next to the notes, but able to access the information and provide care. And maternity care, and I include the care of the newborn as well, is in an ideal situation here, because it sits over not only the hospital, but also the community and indeed at home. So it lends itself very well to looking at providing, interchanging, exchanging information very well, and set some of the principles for that. Much more, I think, than some other specialities. I think it is only for 9 months, yes, and then it ends, but there are aspects of care both before and after pregnancy, each individual pregnancy, and also there are more than one pregnancies. Storage information is just actually that simple. I could show you slides here of huge mountains of notes. Now, far apart from actually being able to get information, just the sheer storage is unbelievable. And I think it isn't very many years ago, and still occurs in some places, where they hire huge warehouses to store notes. That is something so simple. We've got to make sure that we're able to deal with it. Now, just like any big computer, how you store the notes, where you store the notes, you've got to make sure they're accessible, both timely and both access to the detailed information. But storage of information is an important aspect of this as well. Access to the information, obviously very important. And it's not only access to one individual bit of information, and this is why the design is so important. One bit of information on its own is very good. 4 individual bits of information is even better, but on their own is limited. But 4 different bits of information altogether in the same situation and the same accessibility is far more powerful, far more needed. Now, when you've actually got the information structure, when you can see what you're doing, with the electronic capabilities that are now available, the access to, for example, guidelines, knowledge, papers, literature, that's another aspect, and that should be and will be available as well. But inherently, as we see it, as I see it certainly, the electronic patient record is an information pathway allowing you to do all of those other things. Certainly in our subject, and they talk about evidence-based medicine, there's a very competing philosophies at the moment with process-driven evidence-based medicine, where you do randomized controlled trials, testing processes, as well as outcome-based evidence-based medicine. Now, to everybody, it's of common sense that we need both together. But the subject that we're in, where there are a lot of similar events occurring within which a lot of interventions, events, or outcomes take place, it lends itself very well, if you've got a good structure, to look at that information quickly and well and make assessment on not only terms of quality care, but also how you can improve care. Almost so that internationally, never mind nationally, there have been different ways of doing things, and if you can actually have the same way at looking at things, the same way of measuring things, then that would be very useful, and it would lend not only to quality, but to other advantages as well. Now, you want to be able to package little bits of that information together for all kinds of reasons, to look at cases or to look at individual issues or adverse events that have occurred. This is just a kind of model, if you like, to try and explain what's going on. You have the user ID of the individual, and there's a username and a password for security. You have the patient demographics and search. You have the patient location, maybe an inpatient, outpatient, theatre, labour ward, community. You have patient information notes. You have a working screen, and you have processes or actions. So you have information, you can get that information, and the ability to put all that information together and then make a decision and do something is very important. But the ability to design such a program is not as easy as many people realize. And when you're actually working on this, you realize very quickly that it is a partnership, and there are 3 very important groups that are part of that partnership, and it's very important that everybody sees and understands their responsibilities. You certainly need a sponsor that has a belief and a commitment in the project, and I would really like to say formally how supportive the HSE has been over the last number of years, and it requires everybody to be thinking the same way and to have belief, because these projects aren't very easy, and we all know previous IT projects have always suffered from when is it going to be ready and when is it going to be ready, and small delays and postponements usually occur. But you actually need somebody to support you and stick with you, and we've had that, and we've been very fortunate to have that. The users have a responsibility as well. We can't just turn around and say, well, this system doesn't work for us. We have actually got to think what we want. We've got a need to know what we want. And sometimes that can be very difficult. And if you're not challenged to think about that, then you won't get anywhere. Everyone talks about clinically led projects, but you've got to actually think about what you need and how you need it is going to work. And you've got to actually be able to explain to people what you want. And that is a further hurdle. And again, we've emphasized this all the time. People, all of us involved, have to kind of think of what we actually want and try to explain it. And they've got to structure the information and processes. I'm a very firm believer in structure and process, especially when you have got something like computer storage, where it's so easy to put information on. And certainly in our speciality, there are very good and easy, simple ways where you can challenge maternity systems. Because the data hasn't been structured, you can't get information out. Yes, you can get detailed information out, but I saw, was it there, collecting data to create information that provides insight and knowledge. It is only when you've got structured data, classifications, that that information becomes useful. When it's all mixed up, we've all heard about apples and oranges. Now, the supplier is also a very important part of this project. They've got to listen, understand, and align the objectives and strategy of the project. And this is so important. I've been involved with IT projects for many years, and I think that I remember the time, certainly with MPFit and whatever, and before that even, people would say to you, well, this is what we got, just take it. And then the clinicians went, no, we want to be able to do everything. We want to change it and whatever. And they produce a system where you can do everything and change it, but there's no discipline and no structure, and that doesn't help at all. There is definitely a balance between the two, and in developing a project, starting or wherever you are in the project and with the software, you've got to be challenged. So nothing's not doable, I just don't accept that. But there are implications for doing things, whether it's in how it affects other information collection or other things, or whether there is a resource implication as well. But nothing, in my view, and again another philosophy of what we've developed, is nothing should be not doable. But it's actually very important that both sides are challenging. And then actually introducing it, the skill, the expertise, the desire to want to do it. And that's a very difficult thing to try and say to people that, this has to be there, but it's very important. But at the same time, it can't just be believing in everything. There's got to be a certain amount of discipline, and training is a very important part. The program, the software and hardware, and the capabilities are changing all the time. I think the program itself and the basic structure will often remain remain roughly the same, making it an information pathway, but allowing people to practice for all kinds of good clinical reasons, slightly different in individual patients. That's very important. But we got to realize that software and hardware is changing all the time. So, for example, if you're looking at big-size monitors or big-size fixed computers as opposed to the iPad or so, things fit in different ways. People work and record information in different ways in different situations. And there's no better example than the maternity ward or neonatal ward where that is important. So in certain situations, there is an advantage of having a bigger computer with a fixed screen as opposed to something that you can carry around with you. And look, where we're going to go with word recognition and where that's going to go is just really exciting. But whenever anything on one hand makes something easier, it will inevitably have problems on the other side. There's Newton's law of motion. For every force in one direction, there's an equal and opposite in the other direction. We've just got to harness those forces. These projects, I do want people to realize, this is a national project. It's nothing else but national. Everybody is taking part in it, and although Cork are going live next weekend, in the beginning of December, there are a number of other hospitals lined up afterwards, Kerry, the Rotunda, and the National Maternity Hospital after that, and then over the next years, the other hospitals. So it is a national project, but it is very unique from a national project. As far as I'm aware, and I've been most places to look at systems or lecture one way or the other, it is going to be the first national maternity electronic patient record. That is very important for me to emphasize. There is no country in the world that has got exactly the same system anywhere. It's quite surprising maybe, but even in the Scandinavian countries, who are ahead of us in many ways in epidemiological national databases, they function from a database. They don't have a national, as such, electronic patient record. And the other thing that's very unique about it is it's seamless between maternity and neonatal. There are different systems in other countries, but they're different systems. And, you know, we could talk all day about the balance of integration rather interfacing, but interfacing will, in my view, always have its issues one way or the other. The patient's at the center, and that's very important to us. The patient must be at the center, and anything we do must be with the view, at some stage in the future, the patient is going to get access, or should able to have access to that chart. Now, whether there is a separate space for them where they can record something themselves, that's a different issue, and most of it will be read-only. But fundamentally, to me, it is the patient's notes, and they should have access to it, wherever they are. And that's got to be built into that. But everything in terms of how we record the information, how the information is brought out, it is with the view, what is best for the patient? Not necessarily what is easiest for us all the time. Hopefully the two combine, and what's easiest for us is often best for the patient as well. But the patient must be right in the middle of this. Now, it is a unique project. Sorry, I keep on having to turn around. I can't see that one up there. This really tells a lot about that project. At no time in health have so many people with such completely different backgrounds, expertise and interests been asked to come together so quickly to discuss and decide on so many new concepts with little previous experience in order to achieve so much in such short space of time with inadequate resources. I put inadequate. It's interesting about resources. If you have too many resources, in my view, that's as bad as too few. You should always be challenged to get the resource. You should be always made to justify why you want the resource. But it is obviously important to have resources, but they need to be well spent. But the interesting thing about this is actually what the electronic patient record has done in our speciality and with all the other groups that are interested, which I can tell you would be every profession in the healthcare centre, bringing people together has been one of the successes. Just bringing people together. Never mind if we all didn't agree to start off with, but actually bringing people together. And there's few things that bring people to meetings as an electronic patient record, certainly in this era, maybe less so 10, 20 years ago, because they have to be part of it, they want to be part of it. The challenge has been more the other way to say, well, look, we can't just collect everything because it's collectible. We've got to make sure that we can justify why we collect it. It's got to be defined information as much as possible, but with room for free text. But this is a unique part of the project, and meeting people that you would never, in my view, have met otherwise. But it does bring people together. Another philosophy that we have very strongly is we want to achieve complexity, but through simplicity. This was talked about in the previous discussion. And every time we think we've achieved that, we should turn around and say, how can we make it even more simple? Because ultimately, it's how it works, how quick it is, how easy it is, how friendly it is, which way does it go, and how you can check that will make it successful or more successful. Yes, there's going to be an element of some people will use the system better than others. Some institutions will use the system better than others. There will be different cultures in different organizations. But ultimately, we must always try and get complexity, but through simplicity. I think it was Leonardo da Vinci that said the ultimate form of sophistication is simplicity. And that's certainly one that we try and talk about all the time to continue to make it as simple as possible. And the other thing really is that when you do something like this, and we all get surprised, and I can give you examples, we probably don't have much time, but what I mean by this is you can have the best thing in theory, but it's whether it works in practice that actually really counts. So all the time, we can have you can have a good order-com system on the one hand, and you could have good electronic patient chart. But actually, when you put the one on top of the other, and you're trying to order a blood test, but you haven't got access to the other thing because it sits behind, but it's in the same system, that causes issue. And then there's issues about auto-population and things like that. So it is very important to remember that just because it looks good in theory, it may not always work in practice. And that ultimately is what we need to be judged by. What are the practical concerns? Well, downtime, either planned or unplanned, but certainly unplanned. And we've got ways of dealing with that, and we've got a 24/7-hour system for making sure that we can at least look at notes going backwards. And I don't want to really go into more detail, but I accept that as a practical risk. And the confidentiality issue is obviously very important, and we're obeying all the data commissioners' rules and things that we need to do. But in guardian of the patient, in guarding the patient, as guardians of the patient information, we've got a responsibility in making it confidential. But we also have a responsibility to use that information in the best way. And if that information isn't used in the best way, we've got to look to ourselves. And I say to you about that again, it's not just about dumping a whole lot of information on an electronic patient program. It is about making sure that information can be used in the best way. And sometimes I think we just sell ourselves a little bit short. We're kind of satisfied. We've got to push all the time. Patient at the center, complexity through simplicity, and make sure that it works in practice. But obviously, confidentiality is an important thing. So as I just said before, and I'm finishing off here, Cork University Maternity Hospital, December 2016, Kerry General, March 2017, Rotunda, Q3, and Holles Street National Maternity Hospital, Q3. And the system will be deployed to the remaining 15 hospitals on a phased basis from 2018. So, look, it hasn't happened yet, but it will happen. And I think that I think this really best summarizes our view on the whole thing. We've chosen to implement this, an electronic patient record for maternity and the neonate, and prescribing and laboratory tests, anesthetics, administration, economics. We started off with wanting a maternal and newborn clinical chart, but we've almost acted as pathfinders for prescribing, for medication, for all of those practical problems that come up as a result of putting all these things together, even talking to different specialities. Not because we think it will be easy, but because our goal will serve to organise and measure the best of our energies and skills in order to improve care for mother and baby. And because this challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we're unwilling to postpone, we just have to get on with it, and one in which we tend to succeed. Thank you very much. Yeah, they're very important questions. I don't necessarily have the answer. I think it comes from starting off with the right people that want to see this happen. I think there are going to be problems. I really do think there are going to be problems. And I tell my colleagues there are going to be problems. But it's the right thing to do. Now, I suppose that some of us have been in positions where, let's say, you hope you've got a bit of credibility and a bit of trust, and people will believe and support you, and to do that. And you do need the reinforcement and the support from the HSE. The HSE have been a very strong part of that, and I say that free-willing, complete freely. They have kept on with this project and supported it. So, we're not there yet. We are trying to do it. And as far as colleagues and the time, well, you know, they won't maybe necessarily have the same vision as some of us within the project, but that doesn't really matter. But if we can show that we've worked hard and we've tried and continually knowing what's going on, then I think that's fine. And I think when I'm clinical director of the project, so the clinical lead, if you like, but I tried to pick people that had different views, come from different areas, and balance. But I mean, the whole team, the national project team with the different work streams, the nursing and midwifery, or midwives, you know, who are nurses' involvement has been a very important part of it. And I think that's been said before about not only women's, but it happens to be, you know, that population of professional staff who ultimately are going to maybe even use it more than us. Not that I believe that it should be that way, but, you know, but we're going to have to actually use it. And I think that there are going to be problems and there are going to be challenges. So I don't know, I don't think I've answered your question, but what I've tried to say is that sometimes you turn back from this and all the things that could go wrong may still go wrong. But fundamentally, it's the right thing to do. I mean, they're ordering all kinds of things. I saw a McDonald's somewhere where I was, that they're ordering them on, you know, not online, but, you know, certainly, you know, electronically. It's just the way to go, and we've got to get there, and we want to be the first that does it. I think the pathfinding bit has been interesting, though. We didn't realize there were going to be so many other things.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, presumably today people are working off paper charts, and will they day-to-day be working off the electronic charts? How do people react to making that transition from
I know, it's, you know, and this is what's happening in Cork. And it shows how national a project it is. Cork are going live, but there are many of us going down to Cork for that time. You know, to change from paper to electronic, I mean, it's huge. It's huge in every way. Just psychologically, trust, worry, concern, and a speciality where, you know, enough sudden things can happen. So that is going to be a big change. The real thing, you see, take, for example, I'm not going to mention countries, but there are countries that have got an electronic way of collecting information. But you know what? When it actually goes down to their databases, it gets downloaded in different ways with sometimes even different definition. This is going to be the single source of truth. This is going to be it, really. So anything that gets recorded, or more importantly maybe, anything that doesn't get recorded, this is going to be it. So it is a big challenge. It's one that we're, you know, thinking about all the time. We're trying to offset. We've done what we can over the years, and we just have to go for it. So, you know, maybe in 2 months' time there will be, you know, we'll see. But I mean, how many of you, well, you're all the converted here, I suppose, that, you know, converted. But I mean, what do I say to the people who are pessimistic? I just say, you know, we've got to be positive, and the fundamental thing is it the right thing to do? And it is. It's very important to us in evidence-based medicine. You see, I mean, Hollis Street, we've got 10,000 deliveries. We do things in a certain way. We do certain events and outcomes. We've got huge numbers of repeatable events. Just imagine over the whole country if we had that. Slightly maybe different ways of doing things, not so much any areas that there's a problem, but you'd be able to look at results and compare and learn from each other. But it is going to it's going to be a challenge for me, never mind anything else. Sorry, were you? Oh, no, you were just right. Oh, yeah, well, no, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, our next speaker is here to tell us a bit about a very exciting project. It's the world's first fully interactive virtual reality medical training simulator. And Donncha Ryan is the Learning Technology Manager at the Royal College of Surgeons Ireland who developed this. So give a warm welcome to Donncha, please.
Okay, so just before I start, has anybody not tried on a VR headset? Okay, most people have. So just very quickly, it's always worth just thinking about what virtual reality means. So the real difference, so I like this, the best definition I got, which is the use of computer technology to create a simulated environment. But VR places you inside the user experience. So it's the difference between looking at a 2D screen and actually being in the middle of that experience. So that just, because the VR has been used as a term back to 1987, and there's lots of different interpretations, but nowadays it's just being hijacked to mean this particular thing. So just to let you know what I'm going to talk about, just to give you a little insight into surgical training, the situation we've had so far, where we're going, and then just a couple of things to think about, you know, lessons that we've learned from our experience in trying to deliver some solutions, and hopefully it might help you. They're not all specific to VR, but you might be able to take a few things away from that. So first of all, what's it like to train as a surgeon? So the RCSI basically takes on 60 roughly new trainees who are typically, you know, finished medical school and their internship, and then they've decided they want to become a surgeon, and our job, so then they will embark on an 8-year program to become a consultant surgeon. So for the first 2 years, they all train in a very similar fashion in with us. So they're still based in the hospital, but they come into us for several days during the year for lab-based training and so on. But the unique challenge with surgical training is that it's not just about remembering things. So we have 3 very specific areas that we need to get the surgeons up to speed on very quickly. One is the knowledge, so the obvious stuff around anatomy and all the things they need to know, how to do procedures, etc. But a huge part of it, and the majority of what we'll teach them in the lab, is about skills. So the acquisition of the skills you need to do the surgery. So that is kind of fairly unique to this particular training. And then we've human factors, which is another area that gets equal attention, which is how to deal with patients and so on. So it's quite a different approach to some of the more traditional learning. Certainly the focus of bringing them into the lab is that to train them in a safe environment, and that's why we're talking about simulation and so on. So what can we do about that? We also have some further challenges. So there's what's called the European Working Time Directive, which has basically meant that surgeons are not allowed to spend the traditional 80 to 90 hours a week in the hospital that they would have done traditionally. So now we have to say, well, we can't just kind of do nothing about this. So now we're looking to technology and see how can we help this? Is there anything out there? So a lot of the work we'll do, and even the research. So we've a kind of a constant stream of research that looks at the different technologies and how they're applied to surgical training. Okay. So the other thing to note about surgery is it's very competitive. So when we take on 60 trainees, roughly speaking, about 30 of those will end up as consultants. And it is a competitive process. So everybody in the class, if you like, or the training scheme are going to be competing against each other. Okay, so we've just an added element there. So what do we do right now for them? Okay, so the RCSI have always been very good at adopting technology early on, and they're very tech savvy when it comes to this. So for a long time we've had surgical simulation lab. Is it 2007, Oscar? What? Sorry, 2003. Sorry. So so the RCSI set up the simulation lab in 2003, and we have a huge array of simulators that we do. So all these ones that we can give them, ultrasound simulation, laparoscopic scoping, all these good things. Okay, but what's wrong with all these nice technologies? So, at any time we could have, literally hundreds of thousands of worth of simulation, okay? And that all sounds good, but what's the problem with these? Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, they break down a lot. Secondly, they're very, very expensive. Thirdly, there's access problems. So as a trainee, you're saying, well, I need to get into the college, get in and to the simulator and so on, and there's all sorts of, logistics around that. And secondly, nobody knows how to use it. So the trainers, if we get in a new simulator, then the people teaching the courses have to know how to use it. The trainees have to know how to use it if they want to access it outside of hours. And because these are all bespoke, you know, they're small companies making very specific solutions to different areas of surgical training, then they're just not as reliable. So we still do all this, you know, but there are other, so you're wondering why there's a B in there. Just notice when I put the BEAN down the side, I just thought maybe you might remember it from that. So what about cheaper and more? So obviously we've seen the huge revolution around mobile phones. So, you know, why is deploying stuff on mobile phones easier? Well, it's such a reliable technology. I mean, like they're, you know, 100% reliable almost, okay? So we're going for this kind of cheaper and more. So my own background before RCSI was in surgical simulation. So I'm coming from a background of making, you know, the more expensive simulators, but also now starting to think differently about this. So just to kind of tell you now, so what are we doing about this? So we have the simulation lab in there, and what else do we do? So a couple of things. One of the first things then that we started to do was to acknowledge the mobile revolution and say, well, you know, these surgeons are in the hospital all day and they are not sitting at a PC. So, you know, we have to think about, well, what can we give them on their mobile phone? So we create our knowledge base, if you like, directly for them on the mobile phone, so kind of designed for mobile first. And then we can kind of add to that and think about the cloud data. So we can gather all their operation data that they have to log, just like pilots log their hours. And then we can interpret that data. So we can keep all this information in the cloud and then hand it back to them. So in fact, we have taken this operation data and kind of turned it into scores. So the amount of operative experience they get can be fed back to them and acts as a kind of a progress for them. Okay, so what else do we do? So again, moving away from the very expensive kit. So all our trainees get one of these laparoscopic kits. So if you're familiar with keyhole surgery, as you know, if you went in to get your gallbladder out nowadays, they're not going to cut you open like may has been the habit before, and now it's all keyhole surgery, so they'll make a couple of tiny dots in you now and then insert a camera. So, but that brings with it a whole other skill set for trainees to learn this fulcrum effect and kind of operating here but looking someplace else. So we give the trainees these kits, so they're very basic. This is a web camera with a box and some instruments that you know, are sourced cheaply, so they're non-sterile instruments, so that they can take, so rather than being dependent, you know, and hoping that if we just teach them these laparoscopic skills in the lab, that'll be enough. So they need to be able to practice them at home. So this is one of the things we do. And then thirdly, and very much what you'll see today, you know, the VR revolution that's happening, you know, and it's certainly since the mobile phone being the first real disruptive kind of technology. So we're looking at that and as part of what we can do to deliver. So we started looking at the VR side of things about 1.5 years ago, and at the time we had some people come in to demo it, and they were setting up the PC version and they were getting it out, and one of the other people said, look, while you're waiting, just try on the headset, the mobile phone, the Samsung Gear one, and put that on. And in the time it took them to set up the PC, we had already seen a demo, on the portable one. So kind of really liked this kind of version of it. And we could see the applications for labs where you're just taking them out, you know, you're not tethered. They're cheap. I mean, like as a simulation solution, if you already have a Samsung phone, you're looking at an additional €100. If you don't, we can rig a loaner set out for, you know, €600 or €700. So a very, very big difference from the typically 100,000 plus for one simulator. Okay. So one of the first things we did was we designed an application which was a kind of a gamification of an emergency trauma situation. So there's a course taught in the RCSI called ATLS, which is the guidelines for when somebody comes in an emergency situation. So we took one of these scenarios and kind of scripted it out more like a game that you can kind of enter into and kind of make the decisions around this. So we released this back in May, and we've had 110,000 downloads of it. So we're very happy with that as a kind of success story. So this is just a little bit of in-game footage from this. So you start off in the seat of the patient, the would-be patient, if you like, and then you're brought along to the resus room, and then you're playing this kind of manager role where you need to make the decisions. So first of all, when the patient is lying on the table, and if you don't check their airway first, you're going to get a flat line, so you're going to automatically get that response, you know. So, and in this particular one, you have to insert a chest drain, so it's a pneumothorax situation, but this goes right through to even examining x-rays, looking at paperwork. But the thing we found about doing it in the VR situation is that there's an added degree of stress, because, you know, as you look around, if you look behind you, you're in the operating room, and it's different to kind of standing back, you know, you're at your PC and you have a cup of coffee and you're relaxing. But when you're in the VR headset, there's no distractions, and, you know, it certainly has a better degree of immersion. So as you can see, you can look at blood works and everything. And so we have done some research with this to compare it, just kind of looking at the ATLS course as it happened and taking a control group aside and, you know, letting them experience this particular simulation. And it's, you know, so we have some very positive results on that. So the other thing we're doing, which is something that's a lot faster to do, is the 360 videos, where we can take a 360 camera, and I'm sure you've seen Samsung, we're demoing it today and yesterday, where you can take a camera that's going to take pictures in every direction, and then you can play that back within the headset, so you can have a more passive experience. So as opposed to playing a game, you can be standing beside a surgeon in an environment that is typically very difficult to get into. It's a sterile environment. So for people who are, you know, want to just experience this operation themselves as a kind of a passenger along this journey, the video stuff is really quick to do. It's not really any more intense than just making regular video. So you can kind of leave the camera in there, and then, you know, you can still edit it even though it's 360 video. And it doesn't even require any kind of programming experience. You're just taking the video and just dropping that video onto the headset, and you're good to go. So this is just another example of what we've done in VR, which is we've taken our take-home kit, like the one I was showing you, which just has a web camera, and we're just taking it to the next level, which is to, instead of just have them sit in their, you know, be at home, have this on their kitchen table with their laptop, we've taken the feed from the web camera and actually routed it into a real operating theatre. So you can see on the screen, so this is somebody trying out the kit, but their actual virtual experience is they're actually standing in an operating theatre, but what they're operating on, which is a plastic gallbladder, is actually there, so they're using the instruments and they're having a go at this, but just they have that added immersion for what they're doing. And then another VR demo that we have, again, trying out a lot of different areas, is just the anatomy one. So very much like the demo on the HoloLens at the moment, where you just look at the different parts of the body and it'll highlight them. So yeah, that's something else we're working on. And then just another application is, so there's a new building being built in the RCSI and we just took the architect's drawings and just rendered that in the VR environment. Again, quite quick to do. And then now we can let people who, we can let the kind of the people who are promoting the building walk around the building. We can show people what it's going to be like, a year ahead of it actually the doors opening. So. Oh, sorry. Okay, so just a couple of things to think about. So that's what we've done so far, but I just hope to kind of share a few lessons that we've learned over the time. So the first thing just to discuss is everything after the decision is very expensive. So it's just a kind of a lesson in kind of looking at, just taking your time before you decide exactly what you're going to do as a project, because you can actually prototype quite a lot, even on paper or so on. But the minute you've kind of made your decision, then the money starts churning. And if you've gone down the wrong path, then it's a difficult one. So just to kind of give you a little flavor of where you can go nowadays when you're making a decision on this. So when you kind of lay it out, and you'll see quite, the amount of different paths you can go down. So you just decide then that you want to do an educational experience, you know, to teach somebody how to tie a knot better for surgery, okay? So you can say, well, we can do it on the mobile, we can do it using AR, we can do it on the HoloLens or the VR. So that's just the start of your decisions, okay? And then you can go on here and you can say, well, will we develop it in-house? Yes or no? Will we do virtual, video, or mixed? Okay, and then we can say, well, who's the audience? You know, is it just for Irish trainees? Is it for is it for the whole world? You know, is it for spelled incorrectly? Sorry, for release? Do we just want it as a demo in-house? Are we going to leave it out to everybody? What level? So this is a really difficult one. Where are we pitching it? So if we do an anatomy one, we could do it just as easily that is suited for 10-year-olds, as for consultant surgeons and everything in between, like, you know. And often the time, it sounds very simple, but sometimes we release something, we've it fully done, that goes, well, who's it pitched at? And we goes, actually, you know, and you're only thinking about it after the fact. If you don't make all these decisions, should you charge for it or is it free? Like, if you leave it out free, that's great, and you'll have loads of people use it. If you charge for it even $1, you'll get those angry emails the one time it crashes, you know, the power goes out in somebody's house and it's your fault, you know. You get all these kind of things to deal with. How to roll it out, another thing, you know, once you've it done, that's not the end of it, you know. So how do you get people to use it like they've never heard of it, you know? If you take a look at the kind of the movie examples where they've made a movie and they'll spend the equivalent budget they took to make the movie on just marketing it. So you can do all this good work and nobody's seen it if you haven't thought about it. Then the graphics quality, you know, you think automatically, oh, we should have fantastic graphics in it, but there's a point where better and better graphics doesn't give you any educational return. And what platform? Then even if you pick VR, is it HTC, Oculus, you know, Gear? They all have their ups and downs. So you can see, like, often at time, if you haven't answered all these questions, then, you know, you can possibly go down the wrong path, you know. And then what's the hook on this hardware? So the other thing is, I think, you know, people get very swept away with the technology, and we are most certainly, you know, very happy to use all these new technologies. But sometimes we kind of don't think about, well, why are we using virtual reality, you know? So what is the hook on this hardware? So what's the difference? And sometimes we don't ask ourselves honestly the question, like, what's the difference between doing this on VR versus just looking at this on a 2D screen? So if you take the anatomy, you can kind of justify it by saying, well, you can kind of go right inside the middle of the rib cage and you can look around, you know, and so on. But depending on, you know, so I've seen kind of virtual reality experiences where everything, the focus of everything is right in front of you, and they try and fill up the bits around it with something, you know, just for the sake of filling it. And you'd have to kind of think about, well, could you not have just released this as a 2D video? So you have to just be honest about what this new technology is doing for you, you know, because there's always an expense with using these. And sometimes, you know, when we go the virtual reality route, we're kind of eliminating the audience that just have mobile phones that we could have rolled it out onto. So you just have to kind of think about this. So the other thing with VR is, you know, if we have to kind of think that VR isn't something that you can kind of wear for long periods of time, I don't think. So certainly, like, the shorter experiences on it. So traditionally for a PC, you could have or an iPad, you could have much longer experiences that you can kind of use for an hour or so. But with the VR headset, you're probably, you know, better off looking at shorter experiences. Okay. Okay. So the other thing is there's a tendency, you'll see a lot of people trying to make exactly what was done on the PC and just trying to port it onto the VR for the sake of it. And this is just very typical of a way in trying to rush software onto the new one. So people haven't really started thinking differently about it, you know. Like, you'll see some new instances of it. Like, a strange one that's come up with the VR is, it turns out it's really good at doing horror games. So the whole horror game thing had nearly disappeared totally, and then suddenly it's just a really intense experience on the VR headset. And it was just finding that experience on it. That's one, nothing to do with educational, but like, what are the things that work really well on VR? And I think people aren't really there yet. So just just to kind of finish off, just when we're thinking about technology, right? If you just take a look and think about all the things that have come up So we started with the mobile phone was the start of all this kind of portable revolution. We got the tablet, we got the cloud, the big data, then we had Google Glass, the VR, HoloLens. Like the first thing you could think about is like, what's the next one? So if you look at this as a pattern, so the mobile phone is 10 years old and all these things are coming out almost every couple of years. So you could kind of assume from this that there's something else waiting, you know. So when you think about implementing your own solutions, picking one of these is difficult because they're all quite new and not all of them have lasted as well. So you know, it's difficult to base your solutions on something that you're hoping is going to be around for 20 years. So just to kind of think about that, right? So the mobile phone or the smartphone is only 10 years old, okay? And these are roughly now so the tablet's been around for about 6 years, cloud 6 years, the Google Glass 3 years. So the VR is only 1 year old, you know, and the HoloLens not even out yet. So there's a lot of big decisions being made on technology that's very, very new. I mean, like, if these were kids, you'd just about let the mobile phone cycle out on the green for a little bit. And as for the rest of them, you wouldn't keep your eyes off them, like, you know. So you just have to kind of bear that in mind, because a lot of the things you're talking about today, which are like electronic health records and so on, and, you know, picking one of these technologies off the shelf, you know, be it iPad or be it something, you know, are we sure it's going to be there in a couple of years and so on? So just to kind of bear that in mind. And then, yeah, that's it. So any questions there? Yeah. Yes, Heckler.
That's me.
Yeah.
So I think just in the last slide that you had there, the VR is only a year old.
Yeah.
So you guys have to, like, how long do you see this running for, or how long do you see you running in this current mode or with these set of technologies?
So I think if I was guessing, because the truth is nobody knows, but when I say like the VR is a year old now, obviously developers had access for about a year before that. So, like, you know, there's lots of talks about it'll take over from other things. The fact is, at a guess, I would say the mobile phone in some guys is probably around for at least another 10 years until somebody turns everything on its head again. I think the VR has got some serious problems that nobody wants to think about, which is that a huge percentage of people find it nauseous. It's also a victim of people taking software that was on the last generation, like, you know, fast-moving games, and just plonking them directly onto it, which are also really nauseous. And then, you know, just thinking about the kind of added complexity in generating the content. So if you look at it, like, you know, the Samsung Gear is out for almost a year, and there's only 200 apps on it, you know, so it's very, very early days. So I could see, I think there's definitely uses where it'll excel. But until, it's a bit like the mobile phone, nobody knew how people were going to use it. Nobody knew that you were going to be paying for your parking using your mobile phone, let alone doing your banking on it. So nobody knows. And similarly, I think people are going to start finding uses for VR. So I don't particularly think, you know, you can't compete with the mobile phone that you can just take out, you've instant access, you put it back. It's not intrusive, you know. And I think for all the wearable technology that's been out for so long, you know, people are just reluctant to kind of, you know, buy into this fully. So I would say that I think it'll start to find kind of places, certainly in education. I personally don't think that it has got a huge future in gaming, because I don't think it's that comfortable an environment for that. I think it's more for these kind of peaceful journey, kind of, you know, experience something else, these kind of more slow moving kind of experiences, or kind of touristy, or all those things. So I think it'll find its areas in that. I'm not entirely sure everyone's going to have one, you know. So that's at a guess, but I think it's hard to tell. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so we're having a few scheduling problems because one of our speakers hasn't quite got here yet. So we're going to ask Martin Curley to step up. Martin is a good friend of eHealth Ireland. He sits on our committee. He's going to give you a bit of a whistle-stop tour, although the slides just changed, and some other stuff. I think the guys will get your slides up.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. We've got the wrong slide up there now.
I can give this talk as well. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? been a good day?
Your slides are from yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, Vita had them last night, an updated section. I know there were up on the screen there a second ago.
No, not here. Would be the last two presentations. Actually, what we'll do is we'll swap. We'll do the slide that's up there. So, Michael, would you like to give your presentation, and then we'll put the.
That's great. Thank you. That was the easiest talk I ever did.
I swear I didn't do that deliberately. That wasn't a plant. I can see it up there. So, good evening, everybody, and it's great to see so many. Can you hear me okay, by the way? I tend to just wander a little bit. So many diehards, I think I'll say, who have stuck it out to the bitter end. So well done, and thanks very much. The Quality Innovation Corridor, also known as QUIC or QUIC Digital, I've already used various different terms for it, is eHealth Ireland's new innovation programme, which has been designed specifically to open up a new innovation pathway for our clinicians, for our medical professionals, our healthcare professionals of all types, and for our technologists to avail of backing from eHealth Ireland, expertise from eHealth Ireland, crucially funding from eHealth Ireland to deploy creative, innovative digital solutions. So the QUIC Digital, which I'll probably call it from this point onwards, the QUIC Digital programme has, I suppose, unique is probably stretching it a bit too far, but it has some very distinct characteristics within what's now a fairly busy innovation environment within healthcare, and particularly within healthcare technology. Two of those things are, one, it has funding. That's not unique. It probably makes it distinct, but it's not unique. And another one is that it has plotted out a practical route to implementation. So QUIC is all about actual deployment, ready to go deployment of technologies. It's not incubation, it's not ideation. There are other channels within eHealth Ireland, there's other channels wider than eHealth Ireland. So there's the eHealth Connect programme, which my colleague Clyde Hutchison runs, and which runs, among other parts of that programme, what we might call a matchmaking service, where SMEs, startups, digital tech companies can, get a HSE champion, which may then lead into the QUIC programme. There's also the Health Innovation Hub. Both of those things look at ideation and incubation. QUIC takes ready to go and implements, or helps to implement. So QUIC, I suppose, is a call to action. So if you are a healthcare a clinician, if you are a medical professional, let's say, if you are a healthcare professional of any type, if you are a technologist, QUIC effectively is designed with you in mind, right? So if you are then, as I say, if you're an SME, if you're a tech startup, an industry player in this space of any shape or size, okay, so QUIC can be a route to market for you too. It can be. You probably have that, do in fact have that one additional step to take, which is you need to find yourself a healthcare champion, a clinical champion, a technology champion, ideally both, but certainly one of those. And I say we have in our broader innovation framework, we have the channels for you to find those champions. And I know there was an event here last night, the Pint of Digital Health, which is part of that overall framework. So, what might be there for the benefits of a QUIC sponsored initiative, a QUIC project, or what service areas, or to put it bluntly, what's the point of all this? Okay, so maybe reduced waiting times. Maybe some other, process efficiencies, or some other patient-facing benefits. Maybe some of those. Maybe some completely other things. What I don't want to do, and what QUIC certainly, wants to avoid being restrictive or definitive about the type of solution that comes through. There are some characteristics of the solution that I'll talk about those shortly. But in some ways, the QUIC programme is it's an opportunity for our technologists and for our clinicians, but it's also a challenge. It's eHealth Ireland's challenge to the system. You come up with you're the people with the domain expertise, is what effectively we're saying. come up with identify the area within your domain of work that needs improvement, or if there is a problem that needs to be solved, identify the digital solution if it exists in the marketplace and bring it forward. We will back you. So some of the characteristics, what I can say about what Quick expects to support, tech-based solution of, as my kids say, right, ready to deploy, right? So what might that mean? It might mean mobile apps. It might mean cloud-based technologies, software as a service. Again, not being restrictive, but most certainly it needs to be ready to deploy. Okay, so there was anyone in Ireland who lived through the Celtic Tiger years remembers the phrase from the construction industry, shovel ready, right? It's long since retired, but I'm going to just borrow it back to describe, to use it now. So Quick is looking to support shovel-ready digital solutions. So as I said, it's not ideation, it's not incubation, it's not about developing a new solution. If that solution is there, you get approved today, you're on site tomorrow with your shovel, effectively, okay? So again, I say it needs to be led by a HSE champion, and it is both challenge and opportunity. Now I cannot see that, and I haven't got my glasses. How it works is, Quick will fund approved projects up to a max of 25k. Okay, so that's not a target; it's a limit. So it could be 5,000, it could be 500. 25k is the maximum fund for individual approved projects. There will be a rapid turnaround on your approval. So you will get your approval decision within 4 weeks, probably within 2. But within 4 weeks, you will have at least your decision on whether or not you are approved under the Quick program. Speedy but safe procurement. This should be clear here. Quick absolutely abides by, respects and adheres to proper procurement guidelines and regulations. One of the beauties of the Quick program is that the funding is pitched just at the right level to find the shortest, safest route through procurement. So that might take a week. It shouldn't really take more than a day. It could take an hour. So it is rapid, but it adheres 100% to proper procurement guidelines and regulations. So if you get the support, if you get funded, if you get your approval for a Quick initiative, you will also get support, project support from the Quick digital team. We don't just give you the money and say, good luck, come back in whatever, 6 months, although we will absolutely be asking you to come back in those 6 months. We will be with you on that journey all the way. So rapid deployment, as I said, it isn't about give you the money and go off and build it and build something. It's ready to go. We want this rapid deployment, okay? Over that course of the 6 months, and 6 months is a timeline that's built into it. We are expecting not just deployment, but that the benefits have been evaluated and that you are ready to come back and demonstrate those benefits, both to and with us at possibly further events like this. So Quick, I suppose, is eHealth Ireland's digital front door to innovation. I kind of feel that we wouldn't have been much of a digital innovation program if, when you asked us how to apply, we threw a load of paper at you, right? So it has been born digital. It is digital right from the very start. We have an online portal. I say, if you want to hear more about Quick, absolutely email me. Absolutely email us at quick@ehealthireland.ie. Absolutely go online and check out some of the information about there. Tweet us. All the contact details will be at the end. Please do all those things. But if you want to apply under Quick, there's only one way to do it, and it's through the online portal. Okay, it's simple to use, just like it should be. There's a one-page application process. Okay, so eHealth Ireland practices what it preaches in this regard. So, over the last, I suppose, few weeks and maybe a little bit more than I wouldn't quite say months. It's literally weeks in building out this the Quick capability, and in particular the online portal. I put out a call 5 or 6 weeks ago through an internal HSE discussion forum, which covers both clinicians and technologists for basically a crowdsourcing call for testing. Okay, so literally overwhelmed, and a lot of people. I'm looking over this direction here at Monica. A lot of people thought I was probably mad to do that. Literally overwhelmed, a tsunami of responses, to the point where, like, you know, within 1 week, I had closed down access because we had so much really valuable feedback and content, and our bugs basically ironed out, our plan to iron all those out. A couple of things I want to say about that, though. Throughout all that, you know, we got, you know, Joe Test and Jane blogs and all this kind of stuff, and people logging on. That was fantastic. I keep hitting that, sorry. We did end up with, throughout all of that process, 90 genuine registered users. You can see 88 approved and 2 rejected. We did also have to test the rejection facility. We had 5 applications. They were genuine applications. And as of last week, the one approved, even though it was pre-launch, today is the official launch, that one was actually approved. Our first tranche of funding has been issued through Michael Connolly, the ICT lead at the Ireland East Hospital Group, for his proposal to deploy a Nurse Bank app, a mobile app, and that has been approved as of last week. In building this, before I go any further, I know I'm getting wound up here, but I just have to say thanks to a couple of people here. So firstly, Monica, who's sitting over there, who you would have seen out there in the stand over the last couple of days, has been absolutely instrumental in helping me build out this quick programme. So thanks very much to Monica. Thank you very much. If there's anyone in the audience who was part of that crowdsourcing testing, brilliant response. Thank you very much. We got everything we needed and we got it for free. I also just want to say thanks to Richard and to Yvonne Goff, the CCIO, who gave the original backing in the original pitch for this to go ahead, and to my other colleagues on the senior management team of OCIO and wider than that also. Okay, so what do you do next if you want to be part of Quick? Well, first of all, have you identified an area that needs that improvement? Have you identified a potential digital solution in the marketplace, or more than one, possibly? Well, if you feel you have, go online, validate what you have against what Quick says, the parameters of Quick. If you think you're good to go, register online, follow the instructions, and within 4 weeks you'll have your decision. Okay? So within 6 months your solution must be deployed. I'm going to hold you to that, and I say we will ask you to come back and demonstrate the benefits to us and with us. I sped up there at the end, but thank you very much to everybody. There's our contact details. Please do get in touch, and thanks again.
Poor Michael. He'd been getting a little bit stressed about presenting. Went to see Brian Cox last night, and I told him that one of the things he had to do is try and find something that Brian Cox said to put out to there. I'm not sure the Quick program can do that. But what it does play back to is some of the stuff that Evelyn was talking about earlier about giving people space for innovation. What we've tried to do is give clinicians space for innovation, fund that, and try and move that forward. So one of the things that happened yesterday was a discussion around blockchain and what that means and how that can be delivered. And we're really lucky to have 2 experts in blockchain and healthcare to join us, from partners from PwC and from Deloitte. The good thing about this is it needs to be and can be more of a conversation. So in talking to the guys beforehand, we were talking about how and what it would look like and feel like. I think the briefing for this is very much an ABC of blockchain in healthcare a little bit to some degree. So if you'd like to grab the stage, chaps, then we can start the conversation. So at this point, unlike a lot of the things we've done so far, if there are thoughts or comments from the audience as we start the conversation, then feel free to give me a shout. There's a microphone here, but actually we're probably small enough to be able to get away with it. Okay, so one of the things that I am harassed by on Twitter on a regular basis is why hasn't the HSE considered using blockchain for healthcare for the EHR? And I guess the answer at the moment is we have a paper system and maybe it's too far for us to go. But it'd be good to get your views on, you know, if a whole country is still today on paper for their health records, how much of a leap of faith would it be to look at a blockchain type solution? And I guess, Patrick, you want to give us your views on that?
So I'm Patrick Spence, I'm from PwC. I'm blockchain. So blockchain is a new technology. It's been around for 8 years. It's taken 8 years for it to get inside this room, so it's a complex technology. It does basically 4 things. It removes the requirement for any reconciliation because it's instantaneous settlement. So in terms of health, you think about transactions, you're going to see your doctor is a transaction. It removes the requirement for a middle person because you become trusted with the other person. So that cuts out a lot of cost, delay and risk. It provides immutable proof of provenance, so in the health environment, health records, things like that. And you can embed business logic into a single transaction. So if this happens, then this must happen. And so it's the combination of those 4 things that makes it such a powerful technology. But it is new. It's, it's still in the laboratory. The door is open. There's some proof of concepts out there. There's a clinical trial called Metronomo, which has got 6,000 or 7,000 people on it using blockchain. I saw that the Gates Foundation 2 days ago gave a grant to a blockchain company in America around distributing aid in foreign countries. And this is what you will see. It'll come out slowly. So if I was sitting... So the internet revolutionized the way we communicate with each other and share information. Blockchain will revolutionize the way we exchange value. And if I was sitting here in 1993 and trying to explain the internet to you, I'd be talking about TCP and how brilliant it would be that we all share information. And we'd all go, I don't want to share information with you. Well, here we are 25 years later, and there was more internet content created last year than the previous 24 years. And so kind of explaining blockchain is you'll never touch blockchain, you'll never see it, just like you can't see TCP. But the savings that can come out of industry globally are so huge that it's coming. I mean, it is coming. So if I told you you could exchange value with anyone you wanted to in the world, in any format you wanted to in the world, without using any trusted partner, what would you do? Would you set up Google? Would you set up Facebook?
I mean, to answer to your question, well, I'm Antonio Senatore, Senior Manager in Deloitte Consulting. So I lead the EMEA Blockchain Lab. I'm a technical lead of the EMEA Blockchain Lab here in Dublin. So why, I mean, the technology is there, definitely. It works. We all seen Bitcoin works, Ethereum works, so why it is difficult for the government to go about it and use blockchain for HSE or maybe for a citizen identity, etc. It is a unique skill set, first of all. It is a mixture of software development and cybersecurity and cryptography. So so difficult to find resources. 2 is the program itself to manage may become difficult and challenging because you're going to bring together different stakeholders. You're going to bring together different consortiums, etc. How do you go about that? How do you talk to the different government departments to create the citizen identity? How do you go about to talk to the different health insurers, etc.? And Ireland is a smaller market, but think about US, how big that is. How do you go about that and sit them around the table and say, okay, guys, you're gonna share your data through blockchain today, and we're gonna run a program together.
So it's interesting. You both talk a lot there about sharing data. So why is it that the organisations, the people that are getting in touch to say consider this, are the people that are perhaps the most privacy concerned? And yet, whenever I hear anything about blockchain, it seems to be fundamentally about sharing. So is blockchain more secure than a standard electronic health record would be?
Yes. So you might have heard financial services becoming interested in blockchain, but they don't need to share data. But a hospital supply chain does. You know, there was an announcement again this week. Walmart are going to use blockchain for their supply chain to trace the credibility of the sourcing of the goods. In the United Kingdom or in Europe, we have the new regulation coming in where you're going to have to put a barcode on the pack of every pill. Yeah. Well, that means you're going to have to spend money on technology over the next 2 years. Well, if you're going to spend money on technology over the next 2 years, and you've got a problem with counterfeit drugs in your industry, why don't you go from compound to barcode using blockchain? And the traceability is there and tamper-proof.
So the privacy that it brings is more to do with the traceability of touch rather than actual security.
It's the traceability of stuff. The security stands in the fact that being a consensus mechanism, the power of blockchain is in the numbers, and it becomes impossible to tamper the traceability. I mean, I challenge you to do that. Okay. And that is it's a huge plus. Data itself, in terms of privacy, you were talking which kind of data is going to be there. Yes, it's unclear, but it's anonymized. Ultimately, you see a key and you see some data. You don't know who is that person. And even about that, there are things you can do, and there are technology coming out to allow encryption. And then there's a whole reasoning. I mean, that opens other questions like key management. How do you go about that? But
so I'll give you an example. So I sit on the advisory board of a company called GovCoin Systems, and today, right now, we're working with the Department for Work and Pensions, and we are distributing benefits to South Manchester claimants using blockchain. Wow. And we have a couple of energy providers, but it could be health providers, and it's just a proof of concept at the moment. where they can spend their tokenized form of exchange of value on a couple of energy providers to heat their homes. So it's coming. Government, the UK government, the UK government's chief scientist and technologist wrote a report in January this year, Sir Mark Walport's, well worth reading, 85 pages, covers every single government department. So there are 2 ministers being put in charge of delivering that. So it is going to happen. I mean, it really is going to happen.
I think there is also in the UK DSP also a chain, a blockchain to deliver with a social protection coin. They're thinking about that, and to give benefits into using this coin and then this coin can be spent only in certain ways, so only food and clothing, so to avoid spending coins in other way, which can be alcohol or or going to So
have you seen any health record digital health companies delivering anything yet using blockchain?
Well, part of the clinical trials got 6,500 people on it. I'm talking to a number of healthcare type people, whether it's smart cities or devolved governments or hospitals, particularly, and their supply chain. Supply chain is the obvious one. For blockchain to work properly, you need a closed user group. A supply chain is a perfect closed user group. You need to share data. So I need an invoice, a receipt, a work order, a purchase order, that all goes with blockchain. You don't have 60-day receivable, 90-day payables. It's instantaneous settlement, which means you don't need a back office. So you don't need to process it. It happens. So you can take enormous cost out of a business. And just to put that into some perspective, the World Economic Forum reckon that in 9 years' time, 10% of global trade will be done using blockchain. Well, 10% of global trade is $7.5 trillion.
Yeah, that's about it.
10% in another 9 years.
At the moment, we are talking mainly on insurance and health and known, and that link between the identity and the claim history and the health history. So we're seeing that as well, starting piloting and POC, nothing live, nothing real, but I can foresee something happening within the next 12, 24 months, for sure.
So any closed user group requires some form of identification to get in. So let's take it up to the stratosphere a little bit. The United Nations published their Sustainable Development Goals in September last year. One of them, 16.9, to be achieved by the year 2030, was legal identity for all. There are 1.5 billion people in the world that don't have a legal identity. There's a not-for-profit organisation called ID 2020, which is set up to deliver that, but using blockchain. It's interesting that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have backed a firm in the States for blockchain, because if you can get those 1.5 billion people's identity, that gets them out of human trafficking and the black economy. It clearly has a social, successful Bill and Melinda Gates, and it involves identity. Well, once you've got the identity, then blockchain just becomes an app store.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have an individual health identifier. So we have identity for patients. You imagine a world where they go into a hospital and the hospital they confirm their identity person to person. How would blockchain then work as a technology around the actual health record? Let's take it away from the supply chain a little bit. So I now tell my doctor something, he prescribes me something and believes something is wrong with me. How does blockchain, what happens next?
Well, you can choose whether you disclose it or not disclose it.
So you, the patient?
Yeah.
You can decide
so the
whether or
insurance
not.
company will say, right, I will only give you insurance if you disclose.
Exactly.
You can say, I don't want to disclose. And the insurance company will say, go to another provider.
It always works like that. I mean, you need an incentive for the blockchain. What that incentive can be, the business case itself. I'm not going to insure you. It's the same. I worked on a telematics platform for cars. Why should I put this box into my car? Well, otherwise you pay 3 times the car insurance. It's going to cost you 3,000 euros. That's a good incentive. There are other forms of incentives, which can be the digital coin itself and create an economy around that. That's a very complex thing to do, but can be done and can open to new business opportunities, of course.
So I had to give evidence to the House of Lords Economic Affairs Select Committee on blockchain, and this question came up about insurance. So if I'm particularly a younger generation and perhaps more health conscious than my generation, I'm quite happy to share with my insurance company, whether it's the telemetrics in my car or it's my health. And I receive a lower premium. And one of the Lords came back, Lord Forsyth, and said, yeah, but that's unfair because right now insurance is pooled. So I wanted to say this, but I didn't say this to him. I say, but
that's not fair either.
That's not fair either, because the healthy people are subsidising people like me. So, you know, if you take that incentive away and you start charging me more, maybe I'll start paying more attention to my health.
It's interesting you raised that. One of the themes from the kids that have been doing the Minecraft stuff over the last 2 days was how do we, in 2030, Ireland would pay people to be healthy. So as a country, and you can imagine what you're both describing there, maybe blockchain supporting.
And then you get into the IoT space.
Yeah, very quickly.
And then you
wearable devices. And why blockchain then? And that is an interesting.
And then you can start having reward points instead of
for losing weight.
It can be a coin, and that coin you can spend in a shop. And so when I say coin, I mean a tokenized form of exchange of value that you can spend in the shop, etc., etc. So
economic incentive is blockchain. Without economic incentive, you are in a distributed ledger space only, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. But you know, the economic incentive really drives the business and the whole health of the blockchain itself.
And I would say, adds that I've got a 16-year-old son. He's been swapping tokens electronically with his mates on games for the last 6 years on his mobile device. Yeah. He doesn't know what a checkbook looks like. So the take-up,
last 6 years.
The take-up for tokenized exchange of value for the generation below mine is going to be so much quicker.
Wow, that is amazing. One of the things we hear a lot about is, in reference to blockchain, is Estonia and their digital identity for the population, and even to become a member of Estonia, even though you live in Ireland. Is that because of them trying to get ready for blockchain, do you think? You mentioned around identity.
The reason why Estonia went to blockchain is they have a noisy neighbour who has invaded them a few times and certainly cyber attacked them, and their health, the citizens' records were getting tampered with.
Okay.
And so they decided to make them tamper-proof.
By having
it is, and
then everything falls off the back. Once you've got the identity, then the closed user group is just an app store.
Yeah, and opening that abroad makes the thing even more secure, because strength is in numbers. Closed group, but fairly big. At some point, it becomes impossible for anybody to tamper. And tampering, I mean, data. I mean, it's a typical problem of a centralized system. I mean, it's just impossible to get away.
The theme of the last 2 days has been around innovation. And we've had a number of different sessions around startup community. How do we support the startup community? Michael's presentation then was very much how do we actually put stuff in place to enable that. Does blockchain help the small new idea innovation, or do you have to be somewhat further advanced, technology advanced, to actually get involved, do you think?
Well, it's kind of so there are basically 16 different types of database you can buy today, Oracle one, and Sun one, whatever they are. There are multiple different blockchain providers, but it's open source code. So in theory, it's much cheaper. You have to learn how it works, you have to teach yourself, etc. But in theory, it's open source, so it's open to the entire world.
Okay. There is a startup opening every day, and yesterday I was talking to one, which is Noco. They're basically reshaping the Ethereum blockchain for permissioned private blockchain, just to change the consensus algorithm, make it faster, more data, etc. But also the business ideas that are coming out are like Airbnb on blockchain. In a few years, even less, I can see Netflix on blockchain, like, wow, that's big content. Yes, we think like IPFS or even Golem, which is out. Golem is another interesting startup out last week.
All blockchain does is replace business process.
Yeah.
If you need to share data, so travel industry, health industry, hospitals, any supply chain, BHP Billiton, the big mining company, they announced 3 weeks ago they were going to use blockchain for their supply chain. You know, so it is happening, and because of the cost it takes out of the business. So, for example, UK financial services only, the estimate by Oliver Wyman last year was $15 billion a year savings. If it's $15 billion a year for UK financial services, it's $150 billion a year for UK PLC. If it's $150 billion a year for UK PLC, it's $2.5 trillion for the world. So it is going to happen.
The cost is on the infrastructure mainly, right? The cost is on the security, I mean, of centralized system versus blockchain. The cost is hosting your application, your enterprise in the cloud or anywhere you want, but that has a cost versus blockchain, decentralized, distributed, public. you can see that you're gonna.
So if you look at the health,
they're gonna put many people, many companies, not out of business, but they will have to adapt, and join the blockchain.
So if you look at the healthcare business, whether it's the pharmaceutical putting a barcode on a packet of pills and going from compound to barcode, or it's government Health Ireland and managing hospital supply chains and stuff like that. Just simple things like, when doctors get moved from one hospital to another, they have to certify that they've did what they said they did, and all the rest of it. Well, it's kind of easy.
Just be there.
Just be there.
Okay, so back to, we've said already, but just to reiterate, we're a paper-based healthcare system today. We've got investment and changes in digital coming. We've had 2 days talking about that from Minister all the way through. If you could think of one piece of advice that we could do in the next 12 months to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity. One of the phrases has been, leave no idea unturned.
So I presume there are university hospitals dealing with health in Ireland, right? So PwC, largest employer of graduates in the country, in the UK, we employ 1,500. Every graduate we employ, we have to ring an agency, pay them £100 to go to the university and say, did this graduate do what they said they did?
Okay.
And 4 weeks later, we get back the answer after someone's gone down to the vault, pulled out a piece of paper, and how much easier will it be?
Blockchain solution for certificating.
I can certify it on my mobile. This it comes from Imperial College. It's certified. It's instantaneous. Personally, PwC would save £150,000 a year, and it must be the same at universities for healthcare.
Yeah.
So, a very small proof of concept.
Yeah.
Just get your students certified on their qualifications using blockchain.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the next 12 months, okay, start using the technology. I mean, start thinking about a business case, a use case, a small POC, an edge one, but that can be crucial. Start with the identity. What can we do about that? How can we share that identity with the Irish Revenue Commissioners, with the DSP, with the Department of Agriculture, with everything else? How can we have a single citizen view, all of us together? And that would be the health sector, and would be all of them. That could be a POC to start with. That could be very, very valuable, because at the moment, I'm 10 years in Ireland, so I'm basically an Irish citizen. I have a different identity on each of those departments. I have different data. There is, I think, even different phone numbers or addresses there. I mean, how's that even? That could be a nice one. And we have done some work in Deloitte, in UK especially, smart identity. Our UK colleagues have developed a nice POC where you literally upload your passport. And it's the same identity. And then there is a lot more that can be done. But start with something. Engage with the technology, engage with the experts out there. I mean, don't leave that behind. But they will never be, I don't think anybody will be left behind. At some point, it's like the web. It will have to happen in a way or another. Otherwise, you just
I suspect what will happen is, just like the web, we will create this whole set of intranets.
Yeah.
Without realizing, we're not wanting to let go of stuff, and actually we need to let go of stuff.
Let go of it.
Yeah.
And so all blockchain does is industry agnostic. It replaces business process, and if you need to share data, it's well suited for you, and it's also suited to transactional data. So a word of caution. I think it's unlikely that incumbents will adopt an all-in blockchain strategy straight away.
Yeah.
There's much more likely, because it strips so much cost out of the business, that it'll be a new entrant to the market, and that new entrant will undercut the incumbent, and then the incumbent will follow very quickly.
Yeah.
So I think the trigger is probably new entrants rather than incumbents.
Rather than what we've got currently.
So now we are talking about sharing data, okay, and that's the way it's going to be next 12, 18, maybe 24. There's a lot out there already in terms of technology of using blockchain to run software, to run capabilities, to run microservices, web services, and future is going to be more like having a blockchain that is fully functioning, that is actually not only sharing data, it's going to do stuff for you. And I was talking about IoT and telematics before. So your device is interconnected, and instead of a big problem for IoT is the centralization itself. Imagine all these devices are for your health that are going to throw data somewhere. To get that data needs to be actionized at some point. I mean, you've got to do something with that data. You have to do I don't know, ring an ambulance if somebody is feeling sick because your bracelet tells you that. That could be a nice use case. By the time the data gets there, gets stream processed, you don't know how long it may take, because we are talking about millions and billions of people connected. So you're going to see blockchain underpinning these, and the entire blockchain actually being self-sufficient, so that the devices interconnected are going to look after them, are going to store data. Some are going to be lightweight devices, some are going to be computers, laptops, etc., etc., etc. Not in short.
Not forgetting that you will never be able to touch blockchain. Okay? So just want to debunk that myth. I heard earlier we were talking about artificial intelligence. The world of artificial intelligence and blockchain are going to come together eventually, because blockchain can provide the security around the artificial intelligence data set. Right? You saw Martin DeepMind got access to 2 million UK health records last week. So the worlds are coming together. Being smarter with artificial intelligence and data analytics and security.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was at the
DevCon. It's secure, and it allows you to exchange value securely without a trusted party in the middle, like a bank.
I was at the DevCon in Shanghai, and there were talks about Vitalik Buterin and the DevCon of the Ethereum blockchain. And one of the interesting visions he had, it was like, it's already doable, but it's difficult, but it's going to be more doable in the past, is to have intelligent AI agents on the blockchain, learning, deep learning, neural networks. How it's going to happen, what's that going to do? But again, it's a self-sufficient place that no longer needs to throw data out of there. And centralization totally disappears, and that is going to be very interesting.
Okay, great. Well, I'd like you to thank our panel. Thank you very much for your time and your expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, so we really will get Martin's slides up this time, I hope. In fact, I'm kind of hoping they were flicking it behind me. Please. So, as I started to say previously when we couldn't get Martin's slides to come up on the screen, Martin is a good friend of eHealth Ireland. He's been part of the eHealth Ireland committee since the very beginning, and one of the first people I met in Ireland giving us some advice and guidance on how to get ready for our digital change, our eHealth revolution. So it's great that Martin's going to now have the last session of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks. I have a feeling I've been here before. Hello again. So very quickly, I presume this is the clicker, we're going to talk about the Internet of You and connected health and a bunch of other things. And congratulations to you, Richard, and your team on a fantastic conference, but on actually the great progress. I think anybody that lives in Ireland has seen, actually we have things finally moving in our healthcare system. Okay. Let's try this one.
It's not that one, it should be the one with the green button on it. It's not
We need to do very high speed clicking. Okay, okay, great. We're good here. I think everybody knows the problems, aging population, blah, blah, blah. I think one of the new paradigms that Ireland has an opportunity to really embrace quicker than many other countries around the world is the paradigm, is this around, making sick people better, is about keeping well people well. So I think we have a unique opportunity there. You can put numbers on all of these, or we don't have time to go through them, but you can exactly quantify actually what is the cost of aging healthcare, what's the cost of healthcare worker shortages, what is the cost actually of a single medical error that takes a life or actually causes a significant problem or delays or extends a hospital stay. There's a big human cost, and obviously there's a big economic cost as well. With all that's going on, I think as a global society, we've actually made wonderful progress, because if you live in an OECD country and you were, since 1970 to today, we've seen actually an average of a 10-year life expectancy increase for all of us in the room, which I think is quite amazing. In just a 40-year period, we can all expect to live 10 years longer. Incredible. But we can do a lot more. There are lots of disruptive technologies and disruptive models coming along. Here are 4. If we could slide from Dermot Cahalan, we could add blockchain to that. Reduce sequencing costs, which I'll talk about. Computational power, Moore's law. Machine learning, fantastic opportunity, particularly I think around sort of misread scans. How many misread scans we have? Brilliant radiologists, but they can't be perfect, and it's caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. And then the whole idea of value-based care, and I'll talk about what Michael Porter has been trying to evangelize very briefly on this. And now the Internet of Things is coming, so we're about to see a dramatic change. The cost of processing has gone down a factor of 60x. Over the last 10 years, absolutely phenomenal. That's Moore's law. The cost of communications and Gilder's law, something that describes that well, has gone down 40x in the last 10 years. However, the big opportunity is the cost of sensing. It's gone down a factor of 2x. But with latest scientific breakthroughs, I think we can expect probably not the same sort of exponential performance we've seen in computing and communications, but this number is going to go up dramatically, and that will really unleash this real opportunity for tremendous innovation. So the Internet of Things is real. If you look at the Gartner hype cycle, different people have different opinions, but it's going to be huge, and the predictions are it will be the biggest industry in the history of the electronics industry, but its implications are far greater than, the big changes are going to happen in healthcare, going to happen in automotive, going to happen in energy, and so on. I wanted to briefly talk about Open Innovation 2.0. We've all seen how Apple have transformed the music business, Amazon, the book-selling business, and the whole world of retailing. And these are amazing accomplishments. Intel, while I was with Intel, we shut down our MP3 player factory 2 weeks before Apple launched the iPod. We were in the market 2 years before Apple. Why was it they were successful and Intel wasn't? It came down to courage, because Intel had the same ideas. Actually, the Philips executive that actually came up with the idea of iPod and iTunes was shopping his idea around for quite a while before Apple grasped onto it. But in each of these cases, there was a single player in an industry. Even though the industry was complex, one single player actually could become the keystone player and actually drive a very significant change. Now, as we look ahead, the broader societal systems, things that are bigger than the music industry, the book industry, for example, our energy grid, or perhaps a smart city, or healthcare, the changes and the complexity, the benefits are huge, the complexity is huge, so we can't take the single approach where we can expect one player actually to drive the change. And what I'd suggest is that we need this Open Innovation 2.0 approach. And probably the most complex of all the transitions that need to be made, and probably the biggest opportunity is in healthcare. So what we're suggesting, and this is some work that we did with the European Commission and while I was at Intel, that there is a new paradigm emerging, and it's a way of driving large-scale structural change where the predictability, the probability, and the profitability of the outcomes are dramatically improved. Because we all know innovation is very risky. On average, according to Dublin, 6% of innovations are successful. So how can we take collective innovation efforts, put them together, and have a much higher chance of success? And we're starting to see some emerging patterns that lead to that. Now, why would we do this Open Innovation 2.0? Well, of course, there's an imperative for individuals. There's an imperative on a national scale in terms of measuring our health, but there's also a business imperative. Ireland is small enough where we could drive a transformation and then actually take successful outcomes and export them, and jobs creation. We can also impact or lower the problem around healthcare worker shortage. So there really is an opportunity to drive a structural change. Richard and his team deserve huge credit for the EHR, and I think it's a brilliant example of innovation, because we all think innovation is new. You have to invent something, but really clever, taking something that worked in the UK, move it over to Ireland in terms of the taxonomy and the individual numbers, and you short circuit a tremendous amount of learning. I love this quote from you, Richard, around probably the single most important sort of health safety initiative that has been deployed to date. But the opportunities go way beyond that. Obviously, in transactional and operational healthcare, fantastic benefits from having that. But personally, I think, and I was delighted to learn about the QUIC program. I think it's a brilliant initiative. I think it's incredibly central towards having integrated and modular healthcare innovation. And this is an example. A clinician in St. Vincent's, Donald Maguire, has an idea around AMAPS, which is based around e-prescribing. And by just adopting the EHR, you can probably save them 20% of innovation that previously would have been wasted. And instead, if he was to put his program through quick without the HR, it would be a lot messier. So I think it is a great opportunity to improve the way we innovate. We're starting to see these patterns. How do you drive these large-scale structural changes? There's a piece I published in Nature about 3 or 4 months ago that talks about some of the key patterns. You can look at that if you're interested. But really, at the core of driving a large-scale structural change is what we call the 3 Vs. It's shared purpose. Do we have a shared vision? Can we create shared value? And do we have shared values as a community or an ecosystem that's trying to drive that? So is there a vision that is really compelling that people can get behind? And I think everybody knows the story of JFK. We'll put a man on the moon this decade and get him back safely. And the story about the janitor at one of the facilities was asked, well, what's your job? And he said, I'm working to put a man on the moon. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had such a compelling, vision for healthcare transformation in Ireland that everybody in the HSE, when they're asked, well, what's your job? Well, we're working to, add 5 years to everybody's life in Ireland and improve the quality of life. Shared value, Michael Porter has been talking about this for quite a while. Could we reconceive the intersection between corporate performance or the HSE performance and society? This is hugely important. You can get individual citizens investing in healthcare transformation if they see the shared value that they get. And then lastly, shared values is hugely important, because if you have an ecosystem, unit of competition is now not how good the HSE is or how good an individual hospital is or how good an individual doctor is, but how good is our ecosystem? How's that ecosystem orchestrated? Who's the keystone player? Are all our motives aligned? Are we creating shared value? So we could have great players, but if we don't have shared value or shared values, we're not going to be successful. Healthy Ireland from 2013, lots of great stuff up here. I was thinking, is there an image? There was an image from 2013 of the Cabinet all holding Healthy Ireland, but I think we need a more compelling vision that speaks to people in terms of what can be achieved. Nobody could argue about reducing healthcare inequalities, increasing the proportion of people who are healthy at all stages of life. So we need to do some work on the shared vision here. Importantly, though, actually, we have a way of measuring this. Andy Grove, actually, I learned recently, it was Lord Kelvin, he said, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And there actually are some measures already in place in terms of how we might measure a healthy Ireland. They're incomplete, but we have a couple of years in Ireland of collecting this data. I'm not sure all of these are the right ones, but we have some. The good news, we're measuring something. The bad news is the dial has barely moved. And I think that comes down to a vision that really hasn't resonated with Irish society and really hasn't been embraced. Michael Porter's been talking about the idea of, financial success, doesn't equal patient success, and that all around the world, healthcare systems, have this issue, and all of the players, from the insurance players to the clinics, etc., the hospitals, are misaligned. And his thesis is that if we can creating competition based on value is a central challenge in driving healthcare reform. If you take the Open Innovation 2.0 perspective, it's not just about competition; it's about collaboration. We need co-opetition. And as we think about shared value, there's an opportunity to create wealth, both in terms of cost savings, better revenues for the for-profits, but well-being and welfare being the real outcomes that we want to deliver. People are starting to talk about this continuum. Is it about making sick people better, or is it about keeping well people well? And I think we have to ask a hard question in Ireland in terms of which do we value more? Where do we invest the money? All the money is invested in acute. Richard, you've been trying to move the dial, and some of the forward-looking pharmaceutical companies are trying to invest and realize there's an opportunity in wellness. Philips, I used to work for them many years ago. I met with their CTO a couple of months ago. They're betting the bank. Philips used to be doing semiconductors. They were doing lighting. They were doing consumer electronics. Philips is now a wellness company, and they're betting the company on wellness. So there's a huge amount of money to be made, but there's also huge shared value for us as citizens if we can think about it's about staying well rather than if we are sick, how might we recover? So we need to reimagine and reinvent healthcare. This is what it looks like in Ireland today. This is, it's maybe even a 5-year-old view. We can go here, but we need to go way, way beyond this. But we think Open Innovation 2.0 could be the paradigm that can take us there, and particularly if we can articulate a shared vision that everybody buys into. I did want to talk about is the amount of money you spend important. I think it's really compelling data. United States, in terms of percentage of GDP spent on healthcare, would look at the average life expectancy at birth. Now the opposite is true in Japan, much lower percent, almost half the percentage of that the US spends, and they actually have the best outcomes. So there's lots of factors. Japan has the highest amount actually of CT scanners on the planet per head of population. They're doing a lot of proactive and preventative stuff. So, but how much you spend isn't an indicator of success. And if we think about it from a technology perspective, here's what most healthcare systems looks like. In fact, here's what most commercial organizations look like. There's some form of strategy, there's some sort of budget, But we have all of these investments that really aren't aligned, and we can't particularly quantify the value. So we get low conversion effectiveness. It's not brute force spend that actually delivers success. Is actually better management. So where we want to get to, and I think Richard and his team have made tremendous progress. And sitting on the steering committee, we see proper reviews. We see red, orange, green. Richard's team can actually work on the problems that exist. So ultimately, what we want to do is the national health strategy is driving the strategy, tech leadership, the governance of how we make our IT investments. We have a dynamic portfolio approach. All of the investments are aligned, and I'm really pleased to see really great progress around aligning and sequencing the investments in Ireland. And then the outcomes are better value, better well-being, and better welfare. And our conversion efficiency is high. So the Minister for Finance has some spare euros to spare. He sees what's happening in healthcare in terms of better outcomes, better financial measures, and that's where the euros will go. I want to finish very quickly. The IT Capability Maturity Framework is something that we developed at the Innovation Value Institute. This year we'll celebrate the 10-year anniversary of IVI, and we're thrilled that ISIS, not the guys in the Middle East, but the International Conference for Information Systems, the world's largest academic conference for IS academics, has been held in Dublin. Next month we'll have 1,800 academics. We'll have a joint event with them at the National Conference Centre. And we are starting to see actually quite significant adoption of the IT CMF globally. But we have been involved in a study with HIMSS looking at what's the relationship between IT capability maturity and electronic medical record adoption maturity and the outcomes. And the good news, and you would expect this, but there's very strong sort of correlation, or squared of about 0.7. So it makes sense really to improve your IT capability in terms of actually digital readiness for adoption of digital. I know we've surveyed several Irish hospitals with mixed results in terms of their digital readiness to do all the heavy lifting that needs to happen over the next 5 years or so. Of course, we need to think about business model. Love this slide. Preventative medicine kills return business, the first day of business school. So in terms of actually have a shared vision and aligning all the stakeholders, we need to figure out what the shared value is. If we're introducing stuff that's going to really destroy the business model of physicians, I saw one of the slides yesterday talking about in terms of cancer trials where with good intent, actually, the treatments that were being prescribed actually were really bad for patients. And one of my colleagues, Eric Dishman, he really benefited from what I'm going to share in the next couple of slides. We know big data is a huge opportunity. Privacy, of course, is a big deal. We know about the plummeting sequencing costs and is allowing a shift to precision medicine. So this actually, the cost is going down even more dramatically than Moore's Law. But Eric Dishman, he used to be responsible for healthcare at Intel. He had a cancer condition going on for 20 years. And he was one of the first people to get his DNA sequenced. And what they figured out with his expert team that 97% of the treatments that he'd had over the 20-year period were actually making him sicker rather than better. But they're very quickly able to come up with a personalized treatment for Eric, and he's doing absolutely fantastic now. He left Intel and is now running a program for HSS in the US. So I want to finish by the idea of, why couldn't we create a healthcare Moore's Law? So this is something Doug Bush, he was the CIO at Intel and became the CTO for Health Care Innovations, which was a joint venture between Intel and GE. And it's a very simple idea, and it's around aligning the investments. I think the QUIC program potentially could use this, as a mini pilot. But the idea, can we find innovations that not only reduce the cost of care, but improve quality of life? That would be really outstanding. And I want to give you one example that's more than 10 years old that we did from Leixlip in Ireland to a hospital in Birmingham, Alabama. But we need to even go beyond that. Why can't we get into preventative healthcare so we actually have a Moore's Law for preventative healthcare? All the money is spent here. Actually, here's where all the benefit is and the quality of life is, so that we're looking for the highest quality of life at the highest possible cost avoidance. I think there's a real opportunity potentially for Ireland to work in this space. We are going to the internet. I could show you 5 slides like this in terms of various devices. I think we're all familiar with them. So this is something that's going to, exponentially grow. Some tremendous innovations. IMEC in Leuven, they've had a human plus program for a number of years, 5, 6, 7 years. Some brilliant innovations are going to happen. But I want to finish with this example. This is the Internet of Things 10 years ago. From Leixlip, one of our engineers, Dr. Joe Dalton, went out to Birmingham, Alabama, very simply took some existing technology, RFID, tablets, Wi-Fi, PDAs. Basically, each of the doctors, nurses, patients actually, wore these tags. There's a simulation here. I'll move ahead fully. There was something, very simple like this, a bed controller station. But the outcomes were actually quite significant in terms of unit ward throughput increased by 40%, admission discharge transfer time variance improved by 85%. Patients were a lot happier. And look at the returns, the return, in terms of this was a state project, 151% ROI, a lot better than we can get from the Central Bank of Ireland or the Bank of England. So the Internet of Things has been around for a while. It's actually really, coming to the fore now, but there are existing solutions, and this might be a solution we could put through the QUIC program. It already exists and will be good to trial at a hospital in Ireland. Last thing, quadruple helix innovation, the shared vision, government, industry, academia, and citizens coming together. I recently left Intel, but this is something we were thinking about in terms of a shared vision, but it isn't compelling enough. It does talk about care networking, it talks about care anywhere, it talks about care customization. But for this to be successful in Ireland, it has to speak to each individual. I think it's now time where we all take individual responsibility for our own health, and we can do that if there's compelling enough vision put in front of us. So I wanted to finish with 2 slides from Dermot Cahalan. We need something like this, the equivalent for healthcare. The Wright brothers, this is the original sketch for the Wright brothers flyer. So imagine the impossible, but deliver the incredible. I think that's possible in Ireland, and I think, Richard, that's your challenge. And the broader HSE and the Department of Health, can we do that? And just the benefits for everybody would be spectacular. So thanks, Richard, and congratulations on this conference. It's been brilliant. Thank you, Martin.
Crikey. It's been a hell of a couple of days. I should have a list of things up here, and unfortunately I've been so taken by Martin's presentation I've not got it. I guess over 2 days we've learned so much. We've gone through a huge journey in getting ready for this. The week itself has made a massive difference to everything we do. Everybody who's been part of the work that we've done has been huge. And I think that's changed the way people are already perceiving healthcare in Ireland. One of the big things for me has been to see the different speakers, the breadth of knowledge, the expo area. But I guess the last thing to say is to ask for you guys. Every one of you has been part of this event, and we're ever decreasing numbers as we get closer to the end of the day. But do me a favour after this event. When you get home, when you're on the bus, as Fran would say, the 49 bus, the man on the 49 bus, just mention what you might have heard, learned, or seen. Because the original idea for this event was to get the public of Ireland aware of what digital health could do. We can go to the Minister, we can suggest what we can do. And as you'll have seen this morning, the Minister is engaged and bought into what we can do. To have the Minister for Health, the Director General, the most senior scientist in Ireland stand on this stage and tell us that they believe in digital health and they believe in innovation is a massive leap forward. What I would ask is that you guys, when you go home, when you're on the bus, when you're in the pub, mention that you believe that there is something that can happen with digital health, that innovation can make a difference, and the stuff you've seen over the last few days can really change the way healthcare is delivered. There's a long, long list of people to thank, so don't start clapping till the end. And maybe then do clap really loud. But none of this could have been put together without Maria, Hannah, Niamh, Clyde, Vida, and the team that have made this happen. They have worked tirelessly for days and days and days in the run-up to this. There's a bunch of people that are running around helping get slides together, helping make things happen, helping put together some of the videos, some of the stuff you've seen. All of our speakers, 45 speakers from across lots of different countries, friends that I've known for ages, new friends that we've made in the last 24 hours. 2,500 bums on seats. That sounds a bit crazy when you look at the size of the room, but 2,500 individual bookings for events here have been here. The staff at the Science Gallery, who, I kid you not, were ready to throw us out at 7:30 on the morning of the first day as somebody lost the key to the service lift, and we ended up with 9 lorries outside trying to deliver all the stuff you saw in the expo room. So that was a fun first start to the conference, but with 20 minutes to go, it was there. So a big round of applause for all of those people. Thank you ever so much for everything. Safe journeys home. Thanks, everyone. Maybe some of you will be at the HIMSS event tomorrow or the HIMSS event tonight. See you all soon. Cheers.